Welcome to EPT 2023.
I'm calling for my catch.
I'll take up then.
Balea bags the first ever EPT Paris trophy.
I'm about to change the world today. I'm calling shots like game to play.
I think I'm back.
Watson does the double in Monte Carlo.
He won the pot, he won the pot. Time off me, huh?
Wojciech makes the call and wins EPT Barcelona. It's time to crown our next champion. Who will be next?
Stamets takes the win here in Barcelona.
Jason Mercier, he went with his instinct, he made the call.
There's the professional level, and there's the Ivy League.
Sebastian Pauli coming to terms with what he has just achieved. Vicky Corrin has done it! 2 main event titles! Sebastian Mallets has gone from poker fanboy to poker champion.
This is why people love the EPT.
Hello everyone, welcome to Cyprus and the PokerStars European Poker Tour. Yes, we are at the Merit Royal Diamond Hotel, Casino and Spa, a new destination, a new venue for the penultimate stop of EPT 2023, kicking off 5 consecutive days of cards up coverage of the $5,000 buy-in main event. I am James Hartigan, alongside me Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And Griffin Benja.
Hello, everyone. Very excited to be here. What a venue, what an EPT.
Absolutely, the first ever EPT Cyprus, and it is a big one. We are waiting for confirmation on the field size. More than 1,300 entries. And we are going to be streaming it as it plays down to a winner on Sunday. We expect the bubble to burst later today. We are live every day at 12:30 local time, with the exception of today, and with the exception of Sunday, the final day, the final table day, at 1 p.m. Eastern European summertime, which is 12 p.m. Central European summertime.
It's like a 12:30 sandwich.
Indeed. And over the course of those 5 days, we look forward to hearing from you. I am advised that questions and comments are welcome. So you can use the live chat on Twitch or YouTube. You can use X, formerly known as Twitter, using the hashtag PokerStarsTV. And if you're all across the socials, there is also great content from EPT Cyprus being posted on our Facebook and Instagram pages. So, day 1A in the books, day 1B completed. The field now merges on day 2. These are the chip leaders coming into today, and we can see some familiar names in the top 10. Darius Sammartino, a former World Series of Poker main event runner-up. Parker Talbot, Tonka from Team Pro. We're going to check on his table a bit later on today. We've also got EPT finalists like Kyan Mokri and Tuan Mulder. Big stacks with around 450 players remaining from that starting field of more than 1,300.
They did most of the work without us.
So our first feature table is headlined by the online beast that is Nicholas Olstedt, aka Lena 900, plus Jennifer Shahadi, a PokerStars ambassador, Paul Newey, a super high roller regular, and Pedro Neves, who you may remember was the runner-up in this year's PCA main event. A very talented field, Griffin, so understandably at this point, the players spread out all over the room, but we'll try and see as many of the familiar faces and big-name pros as we can over the course of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. And Nicholas not staying in his lane online. I've seen a lot here on the EPTs now, running up big stacks. There's Jen. Always fun to watch her play.
Jen, not just repping PokerStars, but also Poker Power. Our partner with the Women's Bootcamp, which I believe plays today.
Yeah.
One of those 10 women earning a package to EPT Prague.
Spoke to a couple of them at the PokerStars party last night. They were very excited about today.
That was fun.
Lena 900, aka Nicholas Olstedt, playing a very comfortable 110k. Average stack right now is around 90k. Pedro Neves has the button in front of him.
It's always coming, Neves.
It's going to be Raul Rifos in the small blind. Nicholas Osted in the big blind.
Is it one of those what do you call it? Anagrams, or it's exactly 7 backwards, isn't it?
It is.
What do you call those? Not anagram, it's a... come on.
Reversies?
No, yes, that's it.
Griffin is all about the reverse.
Mirror name?
So we are going to play 5 90-minute levels today. Imagine that we will hit the bubble. Imagine we'll make the money towards the end of the day. Paul Newey in the 1 seat there, ready for action.
Top dollar man.
We start the action on level 11. Blinds are 1,000, 1,500 with a big blind ante of 1,500. And looks like we are almost ready to go.
I like this dealer's glasses, like she's a fighter pilot.
Have a nice day, and you can restart the game.
You heard the man. We're restarting the game. It's shuffle up and deal time on day 2 of the first ever EPT Cyprus main event. Hand number 1.
Okay, so I'm here.
John Delano coming in on Twitch here saying, Nicholas in character as he Lena on the table. Looks like we have our first ban of the day.
Yeah, you for reading it.
Jihadi folding 8-6 of hearts. Dai Wong Song folds the 10-9. Rounds the blinds. Raul Rifos with 10-4 off.
All that hope, everyone folding, can't even do it.
Yeah, I'm not going to go ahead and limp in on Lena. Lena blind on blind with the 10-4. I think I'll fight another day.
You don't mind if I bring this closer to me, right? It's got
Who would you limp in on with 10-4? Everyone else?
You.
Yeah, right, exactly.
So a walk for Lena 900 on the very first hand of the day. Now he's in the small blind. Paul Newey in the big blind. Action starts with Jen Shahadi. 10-3 off. She folds. Ace-Jack for Song.
Oof, awkward stack.
Yeah, starts the hand with 25 bigs. Opens to 3K. Pedro Neves in the cutoff has Ace-7 of diamonds.
Going to be expecting Song to have a pretty strong range here, raising an early position off this stack. So, you know, I think Neves would elect to 3-bet this some of the time against a different opponent. Is going to decide to do it anyway, putting a lot of pressure on hands such as this. You know, just because you have the worst hand doesn't mean as S-Ted wakes up with it. But a real awkward hand, like we've said. I mean, Song is a pretty strong open. This is a pretty strong 3-bet. S-Ted might just find a very big fold here. Of course, we can see he does have the best hand, but if he does find a fold,
way covered too.
Yeah.
Exactly. I think that's the important thing that Joe just highlighted. 110K starts the hand with. The effective stack is 35K, and here comes the 4-bet from Lena 900, re-raising to 15,000. Action back on the original raiser.
When you calculate the bounties, you have to do this.
yeah, definitely. I think the bottom of Nicholas's range, prepared to do this, but does find it.
And the 4-bet gets through.
Only Lena 900, though. Anyone else with Ace-Queen suited there is going to be up against Pocket Kings and Ace-King. Lena 900, been elusive over the years as far as media is concerned.
Oh, yeah?
Never been denied, but never got the feeling he was dying to do an interview, dying to come on the podcast. I did run into him in the elevator in Barcelona. Perfectly friendly, perfectly reasonable. But I was too chicken to ask him if he'd come on the podcast.
Oh, yeah.
I don't like being told no.
So it's Alexander Vatterin who's opened here with Jack 10. Paul Newey in the small blind has called. Jen Shahadi folds the big blind, and we are going heads up to the flop. First flop of the day.
Coffee, right?
And it is a domination situation. Newey, a 3-1 favorite. And an even bigger favorite now on an ace-9-6 board.
As long as you don't hit that jack.
Continuation bet from Vatterin. 2,000. Called by Newey.
Give up. Give up.
And there is the jack. 2-pair for Paul Newey, who now has a lock on this. Vatterin may think that's a good card for him. He's going to bet again. 7,000.
Pretty surprised by this turn bet from Vatterin. You know, if your opponent does have something like 10-9 suited, calling from the small blind, you've just gotten there. So you're probably not going to fold out an ace. So a little surprising to see a second barrel here.
Oh. Well, Paul Newey going for a raise.
Interesting. This is where you convince yourself he's doing it with clubs.
Whatever he convinced himself of was the right thing.
Did you guys stop by the party yesterday after bagging?
Did not.
No?
Here?
Yeah, oh, it was great.
Me too. I was there too.
I didn't go for long, but
It was nice.
the great music.
Yeah, nice. I saw him dancing.
Oh, you.
Yeah, he was swinging.
I don't dance. Move around a bit.
Oh yeah, sure. Oh, right.
I've got a bit of a hangover.
Sure.
Yeah.
I was just thinking.
Yep.
Oh, we're not gonna get to one here. Oh, okay. Okay. Got it.
I watched some video of the party last night, what I think was probably the beginning of the first big DJ set, and the music was hopping. But then I looked at the crowd, and everyone was just kind of like milling around a little bit. I was like, yep, poker players.
No, it really picked up. There was a lot. The dance floor ended up getting pretty active as the night progressed, I guess, as people got drunker.
Yeah, probably.
So Vatterin, having just lost that hand to Paul Newey, is back in the action. 9s under the gun, raises to 3,000. Ace-king for Pedro Neves, who is the effective stack here with fewer than 20 big blinds.
Something tells me, based on the sample size of 1, that Vatterin is going to be tough to get rid of with these 2 9s.
Yeah, Neves, not the kind of stack you really have much room to 3-bet and deuce. And facing a shove, I think Vatterin will probably at least strongly consider calling. It is early position. It is 20 big blinds. You're not getting a lot of pocket 8s and pocket 7s shoving here, so that doesn't make it a snap call, but
It's triangle time. Neves all in for 29,500. Queen Jack for Song in the big. That's a fold. Snap called by Vatterin, and we are off to the races.
You should check in all your players on the table, not only the new entries. So please check in all
Like Riz versus
your
Drip?
players.
One of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage.
Neves is the at-risk player and the player who is slightly behind right now. But there is a king on the flop and a 9! Top pair versus a set. And Neves down to just 3%.
I could have gone to the party.
The 6 on the turn has Pedro Neves drawing dead, and the PCA 2023 runner-up is eliminated in the first 10 minutes of day 2 of the EPT Cyprus main event. So we think we have around 430 players remaining. Looks like a starting field, and please remember this number has not been confirmed yet. Looks like a starting field of 1,320. More than 1,300 entries in this event.
Man, I'd have taken the under on that. I'm glad to be wrong.
Bigger than any event we've ever run in Prague, which is, again, among the bigger EPTs.
This is our record turnout for Cyprus.
That much is true.
What do you guys think? A little fast bender, bad look-alike for Fatarin? Little Magneto?
Pretty bad, but I can dig it.
10 minutes into the broadcast and the bad lookalikes have started.
A little shame?
Raoul. Ace Queen. Raises to 3K. We are at the 1,500 blind level right now. Paul Newey has a dominated hand here, King Queen. Called in position. 8-7 suited. The Daiwang Song in the small. Folds.
Boo.
The kind of hand you would love in the big blind here, but just playing 20 big blinds.
And Fatarin is in from the big with Queen 5 off.
Boo.
Boo.
3-way to the flop.
He's got all the chips. I mean, certainly things have been working out.
No 5 on the flop. And that means ace high is still the best hand right now. As we see the Terran check.
Yeah, an advantage to Newey here with that gutter ball. An opportunity to fire something out here and get both hands to fold, including the best hand in the ace-queen. A bit difficult to defend on this texture. If they were just heads up, I think maybe Grifos would check call this a lot of the time. Might still do. Fatarin, what are you up to? This is terrible.
Wait. Hear him out.
Let him cook, as they say.
Yeah.
So that queen on the turn is a bit like that jack on the turn in the previous hand against Paul Newey. It's going to get Fatarin into trouble. Newey, top pair, solid kicker, straight draw. Bets again. It was 5,500 on the flop. It's 14,000 on the turn. And Fatarin has improved, in inverted commas, to top pair.
I just want everyone to know he really did the commas thing in the booth. It was great.
I mean, I can see this sort of consternation if his plan was to do something funny on the turn and now he can't because he hit his queen. Let's look at this optimistically. Let's look at this generously. Ooh, that is a straight.
It is indeed. I mentioned that Newey had the straight draw to go with top pair, solid kicker. He gets there on the river. Fatarin is checked to him.
And Newey sitting there with the effective nuts. Question is, does he want to get greedy?
Not greedy.
He sizes down.
I mean, against the kind of hand that Fatarin has, it might just work. Come on, aren't you curious? It's so small.
Griffin, if you think your opponent's going to have a lot of 2 pairs here, is this
I would
too small, or is this perfect with the?
Yeah, I would probably bet something more like in the against this particular opponent too. If I think they have 2 pair, probably closer to 20,000.
Mm-hmm.
But against this exact hand, this might just be the perfect bet.
Did get called.
What was I doing in this hand?
Well, Alexander Fatarin is still table chip leader after losing a couple of decent-sized pots to Paul Newey. Newey's chipped up to nearly 100 big blinds in the first 15 minutes of the day. Daewoo Song remains the shortest stack of the table with 20 bigs.
Griffin, you're getting a lot of compliments in the chat for the "Let Him Cook" meme, but I honestly didn't even say that because I thought that meme had already come and gone.
That nobody was doing the "Let Him Cook" anymore?
I think it's like a meme for old people now.
Is it? No, come on. I feel like that just started like in the last couple months. I guess trends move quickly.
Well, out with the old and in with the new, because we've got a new player taking a seat on the main stage. This is Kerem Turaskan, who has just bought in at the start of day 2, just before registration closed. And here is a hashtag fun fact, courtesy of StatTrick. This guy has 8 live caches. All 8 have been in Cyprus.
Oh, there you go.
I wonder how we would do in my Cyprus trivia quiz from the last episode of Poker in the Ears. Maybe I could administer it to Griffin.
Probably Cyprusingly well. Is it possible to get banned from the booth?
We're working on it.
It's been a frequent topic of conversation for the last 18 months.
Did you like it? Yeah. Your first time? No, I've been before.
So Fatarin
I like it. It's very nice.
facing this raise from Song, and again, with a dominated hand. I guess he has strawberries working for him.
Very nice.
Now we're waiting to see what Raul Rifos does in the big blind with Ace King.
Rifos, more like re-raise, am I right?
See, that would have been good without the 2 terrible ones beforehand.
I'm a work in progress. Okay.
The problem is you've been a work in progress since 2018.
There is the squeeze.
3-bet to 13,000, which is greeted by 2 faults. Rifos playing 114k right now. Average stack is 95,000 with 415 players remaining from a starting field of around 1,320. Because registration only closed in the last 20 minutes, we are waiting for a confirmation of the total number of entries, and of course we're waiting for confirmation on the prize pool in this EPT Cyprus main event and the payouts. Can expect that during the 2nd or 3rd level of the day.
Or as people on YouTube like to call it, the price pool.
Can he resist?
All right, well, we figured out one part of the folding range.
So Rifos has called, right, out of the small blind?
I see a chip, and I see cards.
No, it's only the small blind that's out. 1,000, 1,500 of the blinds right now. So he's been thinking about what to do, and he decides to raise.
Yeah, Why not? Put a little pressure on the 20 big blind rebuyer, but gets a pair. Sorry, Rifos, it's his home turf. He's got home field advantage, as they say in sports.
I mean, if you're going to buy in at the start of day 2, that's kind of how you got to play it, right?
Oh, yeah.
Attention all the players who are registered in tournament number 34, PLO Omaha High-Low. The tournament is located in Salami's room on the green tables. You're welcome to take your seats.
Anyone registered for the Omaha High-Low, Joe?
You know what?
I unregistered moments ago. Omaha High-Low is my best game. Pot limit.
Surprised.
Do you know I used to unironically say that?
Oh, yeah?
Like around 2008.
That's great.
So Paul Newey opens under the gun with ace deuce of diamonds. The short stack at the table. Daewon Song with king queen.
You know, the problem is on this stack, you really just want to be shoving if you're going to play this. You have to worry about not just Newey's raise under the gun, but the 4 players behind you between the cutoff button and the blinds.
Yeah, 4 checks out.
You do have nice little blockers with those king queens. So I know you hate to say it, hate to hear it, Joe, but it is less likely people wake up with kings and queens, and it's going to get through that ace deuce.
Never known that to be the case. If I ever play a tournament where I shove ace-king and don't run it directly into aces, I will maybe start believing in blockers. But unfortunately, 100% of the time, that's happened to me.
Wow, what is on Jennifer Shahadi's wrist? Looks kind of badass.
Didn't catch it.
Fresh off the reshove with the king queen.
James can't even believe all these people are wearing watches that don't tell time. Look at this one. What brand is that? Minimalist. This dude loves to play poker. And Rifos, once again, can repop.
Yeah, very comfortably, because Song is only playing those 22 big blinds. You're okay getting that in if Song is prepared to do that. And just what you've seen so far from Federer, you really want to get more chips in the pot against his range. And here comes the squeeze. I think important to note, too, there is a interesting dynamic established between the 3 of these, as this is the second squeeze that he's made. Earlier in the rotation, when it was the button and the blinds, made the same move.
You can't go wrong with the James and Joe.
Oh, you can, but we like it anyway.
Some consideration from Song, but I think this would be a mistake, just because I can see the cards, but I don't really think that Rifos is going to take this spot super light a lot of the time. Now up to Federer.
year?
Yes.
Yeah.
Starts at, I think, 10th November.
10th of November.
Yeah.
You know what the main is? 3?
3.3. You got a mystery bounty 4K.
Okay. Not too bad. Yeah, I always love to go there. I haven't gone the last few years because it's been smaller.
It's been smaller.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I always love to go there.
Yeah.
Best vibe.
Best fight.
Yeah,
Yeah,
for
it's
sure.
the best poker fight.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Man, this poor fella.
Yeah.
I mean, so many frustrating hands to be playing.
Marginal city, yeah.
In marginal positions with a marginal stack.
He's made it 3K. Has the button and blinds to get through. Onstett's folded the button. Paul Newey in the small blind passes. Jen Shahadi in the big blind. 8-7 of strawberries.
Yeah, very happy to see a flop here. Fair fight against the King Jack suited. Ish.
Yeah, sure. I don't think you expect to be ahead with 8-7 of hearts.
Well, it's not a terrible flop for 8-7. Open-ended, backdoor flush draw. Song's still ahead for now with King High, but he is a statistical underdog.
I mean, you really do hate this against the big blind, though.
Yeah, and Song aware of that. But it's going to be difficult to play if you don't start with a bet. You'll be betting with all your overplay pairs. You still have a stronger range. Come on, right? Look at that bracelet.
That is pretty cool.
Looks like something out of Hellraiser.
And with only 23.5 back, Shade could just justify putting this in. But maybe a bit scared of that undergun range, doesn't want to just blast in half for stack against, you know, what could just be 2 queens.
So, having just called the flop, we now see Song become a 2-1 favorite on this brick turn.
Not a lot of wiggle room for Song here. Just a stack to pot ratio of about 1. And it's just tough to shove a hand like this. And now what does Jen do? The diamonds have bricked. 8-7 is bricked. You know, your 10-8s and 10-7s have missed as well. Do you always call those for a near pot on the flop? 4-5 has gotten there. 5-7 would be, you know, a double gutter on the flop, has now gotten there. So a lot of the draws have gotten there with that 4, and I think that's why Jen needs to pull the trigger here, and I think why Song most of the time will fold.
Well, Song's going to fold this hand most of the time, but what if, you know, like a stronger nothing, like a ace-king, does he fold as often?
Good question.
Yeah, I mean, they are kind of in a way the same hand, right? You're not going to be bluffing with the missed ace-x of diamonds there. That would be beating the king high calling. So, I mean, it's just either way. I think I'd just as likely fold the ace-king as the king-jack. So nice little feature table all-in bluff from the chess prodigy turned poker player.
Excellent. Starting on Alexander Peterin.
All right, 8 deuce and 6 deuce are folds.
Joe has his little notepad out
Taking
here.
notes.
Yeah, and Nicholas is just getting a bit bored here, I think. Feels so comfortable playing against his opponent's pre-flop that he's willing to mix in the queen six from the cutoff. I don't think this is the kind of hand that he would be mixing into his cutoff opening range, and some of the super high rollers you might see him playing, or even some main events online. But Paul Newey, a bit of a reputation for being a bit on the tighter side. Jen just having played a big pot, he just goes for it, gets it done. I actually think this feature table is an excellent opportunity for Lena 900. When you think about what your average day 2 table might look like, maybe a couple more familiar, very successful faces. I think Nicholas is a bit ahead of the crowd here.
Yeah, I think that last open is a pretty strong indicator
Yeah.
of that.
Yeah.
Jen Shahade making a classic error and playing the Spraggy. A7 offsuit. Ironically, it might work out for her here because for what seems like the 20th time today, Alexander Feterin finds himself with a dominated hand calling out of the big blind.
I mean, it's loose, but also a little unlucky. He should be live in some of these situations.
Yeah, I think the 7-5 is going to be, okay facing a button open. You already have that big ante in there as well, but somehow Shahade has the dominating A7.
Feterin checks the flop. Jen continues. Feterin calls the 2.5K. King of Hearts on the turn. Ace high, still the best hand, and Jen better than a 4-1 favorite now.
Yeah, and Jen can go pretty big here if she wants. Try to scare off some, 3x, 2x type hands. A draw like the 7-5. Just also makes it easier to play going to the river. So a nice bluff and then a nice 2-barrel. Great work from Shahade.
Did have the best hand, but I get your point.
Yeah.
Chips up to just shy of 90K. Slightly below the tournament average right now.
Question here on Twitch from Thomas Lancaster says, you ever thought of adding PokerStar screen names of the well-known online guys to the player graphics? Uh-huh. Thank you for your question.
Meanwhile, as Oxbridge observes, playing the Spraggy is only an error if your name is Spraggy. Maybe the hand does occasionally work for other people.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Oh, yeah.
Griffin, you want to handle this one from YouTube? Are there any Koreans alive?
In the world?
Yeah. Thank you for your question. Here you go. Here's your chance. A real live Korean.
For now.
Well, just to be clear, if he's eliminated from the tournament, he won't actually be eliminated. He'll still be alive.
Haven't checked the local rules, but I assume
Yeah.
nothing's changed.
Feterin feeling lucky.
Really? Is
The Queen 10.
this a genuine decision with Queen 10 off in the small?
Look how stressed out he is, of course.
12 big blinds. is a fold here with queen 10. Maybe blind on blind, you can call it, but
Jared says, all right, gents, you ready for Fatarin's look-alike?
Come on then, Jared. We're waiting.
Let's see if he says the same thing I did. I'll be vindicated and get to make fun of someone for being unoriginal and not paying attention. A young Robert Patrick, the T1000. You know, I'll skip to it, Robert Patrick. Fun fact instead. Have you ever read about the filming of Terminator 2 and how Robert Patrick really was running that fast and he was running too fast?
Yeah, they had to have the kid take off a little sooner because he kept catching him. Yeah, you know that because I sent it to you, bud.
Is that why you know that?
Yeah, I send Joe a lot of memes.
He sends me a lot of fun facts, a lot of memes, a lot of things I have to ask him to explain later.
Yeah.
A lot of things I just ignore.
He answers most of them.
I do answer most of them.
Paul Newey. A loosey-goosey open for him. King 6 of spades. And Raul Rifos has ace-queen in the small blind.
I'd say maybe the stream started catching up and people are adjusting, but with the hour delay, that has not happened yet.
Yeah, for 1 day only. We do have an extended delay on the stream. 60 minutes behind real-time action. Apologies for the technical issues earlier which prevented us from going live on time. At least you don't miss any of the action from day 2 of this EPT main event. And worth highlighting that while watching the stream today, you can play the mini EPT Cyprus online series. Starts today, runs for the 5 days that we're streaming from this event. And there is $60,000 in added value. Power Path tickets up the wazoo. And on the final day, final table Sunday, 2 gold Power Passes available, added to the prize pool of both mini main events.
You know, I've been getting messages from people who are winning gold Power Passes, and they are excited because they're coming to Vegas.
Nice. We have another new player at the table, and this is a face we recognize from earlier this season. Joachim Haraldstad, who came 4th in EPT Monte Carlo this year. That was the event that was won by Mike Watson. Plays on stars as Jokey Apart, and is a very strong mixed games player.
But is he a very strong ace-jack player? Let's find out.
Again, a relatively light open for Newey under the gun. 9-8 of hearts.
I like this side of him.
6 raised 10,500.
This is what Waldo does in his free time.
We finally found him.
10-5.
Yeah. Let him simmer over this.
Yeah, you know, I like the call here. You know, you put out 3,500, 7,000 more to call. You know, these are the kind of hands. Playing at this stack depth, 70, 80 big blinds, you know, you want to be able to defend hands like this. Make a lot of nut hands, disguised hands. And even though Newey has been outflopped and Haraldstad continues to lead, has some ways to win this hand with some heart luck. Maybe another 8 on the turn. Perhaps a 9?
Probably pretty aware of all the cards that are good for him, I would guess.
You think? Yeah. Badink. could get a free card here. Haroldstad probably not thrilled about betting this card, even though he's going to think his hand is good a decent amount of the time. You know, you're still losing to your ace queens flushes, and there you go.
Ooh.
Is a flush for Haroldstad.
And it also gives Paul Newey 2 pair.
And a very curious bluff. I'm a bit surprised by this bet. You know, it's not a blocker bet. This is well over half pot. If your opponent does have a big diamond like an ace-jack, I don't think you're going to get a fold. I'll tell you what, it does look strong. I mean, Haroldstad's really considering this. You know, it's not just the third nuts, it's the fourth, right? You know, Newey can just have that ace of diamonds as well.
Are you counting straight flushes too? I don't think we should have to. I'm not saying that.
Yeah. No, we'll let that gives an opportunity for people in the chat to say that we're wrong, right? It makes them feel.
Oh, excuse me.
I like to give them a little Buzz Killington open.
Oh! Haroldstad folds the flush.
Newey's reputation precedes him.
He just said show 8, 9 of hearts.
Bravo.
What?
Wow.
And Haroldstad recognizing that Newey is not going to be calling a re-raise with ace-8 off. So recognizing that he has been bluffed almost pretty much 100%, right? Not going to be calling king-8 or queen-8 with the king-queen of diamonds. So Newey came to play today, opening the king-6 suited under the gun.
Yeah.
The 8-9 suited, turning 2 pair into a bluff on the river. Let's go. We got ourselves a feature.
Action folded to Joachim Haroldstad. Raising with 5-4 of hearts. That's a pretty good hand. Raul Rifos, aces in the cutoff.
Can I have one of those waters over there? Thanks. Oh, perfect.
Oh, Jen, slow
I'll
down.
bring a couple in case somebody else wants one. Thank you.
The re-raise is to 9,000. Round to Paul Newey in the big blind. 8-6 off. He folds. Back on Haroldstad.
In my mind, Jen's asking for water because she's super hungover from the party.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Quite a small sizing here from Rifos. I think this might give Haroldstad license to C3.
Makes the call. Will be out of position. And is absolutely crushed right now. Has hit a small piece of this board, a pair of 4s, but Rifos overpair, nut flush draw, loving it.
With a small enough bet, could get a call from Haroldstad. But it all depends on what sizing he goes with here. Anything in 5 digits, I think we'll probably see a fold from Haroldstad. But anything under like that $8,000 bet, getting a pretty good price. Could still be ahead of your ace kings and ace queens, even with a club.
Makes the call. These two go to the turn. Which is the king of clubs. That is the nut flush for Rifos. Haraldstad now drawing dead.
That would be a bad time to get someone to try to fold a flush.
I like this check. You're
Oh!
Wow.
The victim becomes the victim again.
That sailboat on the river gives Haraldstad trips, but as previously referenced, he was drawing dead on the turn.
Drawing dead is my favorite time to improve.
And I'm guessing this is a blocker bet, Griff?
Yeah, you know, this is sort of just wanting to, you want to make sure you get value from, let's just say, 2 red queens and this small, tiny, you know, 12% bet. You might get a curiosity call from such a hand as that.
Do you ever get a just call from ace high flush because of the paired board? Not
No.
that that counts, really.
No, but I don't think Haraldstad, I mean, it's your opponent is going to have that sometimes, but they're always also just going to have, you know, jacks with the jack of clubs that will just probably call this and not raise. Whereas if you check, those jacks might bet 15, 20, 25,000.
That's kind of what I was asking, yeah.
Yeah. Now the problem is too, now that this has paired the board, so Rifos is not just representing the ace of clubs, right? This could be pocket kings that would check the turn on the 4th club. This could even be pocket 10s that would check the turn. So there are a couple boats here. I think against a $5,000 bet, you know, something like ace queen or queens with the queen of club would might still raise as well. So it's not just, I mean, again, this is a 5K bet and a 38K. It looks like he's just trying to stop him from betting. So
Rifos wins the pot. Jared saying, what kind of watch is Rifos rocking? That is the Rolex Sky Dweller in stainless steel and white gold.
How does he know all this?
I gotta say, that is a cool name for a watch. Sky Dweller.
Most complicated watch that Rolex makes. Track a second time zone, and it has an annual calendar as well.
An annual calendar, what does that mean? Like it tells you what year it is?
Tells you what month it is.
Oh.
Perpetual calendar will give you the year as well, but an annual calendar will give you the calendar for 3.
Man, leave it up to the geniuses at Rolex to come up with a way to tell you what year it is.
So those are the stacks of the players we're watching at our current feature table. With the rate of eliminations, this is not unusual, by the way, to see quite a few players go during the first level of day 2. I think this table is going to break during the second level of the day, so I think it will necessitate a feature table change during the first break, even though I personally am enjoying watching these guys.
Yeah.
I hope Harold out there is enjoying watching his dad.
Still waiting for the confirmed number of entries, by the way. We think it's 1,320, but they are literally crossing T's, dotting I's. In other words, verifying the information before they announce that and reveal the prize pool and the payouts. Well, let's look at some of the players out in the field on day 2, including Darius Sammartino, the World Series runner-up. There's former EPT finalist Parker Talbot, aka Tonka, who I understand is feeling a little bit worse for wear today after going hard at the party last night.
I remember my first beer.
There is an EPT champion, Anton Wig, at this table, and sat the other side of the dealer is an Argentinian rapper. It's Papo MC, Alejandro Lococo from Team Pro. Terran raising under the gun with pocket threes.
Yeah, and Turscon with not a lot of info here, having jumped into this table about halfway through this level. Ace-10 is obviously a difficult shove to make off 20 big blinds against another gun open, but maybe it's something you'd want to explore doing had you known how active Terran has been. Certainly would have worked against pocket threes.
What about this, though? What if you know that they're active, right? But you're like, they're going to have a hand eventually.
Yeah, it's just all about, you know, playing the odds in your head. Also, ace-10 can suck out 30% of the time, or works every time.
I thought you were saying
hell
ace-10 can
queens.
suck it, as in don't play it.
6 plus 7 plus 8 plus.
Ace-5 off for Nicholas Udstedt.
Raise 3,500.
Raises to 3,500. Jen Shahadi's on the button with 9-7 and folds.
Those are all pawns on her thing.
I was going to say it looks like a chess thing.
Yeah.
Snowman's.
Nom nom.
And with that stack, I think we might see an all-in from Song.
All in.
Present that man with the red triangle of death.
Red triangle of elimination. He's not going to die.
He might also double up.
Now it's going to be a bit too rich for Astad's blood. Just saving a little face here.
Just to make sure it's not artisanal. James, I'm going to pull up the trivia game that we played on the podcast last week. Every once in a while, you give me the green light. Let's do some Cyprus trivia with Griffin.
Well, one of your fellow countrymen, Daniel Dvoris, who's done many trips here to the Merit in Cyprus, performed reasonably well.
Okay.
It was a winning score with a little bit of assistance, but nonetheless a winning score. So the bar is relatively high. By the way, if you want to hear that quiz, you want to hear that interview with Daniel, check out the most recent episode of the Poker in the Ears podcast. As we see Udstedt open here with 9-6. For Terran with King-Queen in the small.
I feel like I'm going to be very embarrassed by not having the answer to these questions.
I think that you'll do better on the questions that Daniel did bad on.
Okay.
And worse on the questions that he did well on. This is not geography.
Okay.
This is local history.
Okay.
And happy history. Every country has some
Where are you going after this?
pretty terrible things that happened. We're going to focus on the happy things like
there are?
inventions and
Next poker?
famous people from the area, that sort of thing.
I'm going to go to Asia next month, China and Japan. I've been there before, so.
Pair of sixes here. The lean at 900. The Terran checks.
No poker though. Next time. Well, going to Macau for
Yeah, Nicholas going to happily bet here, protect this 6 against hands just like the ones that Terran has.
I think the poker scene's pretty much died out there, I think.
Where's Hong Kong?
So remember, Griffin, all the questions are multiple choice.
Birmingham and Jersey.
Yeah, Birmingham first, then Jersey,
Great.
then Asia, then Prague, then Christmas.
How do I get on Paul Newey's Christmas list? Note to self. Get on Paul Newey's Christmas list 2024. Could really use a new VCR. The game's called Don't Be a Cypriot Idiot.
Okay.
Only with pocket queens here. Terran on the button.
They say it's always coming 7, but it's never coming Nevis.
Not this time, at least.
Not today.
Just a call with the pocket 7s on the button. Refos in the big blind. Studio 54.
Let's get weird, says Refos.
I'm for it. 5 for it. Oh, so close.
Well, the ace-high flop is not going to be popular with Paul Newey, but queens are still way ahead. And hey, he's happy to continue into 2 opponents.
Not even a thought from Vateran. What I like is that Refos, if he drills the straight.
I mean, Refos could raise here. He's the only one that can credibly have a 3, but just going to fold instead. And the fun thing to do it with the 5-4 with 4 of clubs as well is you can keep repping on a club if an ace calls. This against these 2 hands, it would have just worked as a pure folds on the flop probably.
Nobody folds a flop, though, right? You probably got to go.
I think they both
You
fold
think
on the flop.
they both would have folded the flop?
Yes. Don't you think? I mean, think of the situation here. Newey has to fold because there's a guy behind as well. And I'll tell you what, you know, we haven't been thrilled with some of the plays we've seen from Vateran, but finding a 16,000 chip bet on the turn and actually folding out Paul Newey's queens.
Impressive.
Yeah, I mean, he's got some gears.
1 raise 3,000. 3, 4, 5. 5 bucks, 6 bucks, 7 bucks. 8 bucks.
Paul Newey still with the best hand.
8.
Not the worst flop when you elect to complete here from the big blind, just playing 20 bigs, and you're hoping for exactly that, a free card to
Hell yeah.
turn a 9 or a diamond. You hate to see the ace.
8 check.
But might get another one from Newey here. But Paul is going to start betting.
1 buck, 6, 8. 6.5 out. 8 plus.
Nice to pick up the easy ones. All right, Griffin, you ready?
I'm ready.
Question number 1. First question of don't be a Cypriot idiot. Cyprus lays claim to the oldest manufactured wine in the world. It's called Commandaria. And it was named that during the Crusades. And as such, it was served at the wedding of which king? Was it Odin the Destroyer, Vlad the Impaler, Richard the Lionheart, or Eris the Mad?
Vlad the Impaler.
Vlad the Impaler, that notorious crusader.
The clue there is the Crusade. Who's the
okay.
king during the Crusades, Griffin?
Oh, Richard.
Richard the Lionheart is correct. Okay.
So that's 1 point.
That was a, well.
To be fair, Devoris got a mulligan as well. That's your
All right,
one mulligan.
You got a mulligan.
Okay. One mulligan.
All right, we're going to see this.
It's like the breakfast ball in golf, you know, always the first swing, you get a mulligan.
Yeah.
I just didn't understand the rules.
Fair enough. And look at that, the shortest hand ever, so we can squeeze another one.
I just wanted to say Vlad the Impaler, you know? Never had a reason to.
You played that hand a lot like Faterin.
Yeah.
You were just like, you decided what you were going to do before I even finished reading the question.
Exactly.
All right. The island of Cyprus was once given as a gift from who to whom?
Vlad the Impaler.
Was it from Mark Antony to Cleopatra? From Alexander the Great to his mother? From Napoleon to Josephine? Or from Genghis Khan to General Chow?
I'll go Alexander the Great to his mother.
Alexander the Great to his mother is the exact same thing that Daniel Devoris said.
And they're both wrong.
They're both wrong.
Okay.
As Mark Antony said to Cleopatra as he opened a crate of ale.
Do you know what ale is?
Do I know what ale is?
It's not question 3. I'm just trying to find a win for you here.
It's a part of the sale, right?
Yes, with my sale minus the S.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
All right, for Terran opening here, King 7 of Hearts. I'm going to have to spread these questions out a little bit because poor Griffin, he's faking an allergic reaction now. So he doesn't have to answer anymore. Nui defends 10 deuce suited.
According to Orson, Joe, Richard the Lionheart took that bottle of wine by force. It was not a gift.
Story checks out.
You'd think a king could afford to pay for a bottle of wine.
Buy it back. 10,000.
There's a lot of paying for things back then, I don't think. All right, Griffin, question number 3. Cyprus is the first country in the world to put what on its flag?
It is. I thought it would be
A sail.
Would you like the choice?
yeah, get to me.
Stars, stripes, a map of the country, or a hashtag?
Please tell me you've seen the flag of the country you're in right now.
Can you repeat the options?
Yes. First, was it the first country put stars
Stars,
on its flag?
stripes
on its flag.
Okay, I'm going to
map
go
of
with
the country or a hashtag.
I'm going to go with a map of the country.
You're on the board, Griffin.
There we go.
You're on the board. A clean win right there. You're on the board. But if you ask me, the true innovator will be the first country that puts the hashtag.
Yeah.
Hashtag nice. Shahadi in a domination situation in a hand that allegedly you're supposed to defend.
The perfect example why you shouldn't right here.
And this hand should play out pretty quickly.
Okay, this is a boring hand. Another one.
Let's make sure.
It's going to be bet fold. Come on.
8 bet. 2,000.
Look, if Jen somehow just jams here, I don't want to be asking you a question about halloumi. Whoops.
Go to the next one, come back to the one you're about to ask.
Griffin, a 2005 excavation in Cyprus discovered what is believed to be the world's oldest, over 4,000 years old, the world's oldest factory of what? Is it the world's oldest paper factory, the world's oldest perfume factory, the world's oldest pantyhose factory, or the world's oldest parachute factory?
Okay, first question. What is an X-vacation?
Excavation.
Okay, all right. He was joking there.
Go-
It's just when you're
I'll
such
go-
a dodo the rest of the time, and then you are dodo on purpose, it's hard to tell the difference.
I'll go with perfume.
Griffin, you nailed it.
Nice.
All right, Griffin. You got the last two in a row.
Hey, Liz,
Now the questions get a little easier from here,
Oh,
in my
really?
opinion. Let's watch this hand first.
Just see if anyone wakes up with a hand in the blinds. Turascan has opened in late position with ace-3 of diamonds. Jen Shahadi, jack-7 in the small, folds.
Disgruntled vet says X-vacation is when you break up with someone when you're on holiday.
Nice.
Song, the short stack, jack-5 of hearts in the big.
You kind of got to see a flop here, don't you, Griffin?
Yeah, kind of. Can we do the question? I'm not really invested in that.
Woo!
He's live. I like this. Two short stacks, both in that, not quite in the danger zone, but getting close. Advantage Turascan.
4, check.
Now, since you probably would have called Jack 6 suited also, can you just pretend like you have a 6 here?
It's a little hard.
By the way, I don't like that people always say represent or bluff. I like saying pretend.
2,500.
All right, Griffin. Here we go. British TV producer Simon Fuller was born on Cyprus. Which of the following shows was his creation?
Okay.
Did he create American Idol? Did he create America's Got Talent? Did he create Survivor? Or did he create 90 Day Fiancé?
I think he created Survivor.
Survivor is the same answer that Daniel DeVore said. Now, in Daniel's defense, he didn't even learn English till he was 9 years old. So questions about North American television didn't really go over that well with him.
Yeah.
2,500.
Survivor was created by a Brit
1.
named Rob Burnett. Do you want to take another stab at it?
Okay, yeah, I'll go do the first America's one.
American Idol is correct. Simon
Nice.
Fuller,
Nice.
born on Cyprus, did create American Idol. Back to the
Step
poker.
has opened with Queen 9. Alexander Faterin just defends his big with 6s. He is still the biggest stack at the table, by the way, despite losing a fair few hands during this opening level. 15 minutes till the first break of the day, and we have a Jack 4-3 flop, which means 6s are still ahead.
5, check. 10, bet. 3,000.
Continuation bet from Alina 900. And a call from Faterin.
Nicholas looking for a barrel card like a 10 or an 8.
5, check.
I think King of Clubs will still mix into the barrel range for Nicholas. You want to fold out hands
7,000.
like an ace-4, no club, or even something like, 6s. Going to be a lot easier to fold out 6s, no club. Let's see if Faterin gets sticky stubborn here. Don't let this guy push you around. bet.
All right, Griffin. All right, wait. We got cards in there. Hold on. Missed that one.
7. 8. 10. Raise 3,500. 1.
Shahadi with a dominating hand here. King, queen.
3. Re-raise 9,000.
King, jack suited.
Nope. Sorry.
That's just about paying respect to a pretty hand, you know.
Yeah.
Even though you know you got to fold it, you just gotta give it a second. So nice, so suited.
10 plus.
Nina folding.
All right.
10.
All right, Griffin. Which type of cheese was invented in Cyprus?
How's Jersey? How many people live there?
About just over 100,000.
We're going to do Jersey
I have
fun
another
facts
friend
instead.
who's from there.
Jersey as in the Channel Islands, yeah?
Yeah, and they have like a separate Olympic teams and stuff, right?
Well, they only really had a rugby team, but they've just gone bankrupt. They've got a decent rugby team, but not anymore because they ran out of money, and the government won't help. So,
Oh dear.
but they
They go to the Olympics,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
So you could just learn a sport and play, right?
Yes, I hope.
100,000 people.
Maybe the government could afford to bail out the rugby team if people pay tax there.
8 plus. 10.
Guess who'd be the first person to move there, by the way, if he made that kind of money?
Raise 3,000.
Your boy, James Hardigan.
3. Call.
Shahade now with some calling chips. Very comfortably going to see a flop here with the sixes, as long as she can get through the button and blinds here. Let's get a call from Fatera, and let's get a little complete from the big blind. Let's get some four-way poker, huh?
Did Griffin answer the cheese question?
No, because with this hand, because they started talking about Jersey, so I wanted to not trample what the players were saying. We were always dying for them to say more, so I figured might as well.
Not being funny, Griffin, you should have got this one already without the options.
Yeah, it's Ham Looney. Is that the right one?
I'm going to give it to you, despite the fact that you're intentionally trolling. Mozzarella cheese, halloumi cheese, teleme cheese, or Monterey Jack cheese. Those are your choices.
Yeah, I'll take halloumi. But the third one is a good misdirect. What was it?
Teleme cheese?
Yeah, that sounds like something that someone might guess. I assume that Devoris got it right.
Devoris did get it right, but it was close.
Like he almost said the third one?
I think, yeah.
Great misdirect.
No, I think he was pretty spot on with this because he is au fait with the buffet.
That's right.
At the Merit, and therefore has had his fair share of halloumi.
5 bets. 5,000.
Taryn betting in position here with bottom pair.
Okay.
And tell you what, with 15K out there, definitely think that you could have justified calling with the sixes there with a check through on the flop. Just hard to imagine what your opponent's really repping there.
You just need to make poker an Olympic sport.
Even if it is a block bet, like with something like an 8, you're going to be live with the
They're thinking about it
sixes
for chess, so.
to a straight. So
There's been talk for 20 years. We've been on the list.
Not many good poker players in Jersey, but Charlie Carroll's from Jersey.
All right, question number 7. Last question, Griffin. You ready?
Gold medal between the tournaments.
So, Cyprian born, but Canadian for most of his life, jazz musician Leon Redbone sang the theme song to this popular 80s sitcom. And if you need another clue, this popular 80s sitcom, production was once halted for an entire day because the show's lead actor had to be hospitalized after sitting on his own testicles.
Wow.
Do you want the choices? I feel like you might have heard this story already. It's a legendary story.
Wait, did Redbone do the stay woke ding ding? No?
I don't know. Maybe. Different trivia quiz. Here are your options for which theme song was sung by Cyprian born jazz musician Leon Redbone, in which the show's lead character had to be hospitalized after sitting on his own testicles. Was it Mr. Belvedere, Who's the Boss, Cheers, or Alf?
I feel like...
Looks like you were right, by the way. Redbone is the Stay Woke song, yes.
I will go...
Now, do you know what Alf is?
Yeah.
Do you think Alf is in the running?
Yes.
You do?
Yeah.
How have you not worked out yet that option 4 is always the comedy option?
I'm sorry. Jeez.
Yes, the lead character of Alf, who is a puppet, did not sit on his own.
Yeah, but someone he's not a puppet, though. Isn't he someone in a suit?
No, it's a puppet.
It's a puppet, yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
I've watched every episode of Alf. I think.
Okay, so...
Okay, I'll go with Cheers.
So you think that Ted Danson one time sat on his own anatomy and therefore had to be hospitalized?
You're right. Okay, I'm going to change my guess.
Okay, there's 2 down.
Okay.
Now we're left with Tony Danza.
From what show?
From Who's the Boss?
Yeah.
Or, and I can't even remember the actor's name from Mr. Belvedere.
Let's go with Who's the Boss.
You have managed to choose every answer but the correct one.
Okay, Who's the Belvedere? I'll go with that one.
Mr. Belvedere is correct.
Yes.
Leon Redbone sang the theme song to Mr. Belvedere. And the lead actor in Mr. Belvedere.
Alf was performed by Paul Fusco,
who is a puppeteer. And in most scenes, it was a puppet. However, there were a few scenes where you see Alf's full body where a small costumed actor was used, a Hungarian who is uncredited, called Michu Mazouras.
That infamous Mr. Belvedere story is actually true.
King Queen way ahead of Jack 10 on this flop.
and raising it for value. You want to be able to mix in some check raises with hands like that to make your bluff check raises more credible, like if you had a 7-8 or a 5-7 there.
Anyway, Griffin, good job. I think you got
Thank you.
2 of 7.
Cut off hijack here. It is effectively 50 big blinds. So that's why we just see the call from Rifos, even though I think he's going to think he's way ahead of Harold Stad's hijack range here. And Newey's just like, yeah, why not?
Okay, so 3-way to the flop. Flop is 10-10-4. Pretty good flop for 9s.
And could be an opportunity, actually, for Rifos to get some action here from Nui in the big blind.
Lord Barry says Rifos is a Dutch legend. Go him.
I mean, the way he's rocking those sunglasses, I have to agree.
Attention,
and the Rolex Skydancer.
Prize pool for you. We have 1,320
You know what does get a quick fold?
entries, generating a total prize pool of $6,402,000. We will be paying 199 places. 199th will receive 8,325, and the winner of EPT Cyprus 2023 will take home $1,042,000.
Well,
Prizes will be up on the screen shortly. Thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of your tournament.
that is the voice of tournament director Toby Stone. Yes, Optimus Clang. Toby off screen for this announcement, confirming 1,320 total entries and confirming a first prize in this tournament of more than $1 million.
Love it, love it. Over a million.
Dollars.
Turning people into millionaires or giving $1 million to someone who already has millions. Love it.
10 raised 3,500.
Jen looking like she might have her game face on. And I am incredible at my job.
So a reminder that we are going to play into the money today. A prize pool of 6.4 million. 199 players will make the money. A min cash worth just over $8,300. And yes, the first prize, $1,042,000 as Nicholas Ostedt decides how to respond to this 3-bet from Jen.
Yeah, just so ahead of his opening range on the button here. I mean, this is the same guy who's been opening Queen 6 at the cutoff. So King Queen, you're probably going to have to mix into your defending range. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see Lena 900 continue here with the King Queen. Isn't going to be thrilled by, you know, maybe depending on how he perceives Jennifer, but is going to play very cautiously, and I think is fortunate to get a flop such as Jack 5-7. Would have been disastrous for a King or Queen high flop. The Black Elf on Twitch making a good point that King Queen dominates a lot of the bluff raises from the big blind. Certainly something like a King 5 off or a King 3 suited. Hands of that ilk. It's a word I don't use enough. Ilk. And at that price, Nick says, you know what? I don't really believe you, and I'm going to get into more trouble as we get a stack to pot ratio of almost 1-to-1 here.
Yes, more trouble indeed now that Lena is drawing dead on the turn.
Jennifer sizing up the situation here. Do I have room to try to extract more value? Should I just shove for this near pot size amount I have left? I'll tell you what, as long as she puts more chips in the middle, I don't think we're going to be hearing from Astad at all in this hand. And Shahade should, well, will definitely finally get over that 100K mark. And does find the 20K bet.
10 plus.
Shahade and her bracelet of pawns chipping up as we come towards the end of this first session, heading towards the first break of the day.
Good morning, everyone. Just so you know, after the break, you will be back to your initial.
And we did advise that this table break during the next level, so we're going to bring Papo MC to the main stage for the second level of day 2. We saw earlier on that Papo has an EPT champ, 2 EPT champs at his table, because in addition to Anton Wig, Adrian Mateos has taken a seat there. I don't know how excited Griffin is to see the face of
Look at him.
Mateos.
Just look at him.
Maybe good I didn't hit my hand then.
What's that?
Maybe good I didn't hit them in my contact.
You didn't what?
I had nothing, but maybe it was good I hit nothing, basically.
Correct.
Once again, his instincts on point.
Very, very good.
Should have pulled the flop.
You said you had king queen? Oh, okay.
So I'm saying maybe it was good I didn't hit one of my cards.
Ace king for Paul Newey and a button raise.
Now, Jen, is there something you want to tell Nicholas?
I think as a golden rule, maybe give that man as little information as possible. Oh, big trouble for Song with the ace-10 suited. You're going to be thrilled to be dealt this hand facing a button open, no matter who the opponent is. And is going to see how unlucky he has been so far.
White bird, Griffin.
The Swan Song?
Yeah.
Might just be...
It is a domination situation that favors Paul Newey. Song needs to get lucky to survive.
Good start. Great
Oh,
start.
we have a street flash board, a royal flush draw, and 42% equity for Song.
Paul loves it. He loves it.
It's not too bad. 10's no good for him now, so.
Way to be positive, Paul.
Street flash.
There's always coming 7, and that means Newey is a 3-to-1 favorite to eliminate Song. Or is this a case of too many outs?
Street flash.
No help on the river.
Sung.
And Daewon Song is KO'd as we come towards the end of the first session of day 2. Ace King holds against Ace 10 despite that dramatic flop.
That's small blind.
The song he was singing was the Too Many Outs song.
Paul Newey playing 168k, more than 100 big blinds, although the blinds will go up when we return from the first break of the day. 5 levels to play today. This is the first of those 5. And we can expect to go hand for hand. We can expect to have bubble coverage during the final level of the day.
Raise 3,000. 6th position. 7 plus.
So we get a raise here from Joachim Haraldstad. Opens 2-3,000 with ace 4 of spades.
1 plus. 3, 4.
Pocket 7s for Jen Shahade. She's in. Ace King for Alexander Fatarin.
What does Alex do with a legit hand?
It's never been seen before.
Raise 12,000.
Not on the extremely large side. Haraldstad, I think, surely has to get away, but maybe an opportunity for Jennifer Shahade to call here in position. But it is going to be, you know, 10% of her stack. Do it, Jen. Get It is always coming 7.
Yeah, I just never make it 7 if I don't hit a set. Okay, maybe this board.
Yeah, all low cards. No ace on the desk.
Lucky dip. Lucky dip.
Just a nonchalant 10K into this pot.
EPT main event players, as soon as your hand is over, you can enjoy a 20-minute break. 20-minute break on the EPT main.
I'll take 20 minutes, but I'm not promising to enjoy it.
Oh, the wheel for Veteran on the turn, but Jen's going to know any ace is now ahead of her.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jen's.
But
yeah, well, no, not with a 20,000 chip bet coming out, unfortunately. You know, had a free card been afforded to her, you know, Jen, I think certainly would have been pleased to see a river 6, but given this situation, I mean, she's played this hand as perfectly as you can. Calling the 3-bet, calling when you're ahead on the flop.
The board's got a pattern, 2, 3, 4.
She folds the 7s, and Veteran shows her that he turned the wheel, and this first level of day 2 draws to a close. A reminder that we are going to be changing feature table during the break. New lineup coming to the main stage for the second level of the day. 2 EPT champs, Anton Wig and Andrew Mateos, plus Papo MC, Alejandro Lococo. These are the stacks of the players we're sending back out into the field. This table will break. These players will get new seating assignments during the next 90 minutes of play. Veteran, still the table chip leader, and Kerem Turiksan, one of the players who bought in at the start of day 2, is a short stack. He will be in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
At the start of the new blind level. Blind's going to 1K, 2K when we come back from break. Yes, we will return in 20 minutes' time. New feature table lineup as day 2 action continues from the Cyprus leg of the PokerStars European Poker Tour. We'll see you inside of 20 minutes.
So we are starting this hand about 42 big blinds effective. Peter Jorgna is the shorter of the 2 stacks.
Balea raising with 7-6 offsuit, seems pretty standard.
Yep, lots of raising from position heads up. You're going to be very aggressive. Jorgna with a hand he can defend quite easily. 10-6 of hearts.
And he does defend, calling for an extra 400k, and we will see the first flop of this level. And that flop is 10 high, 10-5-3, so it's top pair for Jorgna. Balea does have a gut shot straight draw.
Yeah, absolutely. These are boards you want to see bet very aggressively. You have gut shots heads up, you're in position, you have absolute position against your opponent. So even though Jorgna does have a top pair, a c-bet here will take it down a lot of the time when he hasn't connected. Also sets you up for bets on later streets as well, James, if you want to try and convince a 5 or a 3 to fold. So I do expect a continuation from Balea pretty much every time. 2 million in the middle.
Balea does make a c-bet of 600,000. And with top pair, just a call from Jorgna?
Yep, I think with a hand like 10-6, you just want to play it slow here.
Oh.
But wait.
That is not a call. Jorgna check raises with a pair of 10s.
I mean, check raising top pair is never going to be a bad thing to do, James. It's just that it's probably more conventional when you check raise when you have a stronger kicker than a 6, especially as the 6 gives you opportunities to turn and backdoor some straights in this particular situation.
Okay, so the raise is to 1.5 million, 900,000 to call, and seems that Balea is planning to make that call.
I really like this float, James. With the 6 of spades in your hand in particular, you can actually represent much stronger hands on later streets. If the spades start to fall, if your opponent slows down, they might just have pure bluffs that you can get to fold as well.
Makes the call, and we go to the turn. I'm calling it, Nick. Action card, 4 of diamonds.
That would be quite the action card.
Oh, come on! I got the right color. I didn't get the right suit, but I got the right color.
The commentator's curse strikes again. James Hardigan is to blame. It is a turn straight for Balea. And as I said, Jorgna now has the straight draw to go with his 10, so he's going to be even more sticky in these situations.
Of course, so 0%. He cannot win the pot outright. But of course, a rivered 7 would chop it. I mean, a deuce would be disastrous for him. In fact, a 10 or a 6 would also be disastrous on the river.
Yeah, I think the 10 more disastrous than the 6 because, of course, he might give Balea some straights if a 6 falls, but the trips are really hard to get away from without losing some more.
So having check raised flop, Jorgna barrels turn for 2.6.
Yeah, full 50% pot on the turn, and there's so much in the middle now. I mean, heads up, EPT main event, you just turn the nuts and you're getting led into. It feels pretty fantastic, James.
And remember, this heads-up battle is worth a huge amount of money. They both locked up 780K, but the winner gets 1.17 million. And before you ask, no deal, because deals aren't allowed under French gaming law.
Balea not interested in a deal when he's got the nuts on the turn. I'll take all of it, thank you very much. So
you know what?
Yep.
I'm feeling another prediction.
Okay.
I think it's always coming 7.
Oh, man.
I think we're going to see a river 7. I think we're going to see another dramatic chop.
That would be pretty wild. I mean, this is just this card is such a strangely actiony card. Actually, it's so weird how the 4, seemingly innocuous, just creates so much more additional action. If he just flats, SPR is still above 1, James, so it might be tricky to get the rest in on the river. But if we see Jorgna lead river after having called the turn from Balea, it's going to easily go in. SPR way less than 1. Looks like he's going to try and raise right here, right now, though. That's one way to do it.
So Jorgna leading for 2.6. Balea raising. And just going to verify the size of this raise. 5.6.
Yeah, very small raise.
4.6, sorry.
I think he was thinking along the lines that I was thinking on the turn here, James. He's going, how do I get the whole stack on the river? And if he doesn't raise right now, there's not always going to be SPR less than 1, which is one of the easiest ways to guarantee an all-in less than pot. And he's made it a size that Jorgna just can't fold. I mean, you have top pair and you have the straight draw.
Yeah, and of course, he can't see that one of his straight draws is no good and the other would just chop the pot, so...
It's just too small for him to fold because he's thinking his opponent might have a strong hand here, but he's thinking his straight's going to be live a lot of the time if he can get there on the river.
Time bank cards being played by both players. Remember, the shot clock continues, 30 seconds per decision. You need more thinking time. Play those time bank cards. Buy yourself an additional 30. Well, that is a call. This hand is going to the river. We have got 16.2 in the middle. Jorgna's got 9.3 behind. And I'm telling you, it's always coming 7. We are going to be singing. This is going to be a chop pot.
That would be another very dramatic chop pot, the second of today, in fact, if we see that card fall.
River card. Here's the 4 of clubs, pairing the board. Okay, so my prediction of the turn was substantially better than my prediction of the river. But what is interesting here is action is on Jorgna. Can he make some kind of blocker bet here?
This is so weird. SPR is so low now, guys. He's got 9.3 million behind. There's already 16 in the middle. I mean, I think Jorgna just wants to try to get to showdown as often as possible. I mean, so many spade draws have bricked. Some of the hands Balea might semi-bluff raise the turn have bricked as well. You know, what if he had like ace-6 of spades or something like that? I don't know. Maybe that's a card he might just... I'm not even sure if he'd play it like that, but in any case, Jorgna obviously has a hand that can win at showdown quite easily. I'm assuming he's going to just check here.
He moves all in.
What?
And Balea cannot fold this, surely. This is an HTC situation. This has to call. I know the board's paired, but his hand's too strong.
That was so unexpected from Jorgna. He has so much showdown. Is he kind of turning his hand into a bluff, James?
Balea asked for a count. I don't see how he can possibly...
I don't think I can fold this one.
He doesn't think he can fold. I don't think he can fold. HTC plays here. And if/when Balea makes this call, we will have our winner. Makes the call, and it's over.
Congratulations.
Year of Romania. We have our first ever Romanian winner on the PokerStars European Poker Tour. Razvan Balea takes down the first ever EPT Paris main event. Peter Jorgna is the runner-up for 780 grand. Razvan Balea, who qualified for $530, will cash out for $1.17 million.
Wow, what a result. Year of Romania.
Congratulated by his wife Andrea and his friends, other members of the Romanian poker community on the rail.
Wow, what a final hand, James. What a final hand here in Paris.
My dog wants to say hi as well.
The first ever EPT winner from Romania. Razvan Balea, welcome to Poker in the Ears.
Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. Thank you for being here. The Year of Romania is real. And I just got to know, look, I know we talked a little bit right after the event. You're on stage. Obviously, we did a quick interview there. We might retread some of the same ground. But look, I don't admit to this often, but I've been saying it's the Year of Romania for a long time. And you're the guy that did it. You did it, man.
Yeah.
That's got to feel great.
Yeah, it's amazing. Actually, I just thought about it, but yeah, it's like a dream now. And it's a dream come true. And now I just want to take it a bit easy because a lot of stuff are coming to me now, you know, like media attention and friends and all over. Yeah, so I'm really happy that I managed to do this.
I mean, I was going to say enjoy the attention, but I also completely understand where you're coming from about wanting to take it easy, because you are someone who works really hard at this game. You are a grinder. You put in a lot of hours as a player. You study the game. You put in a lot of hours learning about poker, and you're a poker coach as well. How do you have time to do anything else?
Not much time. I don't have much time to do anything else, but now I hope I will have some time as well, more time than before, because now I achieved something great, and now I have some money as well, and I can do more stuff with my life as well. Yeah, it's pretty hard to be a poker player these days, but it's amazing. It's amazing when you achieve great things, and now my dog wants to say hi as well.
Oh wow! Look at that pooch.
This is Ace.
This is
my
Ace the dog.
Oh right, Ace,
Yeah.
of course. Yes.
This is my ace from my from my hand.
Oh, ace up your
when
sleeve.
When I need an ace on the river, I call him.
Oh, fantastic!
Very cute. So I know that I'm sure part of your approach and part of your coaching would be to teach players to keep their emotions in check, right? It's something that all poker players have to do. Obviously, keeping the bad emotions in check is what's most important. While you were having that sun run, were you allowing yourself to feel the good, positive emotions, or is it still no emotions?
Yeah, I think you need to accept every emotion that is coming to you, right? So I learned during these years, and especially last 2 years, that I had a lot of emotions while playing, while studying. So I learned how to accept them, and this is the most important thing, I think, not only in poker. So if an emotion comes to you, just stay with it a bit, because you can't avoid it. You can't do. I had times that I was playing some games after a bad session, for example, just to forget what was going on. But I learned that you need to accept it first, and then it will go away, and you need to be prepared for what is coming, right?
Yeah. Overall, looking back at it, are you happy with how you played? Do you look back and say, wow, I made a lot of mistakes and I was just very fortunate? Or do you actually think this was one of the best tournaments I've ever played from a theoretical point of view?
Yeah, I think this one was the best tournaments I ever played, for sure.
Excellent.
And yeah, and the best focus I ever had in a tournament.
Yeah.
For sure.
And of course, we have to talk about the final hand. And I always find it much more interesting when the final hand does play through the streets. You know, often it's a coin flip, it's an all-in pre, and yes, it's dramatic, yes, it's suspenseful, but when it comes down to that river decision, it just makes it all the more meaningful. And I just want to know what went through your head at the moment when you made that call on the river, and without showing his cards, Peter just said, congratulations.
That was, even now, it's an amazing feeling when I think about it, when he said congratulations. Yeah, it was like a fully relief, and in the same time, a big joy that I knew that time that I'm a champion, I'm an EPT champion. So yeah, I never thought to fold that hand for sure, but I wanted to take my time because it was a call for the title, right? So in general, I take pretty fast decisions because I play a lot online, so I need to take decisions more fast. I like to play fast, but that time I thought that I should properly take my time and adjust the ranges properly, and yeah, I never thought to fall for sure.
So Guillaume back up to around 120,000 as a new player arrives at our feature table.
We may have lost Benjamin Spies and Kent Lundmark, but at least we've got Florian Kostler.
Action is on, Florian.
Sunglasses and all. Classic.
Holds the king six under the gun. Daniel Guillen is out. Pocket fours for Jorma Nuutinen. And he raises. Makes it 2,400. Pocket queens for Jake Cody.
Expect to see a free bet.
5-8.
If this were Jeopardy, I would answer, what is Daniel Negreanu's listed height?
So a re-raise to 5,800. Not much of a hand for Xuan Lu. She folds. Mahonen's out, as is Ruskia Constantine. So back on Nuutinen.
See if Nuutinen wants to dig out his miner's helmet and his pickaxe, go searching for a 4.
Hi-ho, it's off to the flop we go.
Not yet.
Oh, sorry.
Nice try, pal. He's going to have to dig pretty deep considering Xuan Lu already folded a 4.
Well, that 4's not going to help him anymore. Queen, queen, 7, quads for Cody.
Huh.
Nuutinen checks.
5-5.
What is Daniel Negreanu's actual height?
Jay Cody bets 5,500.
It's likely Nuutinen will call at least one time and hope Jake's got many of the unpaired hands in his range, even though we know he's more dead than Mel Gibson's career.
He calls. And go to the turn. 5 of clubs.
Bad card for Nuutinen since it doesn't look all that scary. Not as bad as a 4 would have been, though.
Jake bets again.
Jake Cody, no fool. He's going to try to get paid on every street here. Could easily see Nuutinen calling again, thinking Jake's just barreling.
He does call. 10,500 apiece. To the river we go.
Jake's probably already trying to calculate the cost of Nuutinen's river ride to Value Town.
It's the case 4 on the river!
Oh, the price of that ticket just went up to everything you've got.
What a horrible spot for the Finn. The one card he thought he wanted to see is the one card he so did not want to see.
This is going to be a shame.
17.5.
Cody bets for value, 17,500.
Not sure if Newton is Hollywooding, but he better enjoy the camera time while he can.
I'm all in.
He shoves. You've got quads, Jake.
This is happening way too slowly for a guy with quads. Come on, Jake.
Wow. Nice river.
I'm surprised he thinks it was a nice river because actually it caused him to lose. Oh, I see what he did.
Yeah. Jake Cody gets the double up.
Jake made a really small bet there, hoping he'd get a crying call, but in classic Jake Cody fashion, he flops quads and still somehow hits the river.
He's now up to more than 151,000.
Welcome back to the PokerStars European Poker Tour in the first ever EPT Cyprus. We're at the Merit Royal Diamond Hotel Casino and Spa on day 2 of the main event, coming back from the first break of the day, just shy of 350 players from a starting field of 1,320. Just before the break, the payouts were confirmed. We've also been able to tally who the chip leaders are coming back from break. Tuan Mulder remaining a top 5 stack as day 2 continues. Yeah, prize pool of 6.4 million, more than $1 million up top, 199 players getting paid, and we expect to hit the money during the 5th and final level of the days. James Hartigan alongside Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you so much for having me.
Nick, welcome to Cyprus.
I am so excited to be here. The premises are stunning, and the field looks juicy this year.
And this new feature table looks fun. Headlined by Papo MC and a couple of former EPT champs. Alejandro Lococo is the big stack with nearly 250,000 chips, more than 120 big blinds. Anton Wick is a former EPT Copenhagen champion. Adrian Mateos is a former EPT Monte Carlo champion. Blinds are going up to 1K, 2K with a 2K big blind ante. Couple of shorties. Mateos 16 big blinds, but we've seen players bounce back some worse, Nick.
Yeah, an individual that'll know his way around a 60 big blind stack, no problems at all.
So yes, confirmation of the prize pool, $6.4 million. This event being played in USD. Min cash is worth around 8.5K. These are the payouts for the top finishers. 6-figure scores for the top 8, with the exception of the winner who gets a 7-figure score, $1,042,000. Final table will play down to a champion on Sunday. We're of course streaming every day from here on out. So if you join us on Sunday, you'll be able to watch that FT and you'll be able to watch us crown a champ who will receive that huge first prize.
Yeah, what a turnout this year. Absolutely beautiful prize pool. Very, very excited about our first ever Cyprus.
Yeah, we kind of thought that it would track along the same lines as an EPT Prague. And maybe we'd see between 1,100, 1,200 players, 1,320 total entries in this event. So
yeah,
a very impressive field size, a very impressive turnout.
Yeah, I've only been here for a few days, but the vibe on the street from the individuals I've spoken to, both regular EPT players and individuals that I've met along the way, have been saying they're loving the action, they're loving the facilities. So I wouldn't be surprised to see that number increase, and maybe we might even get closer to a Barcelona number in the future.
Mateos in his seat, 33,500, 16 big blinds. A player who's had a fair few results in the last couple of years. Alejandro Lococo, Papo MC from Team Pro, table chip leader right now. Confirmation that we have 343 players remaining as we kick off level 12 of the main event. Blinds are 1,000, 2,000 with a 2K big blind ante. 90 minutes on the clock before we take our next 20-minute break.
Well, I said good luck too, but look alive, you know?
Yeah, previous table was a little bit on the quieter side. Maybe we'll see a little bit more table talk. I mean, it is still only
This
day
is the
2,
opportunity.
James.
You know, your parents always thought that we were really slackers, we didn't amount to nothing, and I mean, it's not on TV, so, you know.
Players, thank you for your patience. We are going to restart. Blinds 1,000, 2,000.
How many times have you been to the feature table?
Dealers, you can start the game.
I don't know.
Infinite.
Not infinite, but not the thing to keep track of.
Ask Mateos how many times he's played on a feature table.
Good point.
His answer? Always.
Always. Never misses an opportunity, and we certainly don't help him in that field. He's one to watch, always.
So obviously we'll introduce ourselves to many of the players at this table as we check out the first few hands of the level. It has been folded to Rashid El Yakubi on the button. He passes. Pulver Goel with Jack 4 in the small.
Yeah, lots of sunglasses at this table. Individuals trying to cover their eyes, cover some tells. Blindy blind, Jack 4 of the offsuit variety. Honestly, is fine just to fold. Looks like he's gonna complete in the small.
And Mateos with 9-5 in the big. We'll check his option. We have a Jack 5-3 flop, all hearts. This board does give Goel the advantage, but Mateos will not dismiss it with second pair and a flush draw.
Only Mateos could have 9-5 off and still have 46% equity with the worst hand on the flop.
A bet and a call, 3K each. Turn card is the 7 of clubs. Goel now 7-3 favorite.
Yeah, really interesting spot now. Don't know if you want to continue bloating the pot with such a weak Jack with the very weak 4 kicker. And of course, no hearts, no opportunity to improve into that flush. I think 2 barrels is totally reasonable, but some players might choose to slow the action down here in lieu of bloating the pot and getting into trouble. I don't think Mateos is going to be going anywhere, though.
Tough, though. You're looking at a third of your chips here, Nick.
Yeah, you're right. Well spotted. I actually didn't see the size there. Chunkier than expected. Of course, that heart draw might be no good. I think I'm still calling, and so is Mateos.
We'll be looking to improve on the river. 9s, 5s, hearts working for him. Instead, it's the Jack of diamonds, which pairs the board and gives Goel trips.
So now, really interesting spot. Do you want to give the missed hearts an opportunity to bluff? Not to say that Mateos always would here, but you know, do you want to give the 5s an opportunity to check behind? He's all in. Rough spot here from Mateos. Obviously can have the best hand here. Plenty. Lots of missed flush draws that might have bet flop, bet turn. Potentially some ace of hearts, king of hearts, trap pre. But if anyone knows what to do, it's Adrian Mateos. He knows it's pretty close. Looking for some live tells there. A little glance to his opponent directly to his right.
Does not make the hero call with a 5. Waits for a better opportunity. Will be left with just 9 big blinds, though. There are other 2 relatively short stacks at the table. 2 players with sub-20 big blind stacks. Goel is playing nearly 60 bigs. He's around average. Average stack right now being 116,000 with 340 players remaining.
Yep, nearly half of his stack there. So now getting pretty close to the push fold zone. Being sub 10 effective. Now 8 big blinds. Once he's put in his small blind, excuse me.
Papo folding this one. This is one of the shortest stacks of the table. Stefan Lehner.
4,000.
And he's going to raise with King Jack. Sergei Lisi folds the Queen 6. Clemens Reuter, Jack 10. Round to Goel on the button. Pocket 7s.
Ooh, interesting one now, James. Bearing in mind also, of course, we have Mateos behind, who's on the shorter side as well. Big blind Anton Wieg with 220K. So I was going to say this might be a spot where you can just raise them all in. But of course, you don't want to put yourself in a tricky spot against that big blind who's got you covered necessarily. So I think flatting is pretty reasonable here. What does the big blind have? Here he is, ace-5 of hearts. It is the official sourdough suited. And he's just going to flat here as well, recognizing that shorter stack open from Lehner. So we're going 3 ways to the flop.
We are indeed. Which is King 10 deuce, so top pair for the pre-flop aggressor.
So check from the sourdough suited. I think Lehner at this point knows the idea is just to get as many chips in the pot as possible with that top pair.
Anton Wieg has a couple of backdoor draws here. Ace high is not a weak hand.
Yeah, I think he's just debating whether or not this ultra small continue with the backdoor hearts, backdoor straight draw is enough just to peel again, potentially even turn his hand into a bluff against, you know, a continuation from pocket 4s, pocket 5s. Again, maybe those smaller pairs not going to be near as often off of that lower stack, but instead opting for the raise and not going to like the response here. I think Lehner pretty much knows he's got to go busto here. Did not enter this pot to fold top pair with the jack kicker. Sub 20 effectives to start the hand. So the question is, King 10 deuce, no flush draw available. Do you just call and allow your opponent to continue blasting? I think that's my line.
Yeah, but this guy again on the short side, just 15 bigs behind.
Just thinking, you know, your opponent might do this with a hand like Queen Jack. That's a hand that could outdraw you, but you do have the jack in your hand as well, so you got a blocker situation going on there if you're in Lehner's shoes.
Does just call.
Yeah, I dig it.
And we are going heads up to the turn.
And you'll notice now 33K in the pot, 26K behind, less than pot.
10 of spades pairs the board. And it means Lehner is now a 92% favorite. So less than pot behind for Stefan Lehner here.
I might be tempted to check again, James. I mean, you kind of don't ever want to give free cards at this stage with so much dead money in there. So maybe just a really small bet here is preferred. Obviously, 10 deuce suited might still be check trapping you here. King 10 suited might still be check trapping you here. Those are combos that you might have just called within the big blind. But I think I prefer the check and just maybe give him a little bit of an opportunity to fire again on the river as a bluff, or potentially improve in a way that will get you paid with a river bet.
Well, that's the card that Anton Wieg wanted to see on the turn. It would have given him all of the draws in the world. Instead, it's too little too late. He is left with just ace high. He checks a second time.
And
Third
now,
time, actually.
Yeah, third time, and now it's value. It's value town for Laner. Unfortunately, don't think he's going to be able to get paid, though, by the ace high. I think it was just a one-and-done situation for Weeg, which I appreciate with the backdoor hard draw, backdoor flush draw against that very small continue.
Come on, Stefan. You're not a panther, you're a tiger! Grrr. Wow, checks it back.
Wow, that was unexpected. I mean, you know, it's not impossible for Weeg to have a trap here, but I feel like at some point they're probably going to want to put in a value bet on that river, but doesn't want to get any extra there. So takes the check, takes it down.
Now playing just shy of 30 big blinds. We have 336 players remaining. Average stack closing in on 120K.
Just thinking King Queen probably doesn't mind squeezing there a little bit. Obviously Ace King probably squeezes there pre-flop every single time. You're running out of combos that outkick you. And you're probably not running into a boat that often, so yeah, I don't know. Possibly a misbet there, but wants to play it safe and potentially feature table situation, just slowing it down as well. Doesn't want to make any mistakes on camera, which I can totally sympathize with.
Rakadata watching on YouTube says, bring in the clock. Of course, from the start of day 3, we will have the shot clock in play. The main reason why it's not used from the start of the tournament is it's not needed. Generally speaking, during the early levels that some people consider to be pretty inconsequential, you don't see a lot of egregious tanking. Hands tend to play quite quickly, and people don't tend to spend a huge amount of time over their decisions at this stage before they're in the money. Granted, when you get close to the bubble, sometimes you see a little bit of stalling, but that's what you have hand for hand. That eliminates that problem.
Yeah, at this point, we're pretty good at handling that kind of stuff. Tournament staff, very good for that. Mr. Lococo. Just going to defend the big here. Obviously, pretty bad shape pre-flop equity-wise, but very cheap board to see. And it is a ace-9 tray, so middle pair for Lococo. This could cost him a few chippies. I expect probably a continue from Laner quite frequently here. Plenty of hands to get value from, nice and small. Okay, went actually chunkier here than expected, 4,500. I think at this lower stack depth, I would have expected to see closer to a quarter pot, but wants to put in closer to half.
Just 3% equity for Papo MC here.
He's going to need to find a 9 on the riv. Laner slows it down, so opting for a larger size on the flop to slow down turn, which I think makes a lot of sense too. Check, check, and pocket 10 is going to take it down. Yeah, a couple nice pots here for Laner, though. So after those 2 exchanges, 35 big blinds for Stefan.
Two in a row there. More than 30 bigs now for Stefan. Clemens Reuter is now tied for the table chip leader with Alejandro Lococo. Anton Wig is also a big stack, playing more than 100 bigs. $332 remaining, average stack is 120k. 15 minutes into the 1k, 2k blind level. Action has been folded round to Apoorva Goel. 4-3 offsuit. He's out. Mateos has folded, so this is Anton Wigg on the button. Looks like he's passed. Now we're blind v blind. It's Lococo versus Lena again.
Yeah, an opportunity for a little bit of revenge here, blind v blinds. Papo is going to be calling a small blind 8-6, the offsuit variety. Middle pair for Laner, 67% favorite now, gut shot for Lococo. Laner's going to come along, seems pretty standard thus far. Cinco for Lococo would give him a really nice turn card to barrel again, but it's the King of Diamonds. Honestly, not the most ridiculous continue card for Lococo here either, though. Obviously, can still get some 7s to fold, some 4s to fold, maybe some flush draws to fold. If he wants to barrel turn here at this stack depth, though, it probably needs to be quite chunky. And James, if I know Mr. Lococo here, if I know Papo, he just finds the barrel a lot of the time here. Very aggressive player, and I'd like to see close to full pot, maybe even slightly over.
Aggressive to the point where sometimes you wonder if he's got an appointment.
Okay, I called it. 13 in the middle. That's a full pot turn continuation, and I'm here for it all day long. Really like this style. Ooh, strong call. Lots of chips in the middle now, guys.
Barry Greenstein, ace on the river, does not change the outcome of this hand.
All right, Papo, overbet shove river, easy game. Send him home.
Well, Lococo is betting, and it is enough to put Stefan Lehner all in. And now we await an awesome hero call with just a pair of 7s.
Now, guys, I don't want to say I called it, but I feel like at this point we've seen enough from Papo, and I know the way he is, and I absolutely love it. I mean, he knows his opponent probably doesn't have ace-jack, probably doesn't have ace-king, probably doesn't have king-jack, probably doesn't have pocket 4s or 7s. Probably doesn't have pocket jacks, probably doesn't have pocket kings. There's just lots and lots of hands that they would have represented differently here pre-flop, blind v blind, and therefore a very cool opportunity to just blast off. I think maybe a hand like ace-7 might be the only one that really hero calls here that plays their hand that way pre-flop, and even that might have put in a raise versus limp.
Mort's watching on Twitch says tough call to make, but kudos if he does. Kudos indeed. And a full double up. Opium thinks that Papo looks nervous, not nervous enough to dissuade Lehner from making this hero call. What a call. Puts the chips in with just a pair of 7s and gets a full double up.
I mean, guys, hats off in chat. This is unbelievable stuff. What an epic hero call.
So Stefan Lehner, who was in the danger zone a short while ago, is now playing close to 70 big blinds And Papo has dropped down to 3rd place on the leaderboard as far as this table is concerned. Still an above average stack, Nick. Still playing 82 big blinds, but not the force that he once was.
Yeah, and I mean, look, you put in a really, really good bluff. Very well timed. Your opponent finds the call. But how do you think he got those chips in the first place, chat? I reckon if he does that 100 times, he's going to get more than a 50% folds there. That was some pretty good poker from both players. What a hero call, though. Really, really incredible stuff here from Stefan Lehner.
I talked earlier on, Nick, about the fact that Papo has had some decent live scores in the last couple of years, including that final table in Vegas, but also he did win the Eureka main event at the EPT Prague series in March last year.
Correct.
Interestingly, I don't know whether you saw, but the Eureka main event here in Cyprus was won by a guy who final tabled the Estrellas main event that we covered back at EPT Barcelona.
Yes, it was Ankit Ahuja, am I correct?
Indeed, a former PokerStars employee who I think had a 4th place finish in that Estrellas main event and then won the Eureka here in Cyprus for just over $360,000.
Ahuja score for our friend Ankit.
Thank you.
And I'm here for it. Absolutely love it. Yeah, of course, one of the first times we ever saw Papo on the scene was when he took that score down in Eureka, as you said, in March of last year. That was like, oh, cool, this guy seems like a lot of fun. Instantly wins his first tournament.
I think he'd already had that World Series final table appearance before then. He was already on our radar as more than just a rapper at that point. This is Wig versus Lissy, and it is a domination situation, but it is the open-ended straight draw for Anton Wig on this 9-8-5 flop. A pretty solid piece of analysis from Olivier watching on YouTube. A very exploitative call if you know that Lococo is an over-aggressive player, but still needs balls.
You're absolutely right. Shout out to Swedish Kebab in the chat as well. Is Ratman playing? Absolutely. We've seen him in the field already. I don't know if you were watching during that segment when we did rehearsal yesterday, James, but he did come over to the table, and I insisted that he sing the song.
Oh, how lovely for you.
Yeah, it was fantastic.
Continuing to cut through this field. Now 324 players remaining, 199 of them will get paid, and we can expect to burst the money bubble later on today. El Van Dam says, I'm here for Tonka, and he's not even on the TV table. He will be later. He said at the start of the day, going to try and showcase as many of the big names and follow as many of the red spades as we can. So we had Jen Shahadi on the feature table for the first level. Got Papo now. It'll be Tonka's time later on. He's got a lot of chips. As long as he doesn't do anything stupid, there'll be plenty of time to check out that beautiful ginger beard.
Yeah, I mean, that's a tall order for Tonka sometimes, got to tell you. Pocket sevens for Wig now. Hijack. Okay, action stations. Lococo wants a piece of this. The king-queen suiting. Very nice hand to call with in position. Does so. And we're going three ways, guys. 9-5 suited decides to come along as well, which I think is very cute. Flop is Jack-Jack 9 rainbow. That big blind defend looking pretty cool now. Obviously, a little bit tricky to play out of position. Everyone checks, though. Got to give you a lot more confidence with that 9. You have the best hand. Probably want to start protecting it at this stage. Still plenty of smaller pairs that will call a bet here. Still some overcards, still some straight draws with overcards. So if you're in Reuter's spot, I think you probably want to start leading here. 50%, 60% pot seems good to me. Okay, never mind, wants to play it slow. At this point, maybe Weeg is thinking the same thing himself. Yep, he's going to fire instead. Really not too dissimilar from the 9 in this situation, right, guys? A hand that wants some protection. As I just said, some other combinations you might still get value from. Papo, 2 overcards and a gut shot. Never one to shy away. Wonder if we might actually see some aggression here again. What if he puts in a little raise? That would be quite cheeky. Looks like just a call, though, instead. Got to be hating this action, though, James.
Yeah.
Probably regretting not just firing the turn right here, right now. Probably would have done a little bit better than trying to make a decision out of position, multi-way with what is a bit of a tricky one now. And he finds the check raise instead, wants to clean it up. So raises to 15. Very cheeky little maneuver here with the 9-5.
Gut shot on 2 overs with 1 card to come. Nah. Solace 121 says hello to the stream team. Hello to you, first time chatter. Well, interestingly, Papo has made the call, Nick.
Look, he's got the low coconuts.
He is not rewarded with a card on the river that helps him. Reuter now has a lock on this. Is the covering stack as well?
I was going to say, though, at this point, he's putting, yep, now the slowdown. Can Lococo now find LeBlouf? Does not check. Yeah, no good for Lococo once more. Nice hand for Reuter, now 130 big blinds and our table chip leader.
Yeah, Reuter playing more than 130 big blinds and still have an hour to run on this blind level.
Pretty good little session here, though, James. Definitely seeing plenty of action from these guys. No shortage of drama. This is just our second session of the series so far, correct?
Correct. Day 2 of the main event. We started streaming from the start of the day, and this is only the second level. 2 of 5. 5 levels to be played today.
Yep. I love when we get the chance to follow right from the start. So much fun to see these early stages. A lot of coverage just going in really late. Final 2 tables, final table action. You don't get to see these guys playing at these ultra deep stack depths, and I think this is where a lot of players could improve upon, myself included, of course.
Raised to 4,500, flattered by the Grafton, 10-9 suited. And now Lissy with 7-6 suited. Calls as well. Reuter folds the small blind. Aliakubi is in the big blind with Queen 9. I was going to say, this hand will have to be really bad from not to call.
Yeah, Queen 9 probably good enough. Still a hand that you might get in some trouble with in a four-way coup, but off to the races we go. Let's see a flop.
Well, that flop is Queen 8-3, just the one diamond, and El Yakubi flops top pair.
I pressed reboot on the computer and now I'm just like installing one program.
Little by little. Yeah, I take a long break in the summer.
Yeah, I've been doing some business and going to the first round of that. There's a lot of things to learn. Yeah, now I'm in Vienna.
What?
Vienna still.
Yeah, I'm still in London.
We'll see for how long.
So Gutshot's going to take a shot here. Factor diamonds as well. I think I like this a lot. Yakubi 25K behind, 26K in the middle. Does he just ship it in? Does he just call? Wants to play it slow. I think that's totally fine. Like I said, multi-way can get into some trouble. And of course, the Coco still 2 acts. Never mind.
Oh, is that right? Okay.
Assuming just folded the hijack instead.
Yes.
Pre-flop. Yeah, of course. That makes a lot more sense.
To copy is always a good strategy.
Copy paste. I mean, like, I'm good friends with like that whole crew, like Rankenmeyer, Billboard, Public was, all the like.
Old schoolers.
I think I'm just going to probably expect to see a check a bunch here with the gut shot now. Yeah. Made an attempt on the flop, slows it down. No improvement.
You mean they moved here?
No, they,
Kubi, top pair, 9 kicker. Has a decision now. Does he try and extract some value? Or does he want to play it safe? I think maybe this might be a great spot for a little blocker bet. You can get called by a little bit worse, but of course also slow down the action. Even if your opponent has a strongest hand as strong as Queen 10, King Queen, they're not going to risk going broke against an 8, so you can save a few chips rather than checking and allowing those stronger hands to actually find a chunky value bet.
Yeah, that makes sense. But to work first, and then you can show all you want. If you want. Sometimes the best strategies are the most simple.
314 players now. 8 of them on the main stage at our current feature table. Andrew Mateos under the gun, down to just 8 big blinds, and of course he's about to go through the blinds, so makes his move now, all in with 7s.
Yeah, time has come.
Forget your own health as well. Oh yeah, I mean, I think that kind of falls over.
Ace-5 suited for Stefan Lehner. Bold prediction here from Owen on YouTube. Grafton is going to be champ. Will be hard, seeing as he busted day 1. Reuter folds Jack-9 on the button, so we've got the blinds to act now. Small blind out, big blind, above Goel, Ace-10.
Yeah, this might be good enough. Mateos with less than 10. Close to 9 bigs. I might find the call here, James. An opportunity to eliminate Mateos from a poker tournament? Have you ever seen such a thing?
Wow.
Wow, that was definitely on the tighter side. Obviously, plenty of dominated aces. Got to be all in there at this point for Mateos. Doesn't want to take the risk. I think he's happy to see the fold, too.
Okay, hand. Not premium, but okay.
Well, Mateos now has to play through the blinds. In fact, on his next hand, Nick, he has to post the big blind and the big blind ante.
Yeah.
Like 20% of his stack in the middle already.
Yeah, I mean, he gets a free ride because he picks that hand up there, so maybe he did prefer the flip, but no variance, just folds. See if he can find an opportunity to get it in here now.
What's the one cuisine you can't live without?
Cuisine?
Yeah, like one, like of all the world's foods, like major things, like which one would be the, like you can only pick one. You can only pick like your favorite and that's gonna be it. Like there's no more anything the rest of your life.
You ask me.
I mean, like,
because
you're first and then...
I turned vegan six weeks ago, so vegan cuisine.
Well, I mean, that's I mean, like...
okay, let's say...
I mean, like, either Turkish, Lebanese,
that's fine. That's all
Chinese,
vegan and all
Japanese,
sorts of...
Italian, French. One kitchen.
Button raise from El Yakubi with ace-7 of hearts.
Asian is too general. You have to go more specific.
It's 5?
Is tofu Japanese or Chinese?
I don't think it has a...
And Mateos calls with a dominated hand, Jack-7 of spades.
You get a lot of tofu. It's more vegetarian.
10-8-5 on the flop.
I love soy sauce.
Yep, you'll notice 13K already in the middle, Mateos with 15 behind. Is this an opportunity for a check raise, James?
Let's say Japanese. Okay.
I don't think El Yakubi's going to have any issues getting the nut flush in on the flop anyway with the 1-over card and nut flush draw. Yeah, little stop and go, snap called. Mateos in big trouble.
Absolutely. El Yakubi ahead right now with ace high, has the heart draw as well. Mateos with 4 outs. The Jack of diamonds, specifically. Any of those 3 nines.
Yeah, Mateos just wanted to stop and go right here, right now, try and maximize folds on the flop, but 16%. Not looking good for our previous EPT champ.
Quite impressive out there.
Well, that is the nut flush for El Yakubi, and that is the elimination of Adrian Mateos. We say goodbye to a former EPT champ. The man who took down Monte Carlo in 2015 is KO'd here on day 2 of the first ever EPT Cyprus main event. And we are down to 309 players.
What's your favorite cuisine? You can only pick one, like Japanese...
Thai.
Thai? Thai, that's a good choice as well.
I like Asian in general, right? That's why I said Asian in general.
Yeah, but that's such a big kitchen. Right?
Yeah.
What are you including in the Asian? Are you including Russian?
The best
Mongolian? Are you including
French.
Indian?
French?
Sorry, yeah, shoot.
Huh?
Best cook is French, my friend.
French?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think so. Sorry, with respect, with respect. My friend, please. No, with respect. Best gastronomy.
What's your favorite dish and what's your favorite?
You went to Argentina?
Like, don't get me wrong, I love the French kitchen. Like, there's nothing wrong with the French kitchen.
Ah,
but
thank you.
I'm saying,
Thank
like,
you.
for me, I will look like a hot air balloon after a year or 2 with the French kitchen. But I won't fly. Okay. That's the problem. So I gotta pick one that actually like gets the job done for me, right? I will be sad, you know. I really will be sad. But I will be sad for a lot of kitchens. Okay, you got French. Yeah. Anyone else?
Aces.
He has aces.
So that's it.
I said already, right?
Oh yeah, you did.
So Papo is open with Queen Jack under the gun, and it's a 3-bet from, let's see, with the aces.
I think I changed my mind just here on this trip because the buffet was just so, like, it just has everything. So I changed from, I was between Japanese and Chinese, and it's kept ping-ponging back and forth. And then coming here, I'm like, oh, you know, Turkish Mediterranean probably like would be the one that I'm going to be happy every single day. Like very high quality. I can mix my diets as I want. There's nothing missing.
Anton Wick, fan of the buffet at the Merit.
I'm also a fan of the buffet here at the Merit.
Yeah, I do.
And yes, important to highlight that we've got the sickest and classicest of coolers unfolding at the feature table, because Rashid El Yacoubi has picked up kings.
It's like close to the...
Aschmarkt or Brunnenmarkt?
Close to Josefstadt, like across the Goethe.
I think it's Brunnenmarkt.
Yeah.
No.
Papa's looking at this like, how can I out aggression this spot? Like he's just desperately searching at all times for a way to find a way to be more aggressive than his opponents. But I think he knows he just needs to get out of the way here.
I have a very good Mexican where you can eat vegan.
Really?
Yeah. It's called Comal.
Which district?
In the 8th, well, border of 7th and 8th.
Maybe I saw one card.
7th, 8th, and 1st district.
So the all-in, the fold from Lococo, the snap call from Lissi, and El Yacoubi's going to need a lot of luck here to survive.
Right, the buffet here is like pretty good. I didn't know Turkish covers like so many, like, you know, variety and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And like so many healthy options. Japanese is my personal favorite.
Yeah? It's a good pick.
Doesn't get sicker than this, James. Just the setup that no one ever seems to avoid.
I love Indian as well.
Poke bowls, and like they have a lot of healthy options as well.
They do.
Yeah.
They do. It's like all the street food as well.
Oh, that is going to take some coming back from.
Do you live in India?
Ace high flop. El Yacoubi down to 1%.
Only running kings will do. Potentially the backdoor straight as well.
Drawing dead on the turn. So we just saw Rashid El Yacoubi eliminate Adrian Mateus, and on the very next hand, he himself is eliminated, running kings into aces, and we are now down to 301 players in the main event.
2 kings, 2 aces we have seen.
Yep. I was a little bit surprised both times.
Seat open.
It was hard. Nothing wrong.
Yep.
We see now with more than 100 big blinds. Second in chips at this table. Halfway through the level, the average stack is around 131K.
What's your kitchen? What's cooking?
I think Italian.
Italian?
I'm loving this conversation, by the way, James.
That's also gonna
What is cooking in Martika's kitchen? The oven is hot.
I think this should be a regular thing on the podcast. You know, okay, poker aside, what's cooking in your kitchen? Let him cook. Yeah, I have to echo that, though. The food here has been pretty stellar. Lots of really good options, and I think everyone's been very pleased with what we have here at the Merit.
Italian in Italy is not as cheesy though.
We have a Reuter news flash. He's raised here with ace jack.
I mean, like, Italian kitchen is really, really nice. I feel like it's quite limited on all.
And Lococo defending his big blind with a dominated hand, queen jack.
It is like cold cuts or it's like pasta.
Yeah.
Queen jack just not doing anything for Lococo at the moment. No improvement on the flop either.
I would rather pick French for the food and Italy for the coffee, because
yeah.
I don't know what happened in France with the coffee culture, but it's different. Italy, every single place.
Well, nothing for either player to be too excited about here. The disgruntled vet asks, is the 1,320 total entries including rebuys or just unique entries? It does include re-entries because this plays as a single re-entry MTT. 896 unique players, 424 re-entries.
Do you recall how many re-entries we allowed in Barcelona?
EPT main events are always the same. EPT main event used to be a freeze-out, which I'm not going to lie, is my preference for a championship event.
Yep.
The compromise was to go to single re-entry, which I can just about live with, and that's always been the case. No EPT has ever allowed more than a single re-entry.
Gotcha.
Side events, different kettle of fish.
Slovenia I passed by once, like driving to. It's like lot of
3, 4, 5, 6, 8. There's no straight on the board, but Lococo can bluff this all day long, and I think that's what he's going to try and do. Imagine catching Papo bluffing, unreal. Snap fold. And Queen Jack this time comes good for our friends Lococo.
One of those teams that always get beat with like 5-0 in the qualifier.
You are correct, Optimus Clang. The PCA allowed multiple re-entries, but the PCA is not, certainly this year, was not an EPT main event. It is now detached from this tour. Wow, we lost an EPT champion from that seat, but another former champion is taking it. It's Yuri Rocky Gilboa, who won EPT Sochi in 2019.
Like a t-shirt, yeah. I won with this EPT. Yeah, I know. So.
Back in the mix. Welcome to the table.
And yes, he was wearing that t-shirt when he won his EPT title.
Every time he comes to an EPT, he has to take it out of the frame that's in the wall, make sure it absolutely has never been washed, put it back on, return to the tables, place it back in the frame when done.
And he has a fish on the
Lucky
road,
t-shirt activated.
There's a bear like going for his fish.
You want to fish in the river.
And then it says, the text says, that feeling before you do something incredibly stupid.
Reuter has the James and Joe JHJS.
He wasn't in the tournament for a long time, but I appreciated the t-shirt.
5 res, 4,500.
And the sum.
Raises to 4.5K. Anton Wigg has had a lot of fun discussing global cuisine. Folds the 8-6 on the button.
Which EPT did you win? Which EPT did you win?
Sochi, 2019.
Sochi. Never been. How is Sochi? It's a place.
It's a very nice place, one nice location, and very good casino. But because of the war, it's good that they stop the war.
For sure. Yeah, I'm just curious. I'm curious how it was. I really like inquiring.
Jimmy R asks, is the buy-in 5,000 euros? For most EPTs, yes. But interestingly, we are playing in US dollars here at the Merit Royal Diamond Hotel and Casino and Spa. So it's 5,300 USD rather than 5,300 EUR.
Bargain. Absolute bargain.
I think the two currencies are still pretty close at the moment, aren't they?
We're joking. When I first moved to the UK, I think it was $2 to the pound.
Yes. I think this may be the first EPT played on European soil that's played in US dollars. There was a time when the PCA was part of the European Poker Tour, and that was a USD event, but I don't think we've had a European event that's not played in euros or pounds or any other European currency, as we see. Lococo with ace-queen. Gilboa has opened with kings.
Yeah, this could get tricky. If we know Papo like we do, he's going to find a 3-bet here, and he's going to make it 14K, so that's even more than a 3x versus that initial 2x open. Gilboa here with 44 big blinds after putting in that raise has just come to the table. A little welcome to the table.
In your face, Papo.
49.
Gilboa responds with a 4-bet.
Yeah, absolutely no messing around here. Hopefully.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Papo is also very good at reading people, and I think Gilboa was telling him directly to his face there, I have an absolute monster. And he shows it.
Me too. Maybe it did.
55 bigs for the former EPT champ.
Yeah, just wondering if maybe he could have slowed it down just a tad there. I think everything about his body language was just saying, I got kings and I don't want to see a flop. He was slamming that money in. Which is, you know, a good way to take down pots pre-flop, but if you want to win tournaments, sometimes you got to get in there and get a little bit sneaky. Try and entice a little bit more action from those big hands.
8, raise, 4,000.
So back in the mix now, Gilboa, pocket sixes, UTG. Just deciding what he wants to do with the tens here.
10, 3 raise.
Wants to 3-bet from that position. I think you could probably go both ways. I think flatting and 3-betting here is fine. Generally speaking, don't want to go multi-way with a hand like pocket tens, so hijack seems like a nice spot to have some 3-betting, of course. Lissy in the small blind with the king nine suited. Seen quite a lot of action from early position. Probably wants to get out of the way here. And Gilboa's trying to flop a set, baby. Let's go.
Oh, better than a set. Gilboa flops quads. And it's undercards to Wig's pair.
I apologize. I had it wrong. He was trying to flop quads, chat. Oh, wow. What an absolutely monster flop for Gilboa. I just don't ever see it. Stunning stuff here.
Checks the action to Wig,
10,000.
who continues, has the pre-flop betting lead after 3-betting Gilboa pre. Now, to quote the T-shirt, it ain't over till it's over. Wig could catch running tens.
I'm glad to see him slow it down here, though, James, right? Like, you know, we saw him very aggressive with those kings pre-flop, but now trying to appear a little bit more weak. And obviously, when you make quads, you're not really afraid of taking a beat, but...
So Gilboa checks. Does Wig bet again? No, checks it back. Barry Greenstein makes an appearance, and this board is now not looking so good for tens.
All right, now watch the body language here, guys. Slaps it in.
Yeah, this seems like a very confident bet. Didn't even hesitate, didn't even think. Grab a bit of blue, shove that in, get paid, jobs are good.
That's definitely the body language I'm getting. How much you want to bet he shows?
I would put a sizable amount of money on Anton Wig folding and Yuri snap flashing those sixes.
He couldn't help but show the kings. Do you think there's any chance?
You've got to
he's not
show
showing
quads. You have to show quads.
Yeah, the ace obviously going to be an interesting river to play around here because we concerned about the ace as well.
There's the fold.
Yeah.
Show them. Show it.
Is it the slow roll?
You will not believe what nuts I have. I should show it.
Hey, you knew it.
I would have bet my house on it. I bet my entire
You knew it.
Let's check back.
I really wanted to board up. I thought.
It would have been, yeah.
I thought I wanted to board up.
Kudos to Weeg there, losing the minimum as well. Nice work,
Yeah.
bud. Nice work. I'll go 2 pair. Sixes and sixes.
We've all played against that guy.
No, it's good play.
That's 4 sixes.
I never have luck.
I don't know,
This
use
time-
good maths,
this time
boysy.
kings, I broke.
That's the way it goes sometimes, right?
Fewer than 300 players now. 293 remain. Ace-8 for Reuter in the small blind.
They like 100?
Yeah.
8,000.
5 res, 8,000.
Raise and take it. And 35 minutes left on this blind level. Just over half an hour until the second break of the day.
Where do you live in India?
Live in Goa.
Goa?
Yeah. Part of it is
I wanted to visit India. Where should I go?
Goa.
Goa,
Only-
definitely.
Goa?
Yeah. I mean, it's a
You've been
coastal.
I think we might have a new player coming in shortly, Nick.
Probably wanna.
Yeah, in India I was
Probably
6
really-
times.
really nice
If you go to Goa, the best beach is Palolam
Yeah, it's in
and
south.
Patanam. Palolam and Patanam, the two nicest beaches.
Do you agree?
There are a lot of beaches in Goa.
That's a politically correct answer. Okay.
No, but Palolam and the Patanam is
It's
very
beautiful.
quiet,
Palolam
it's
is very
nice, and
beautiful.
the other very crowded, very.
Yeah, you don't want that. You don't want that. That's nice.
Stefan Lehner has opened here with ace-jack. It's round to Reuter on the button. Folds the
Not all
10-3.
In Goa I was 3 times, but.
Goel in the small blind.
Business or vacation?
When your business is vacation.
No, my business, I'm a lawyer in malpractice. So I cannot go to India for malpractice.
What kind of law do you practice?
Malpractice.
Okay.
Against hospitals.
Interesting.
Negligence.
And where?
In Israel.
In Israel, okay.
So another raise and take it situation. And the new player coming to the feature table is a guy who we saw in Monte Carlo earlier this year. It's Maduka Marigal, who was 9th place finisher in the EPT Monte Carlo main event. And of course, earlier on today, we had another player from that final table, Joachim Haraldstad, on the main stage. Hashtag fun fact, he busted shortly after leaving the feature table. But Marigal's still in, and he's now here.
Yeah, after all these years, got such a roster of faces returning to the felts and duking it out here on the EPT stage.
Goel with queen at 4 of hearts.
It's legal?
Limps.
And Yuri just asking, is he allowed to limp the button? I didn't think that was a thing anymore.
Sorry.
Thank you.
All right, so a call from the small blind wants to complete. He's got a little grin on his face. And pocket kings, big blind's going to try an ISO here.
There we go. Let's see. It was like not speeding. He was going a little too slow. Since you asked if it was legal, and you're a lawyer, I guess.
Where are you from?
Sweden.
Where in Sweden? Stockholm?
Stockholm, country boy. I grew up on the countryside, and then I moved into Stockholm, and I was like 20, and I was like, ooh, city life, nice.
I love Stockholm.
It's a beautiful city, really, really nice.
It's so cold in winter.
It's not about the cold. The cold I don't mind. It's the darkness.
Okay.
The darkness is what really gets you. Like,
Yeah, I guess so.
You can have like 2 months, and it's just like cloudy, like gray cloudy, and the sun behind the clouds set us at 3 p.m. And you're just like.
Five, raise 4,500.
Noita's raise with ace-9.
14.
Re-raised by Marigal, who's got ace-10.
Yeah, it's quite a big portion of the stack, though, here, James. Only 15 bigs behind. I think it's just going to work.
Take care when you... Oh, yeah, yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Nice work there from our ambassador.
Let me
Just
know what he's
reminding his friends to be careful how they're going to expose their cards so no information is shared.
What is Stapleton? Stapleton?
Yeah.
You know.
Stapleton.
Who made the commentary?
Yeah, who makes the commentary?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
Right, that's it. For the first time ever, banned from an EPT.
I will speak to tournament director Toby Stone, and I will have Anton Wigg removed from the field.
Yep, thank you very much. Outrageous behavior. And number 54 underway, and onto the gun, Lisi.
Under the gun raise to 4,000. Goel in the hijack passes. Gilboa is in. Jack 10.
Yeah, I think Jack 10 suited here makes a lot of sense. I don't know if Jack 10 off is a little bit too wide from this position, James. It's going to be dominated quite often. Also, lots of aggressive players behind who can put on squeezes that'll force you out of the pot very frequently. And the flop is 6-5-9 Rainbow.
Yep, so ace high, still the best hand.
It's difficult to play this one, though, guys. Ace-Jack into that kind of a texture when your opponent's calling. Obviously, they'll have 5s, they'll have 6s, they'll have 7s, they'll have 8s, they'll have 9s. Wouldn't be surprised to see a check here from Lisi. Yeah, I like it, too. It's just so difficult to find a way around a bet call on the flop unless you immediately improve. And, of course, you can always check and improve.
Bad card for Gilboa.
And now you really want to pile it in. You missed your flop bet. Let's make it like 10K to go. Just shy of full pot feels good to me. Gonna really punish some of those Jack 10s, King Jack combos, maybe some Queen 10s. Those all make sense as a call in position too, so why not? Oh yeah, I like this.
So 13,000 in the middle. And even before the bet size has been verified, 9.5K, Gilboa makes the call.
Yep, I'm a fan. I like it. Let's go to a river.
Well, the ace kicker is playing.
Now you can really take him to the cleaners, James. I think at this point, you probably are going to get paid more by a made hand than there will be misdraws that will bluff, because, of course, no flush draw on the turn. Queen 10 probably not that brave about bluffing once you put in a chunky bet on the turn, so I think you just try and get max value from maybe pocket ace, maybe pocket sevens, maybe a 9, maybe a jack, and I think you just go really big here. I think close to 30K would be really, really cute for me.
25.
Yeah, it goes for 25K.
Yeah, I love that. I love that.
And Gilboa has not snap called. He does tend to make decisions very quickly. Serdar predicts Gilboa's going to move all in and Lisi will fold.
Does this look like a man who was beaten by jacks? Wow, very nice fold there. Not an easy one to make. Gilboa puts it all together.
Manages to get away from it on the river. Referenced our former feature table and the fate of Joachim Haraldstad. Another player from that feature table earlier today was Jen Shahadi. Sad news, Jen was eliminated a short while ago. Shoved ace-jack into aces and did not improve.
Yeah, GG's to Jen.
Aces for Anton Wick.
Had no shortage of big hands on this table so far during the session. And doesn't look like he's going to get any action from Lococo.
Obviously, Anton was talking on earlier, Nick, about the player buffet here at the Merit, which you yourself said offers an amazing array of foods. And I think the key reason why everyone loves this buffet, and the reason why so many players have been enjoying themselves here at EPT Cyprus, is because that buffet is free.
It's all inclusive.
Okay, it's all inclusive as far as the hotel is concerned. You're right.
But yes, also free buffet for players as well.
And just to be clear, that's a free buffet for players with no money coming out of the prize pool. As we see Lisi decide what to do with Jack 3 here.
Raises to 23,000.
Oh dear. Timing's a little bit off. I mean, I like this move. It's got moxie. It's got spirit. Alas, when your opponent has aces, it makes you look like a bit of a fool.
Kid's got moxie. So let's take a look now at Weig's situation. 174K behind, very, very deep indeed. 87 big blinds after putting in that initial raise. I think at this stack depth, you just want a 4-bet. So we're talking like 50K here, something in that region.
Re-raise 48,000.
Yep, 48K.
And fold, fold. Next hand, move on. By the way, for those of you suffering FOMO, I cannot offer you free food at home, but I can offer you the mini EPT Cyprus online series, which is running every day that we're streaming from this leg of the European Poker Tour. 3 tournaments every day across the 5 days of this series, $60,000 in added value. Power Path tickets added to the prize pool of every single MTT. And on Sunday, we're going to have the mini main events. There are 2 of them, a $5.50 mini main and a $55 mini main. Both those tournaments on Sunday will award a gold Power Pass to the winner, which, as you know, Nick, could be redeemed for an EPT Prague package. It's worth $10,000.
Yeah, very, very high value and lots of added value in those tournaments, so definitely give them a look, gang. Love to jump into some of those bad boys.
And I did say on the most recent Poker in the Years podcast, when it comes to the mini EPT Prague online series, as Christmas will just be around the corner, might consider adding a couple of free rolls to the schedule. Because I know you guys love your free rolls. I think 60K in added value should be enough. But if you want free-to-play games as well, maybe we can make that happen next time we run an online series during an EPT live stream.
Yeah, if you behave yourselves in the chat.
Yes. Very good. Very, very good rule.
Play more hands with a shorter stack. I know. Last like 3 hand, I started the day with 195. With 3 hand, yeah.
20 minutes left on the level, 20 minutes until the second break of the day. 285 players remaining, average stack just shy of 140K.
Hand number 57, UTG +1, Gilboa, ace 8 of clubs, excuse me. Pretty wide big blind defend here from Marigal. Does flop best though.
Oh, that was Masato Yokosawa.
Masato. Wow, really quick action. Gonna try and get some value now on the riv.
3-pair. Gilboa made the call on the river there, paid off that value bet of 6,000 as we move on to the next hand. Tom Maddox, watching on YouTube, says, please, no chat pro Saturday. I'm begging, I can't handle it again. You can't handle it again? Okay, I'm a great believer in democracy. I'm going to do one of those things that Elon always does and just do a random poll and agree to abide by the results. Guarantee, not guaranteed. What would you prefer? A couple of free rolls during the mini EPT Prague series, or Chat Pro Saturday?
Oh, no, see, that's not right. You can't do that.
Yes, I can. I just did it.
I want this to be a democratic vote. Would you like A or would you like A? Those are your options.
And this will work on the honor system. Americans, you don't get a say.
Don't answer that, chat. Anybody who actually answers that question, you're part of the problem. Don't do it.
4 calls. 5 6
Papo back in action here, opening with Queen Jack. Flattered by Lissy with Ace Jack. Flattered by Goel with 8-4 of clubs, and we're going 3-way to the flop.
Man, how many times has Papo been dealt Queen Jack off in the last 20 minutes? Oh, there you go. That's an improver, though. Domination rotation on the flop.
I guess malpractice translates to well to poker.
Law itself, it's very similar to poker. A lot of area in the law similar to poker.
You mean stalling, right?
Especially the
1 bet. 5
decision.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I couldn't help myself with the stalling joke. Yeah, right? Like, you gotta keep people honest. It's a strategy. What else?
4 calls. 7 5.
All right, so a bet and a call. Lissy wants to float with ace high, backdoor diamonds, backdoor straight draws.
If you break the law, sometimes if you have a good enough attorney,
Papo's got to be concerned about trip 9s here once in a while. I think we see a check here a bunch. We do.
Just helping two people.
I understand. I was making conversation. That's good. I like to hear that. I met a Russian law professor from Harvard at a flight once, and he was practicing criminal law. And I asked him, like, would you advise someone to go into law? And he just looked at me with his eyes, like straight in my eyes, and he said, don't get into law. It's dirty business. So, yeah.
Goodman style, huh?
Yeah. I mean, this man was a boss, right? Like, super boss.
Bit of a weird spot for Lissy here. He's like, do I turn my hand into a bluff when I've got such significant showdown?
Still has one card to come.
Tough job.
Yep, decides to check. I think that makes a lot of sense. His hand's somewhat under-repped here, but it's one of those runouts, James.
Again, this could be a situation where if Lococo makes a value bet, Ace High pays it off. Instead, Lococo checks.
Wow.
Lissy checks behind.
I mean, I was really surprised to see that, James. You know, backdoor clubs came in. He makes the boat, very well disguised hand, but also has that notorious sort of table image that should get him paid in those situations, right?
Yeah.
He's got so many people who just believe he's a highly aggressive individual. Why not use that to your advantage, put in a chunky bet there and try and get paid?
Oh, there's Masato Yokosawa again. Oh, I think he's been eliminated. I think he's been knocked out. Oh, he's sad. He's crying.
So sad. 280 players left. 199 in the money. Busted.
Oh.
Bye-bye, EPT.
Bye-bye, Masato Yokosawa. Someone needs to tell Joe. He'll be so sad when he hears this news. He's such a big Yokosawa fan.
The last Game of Thrones season was exactly the opposite, right? He rushed and rushed. You watched that?
Don't even talk about it. They're dead to me. I'm still like kicking myself for actually like finishing that season. I should have just let it go.
But that's because they didn't have the novel to take it from. So
it's not even out yet.
Yeah.
It is ruined, like, arguably the best show of all time. Like,
yeah.
It's ruined it.
Have you read the books?
No.
I can recommend them. They're so much deeper. I've read them 5 times. All books.
So,
and I don't read that much. That means a lot.
this is pretty representative of most of the votes that were cast. Bino says, so you're telling me I can get free money or I can tell Lena 900 how to play poker? Guess I'm giving Lena some lessons.
There you go. That's what we want to see, chat. Call his bluff.
The vast majority voted for Chat Pro Saturday. However, I did say guarantee, not guaranteed. I'm going to ignore the voice of the people, which means you're going to get free rolls during Prague, but you're not going to get Chat Pro Saturday unless you're on your best behavior for the next 3 days.
Yeah, keep it clean in the chat. And we'll see what we can do.
Series by Frank Herbert. Okay. And the books are like best books. I mean, like on this level where it's just like it's so infinitely epic. I can't recommend it enough. Like as an audiobook, I think it's like the perfect thing. And then what's his name? Joachim Villeneuve made a movie. The guy who made Arrival. And it's just like they're trying to squeeze too much stuff into too small of a space. So you miss the whole, like, it's a beautiful movie, like super well shot, really cool, all that type of stuff, right? But it just has no emotional attachment to it, to like the characters.
Same with Lord of the Rings, they could have made like 5 seasons. Made 3 movies.
I thought, but I mean, then wasn't the time. But I think like now is really the time. They should have made the Dune into like a really like big budget series. They would have crushed it, like absolutely crushed it. Best sci-fi of all.
Are you a Dune fan, James?
I like the first movie. I was thinking that I'll need to rewatch it before the second one comes out, because I don't really remember that much of the story.
Yeah,
but I remember liking it.
I had to watch it twice anyway, and I think I got a lot more of it the second time anyway, but I think you're right. Are you a Dune fan just like the actual sci-fi?
I've never read the book. Okay. And when I was a kid, I saw the David Lynch movie and couldn't really get into it.
Didn't do anything for you, yeah. There are definitely some really, really funny special effects that they did back then.
You watch Oppenheimer? Sorry,
Well, someone just killed the conversation at the table. Did you see Oppenheimer? Silence from everyone.
Who didn't see Oppenheimer? Come on, guys.
No one at this poker table, apparently.
Apparently not.
Queen Jack 10 it is. A straighty board it is. Top pair and the straight draw for Lococo, but of course it is the made straight as things stand for Marigal.
8, 9, 10, Jack, Queen. That's 5 in a row.
And of course, the flush draw for Anton Wigg. I mean, look at the percentages. They're running pretty close right now.
It's pretty nasty when you flop a straight and you're only 45%, but if you want action, this is one way to do it. Mr. Wigg with the flush draw. Just lets it go right here, right now. And Papo top pair, blocking clubs, backdoor flush draw, and the straight draw going absolutely nowhere.
8.5K each. And the straight is holding. Marigold now better than a 4-1 favorite.
Yeah, don't slow down now. 21,000 to 33.5.
$21,000 apiece. And Papo is going to need to improve on the river. Marigold with significantly less than pot behind. Board bricks out for Papo. He's checked already. Marigold insta all in.
Wow, just snaps it in.
30,500.
Within 10%.
Yeah.
Just snaps it in there.
So Marigold bet flop, bet turn, shoves river.
Yeah.
You have top pair, but how comfortable are you feeling about that queen right now?
Yeah, not good at all. I mean, the thing is, James, it's only about half pot on the river.
One call.
And Lococo makes the call, pays it off. And over the course of this session, Nick, Alejandro Lococo has gone from being the table chip leader to the shortest stack at this table. Now, he's not a short stack per se. He's got 40 big blinds, but when we started this session, he needed 250,000 chips.
Yeah, definitely taking some significant beats here. A couple mistimed moments, couple unfortunate calls. Getting a great price on the river to call there. Unfortunately, going to cost him, but what a great spot to, what a great time to find the flop straight there for our Canadian friend, Maduka Marigal.
Gigi says Lococo, more like Lococo calling station. I like it.
Yeah, it's a stretch, but I'm into it.
English isn't his native language. I like it.
I wonder if that snap shove was a bit of a mistell, like he was trying to like look as desperate as possible.
Jacks for Stefan Lehner. Raises to 4,000. Round to the blinds, Anton Wigg in the small blind. Queen 9 of clubs. Wigg decides to 3-bet from the small. Gets a fold from Papo. I would say a frustrated fold.
Yeah, definitely looking a little bit frustrated there. Perhaps not happy with that call. And of course, this entire session, as you just said, some unfortunate pots taking Alejandro Lococo down to just 76,500 chips, about 38 bigs at this stage.
Yeah, the blind's going to go up in 5 minutes' time. That's when we hit the break.
So Lehner here, guys, 57 big blinds behind Anton Wigg, 92. I think at the stack tips, you just call a bunch.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think you want to overplay your jacks under these circumstances. Stack still very deep. Just see a flop and play that nice middling pair, higher pair in position. And that looks like top set.
Oh, wow, but it's also the flush for Wig with a redraw to a street flash.
This is some serious sickness. It doesn't get much more setup-y than this. Cold deck indeed. Thank you very much, Tom in the chat says, you never see this stuff happen live. Yep, only on Joker Stars, am I right, guys?
Wig has checked. And Lena probably feels incredibly strong right now with that set, but must be conscious of straight draw combos, single club hands, drawing to the flush.
Yeah, I think you
can't slow play this, right?
No, I think you're feeling good about betting top set here because you know there's always a way out. There's always a way to actually draw into a boat or quads. So you just bet here, and I think you definitely don't mind getting action even if they do indeed have one of these very specific combos. Still plenty of ways to win, but also other hands you get value from at the same time as well that don't. So about a quarter pot, really like this sizing, especially in a 3-bet pot. And I wonder if Weeg's intention here is to check raise.
Check and raise, as it was known back in the day.
Check and then subsequently raise.
Just a call from Anton. 3 of diamonds doesn't change anything. Wig now a 3-1 favorite.
So Laner there, 173K, but the effective stack, guys, remember is Laner, sorry, excuse me, with 90.5, excuse me. Weeg has 173K, so the effective stack here, 90.5. That's about 1.5 SPR. So just wants to size in a way where he can potentially go for all the chips on the river for less than pot. So even something like 20K here would be fine. Might want to go bigger anyway to try and protect his hand a little bit more. Maybe something closer to 35 or 40.
As sized up on the turn into a pot of 62,000, makes it 35,000. More than 50%. Anton calls. Going to the river. 132K in the middle. I was going to say Wig's got about pot behind. Lena's the effective stack though with 55K behind.
Yep.
Deuce of diamonds doesn't change anything.
And now being out of position, having called 2 streets as a check call. Oof. What do you do now? I mean, checks it back over to Laner. Is he letting him off cheap here, James? That's the thing, right? Is he giving him too many checkbacks? We've seen Laner check back that King Jack earlier as well on the King 10-10 run out. Does he want to play it safe here again?
Like the budgie, it's cheap. All in. And a call And it all happened on the flop.
Absolutely savage stuff.
Stefan Lehner eliminated on the last hand of the level. Anton Wig gets a near double up. 325k is going to come back from break with. Because that was the last hand of this session, and we are going to stick with this feature table for the next level of the day. We'll check in on Tonka a bit later on as we get close to the bubble. But these players will be returning to the main stage in just under 20 minutes' time. Wig playing 130 bigs at the new blind level. The other former EPT champ, Uri Gilboa, playing 40 bigs. And Papo MC has some work to do, Nick. Just 30 bigs now.
Yeah, absolutely. Hopefully our fellow team pro and ambassador will be able to spin it up and get back in the mix as he was at the start of the day.
Blinds will be 1,000, 2,500 with a 2.5k big blind ante. When we return from break, second break of the day. A bit later on, we'll check in on Tonka, and we'll bring you our bubble coverage on day 2 of the EPT Cyprus main event. 17 minutes on this break, and more live action, cards up action from here in Cyprus. This is the PokerStars EPT. Jorgner, welcome to the podcast.
Thank you very much. How are you guys doing?
We're doing well, and congratulations once again, to steal Joe's expression, for your second place finish in EPT Paris. I know at the time there was probably an element of disappointment, but considering where you were a year ago, to come to this point, you must realize this is a huge achievement.
Yeah, I really do, and I'm just super grateful, to be honest.
Last I saw you, you were wrestling Nick Walsh and like 3 other people in the Hyatt hotel lobby. Who won that wrestling match?
I think I finally came out on top.
I mean, you were definitely, he was definitely wrestling 2 people at the same time, and it was not easy. I mean, it was not close, I mean. They were getting their asses kicked.
I never would have doubted it in a million years. I'm guessing then that after that final table, some beverages were potentially consumed. Maybe there was a bit of celebration.
A little bit, yeah, a little bit of celebration going on.
It felt weird. I was honored to be a part of that. Thank you for accepting us and letting us hang out with you.
Oh no, that was my pleasure. Likewise, it was a great evening.
It seemed like you had look, we've been around a lot of winners and a lot of runners up, and it seemed like this was extra special for some reason. You were really sort of, it was not just you celebrating, but your whole team, everyone seemed really overjoyed with it. I mean, you seem like a successful guy before this happened.
Yeah.
Tell us about that.
The before story.
The origin story. Who is Peter Jorgner and where did he come from?
So I come from Stockholm, Sweden. I started my first business in 1994, and basically been self-employed ever since. And mostly in some kind of tech industry, internet, IT, and then financial technology. Married in the late 90s, got 3 beautiful daughters, and you know, the last venture I did, we sold that company in 2018. I worked for the buyer for 2 odd years and quit in 2020. Left Stockholm for Marbella, Spain, to retire, but it wasn't that much fun for the first couple of months. But then started investing my money in different ventures, and as you know, I picked up poker like a year ago, 10 months ago. And that's been a real blast, as you might imagine.
I want to go back to 1994. Like, you were what, like in your early 20s or at the oldest? I understand that you created some software, I think, is what your most recent thing was. But in 94, what was going on?
Yeah, so internet came. I meant to start a web agency that was going to create internet presence for companies, but that was way early. But I worked as a consultant, and eventually that morphed into an internet agency in '96, and that kept on going through the internet boom and internet crash, and I sold that company in 2007.
So you were just early on just knew that the internet was going to be a thing, and you decided that you were going to figure out how to get companies online.
Yeah, exactly.
It's incredible. What I'm intrigued to know, Peter, is when you say into your retirement that you discovered poker, I mean, are we literally talking about playing the game for the first time, or had it always been there in the background?
No, it's been there in the background. I think I've been, playing online, but it's been like, coming home from work, 11 p.m. with a bottle of wine, winning for 1 hour, then losing for 3.
Yeah.
And then segueing into some live poker, playing home games, and the local casino in Stockholm. Yeah, but not a lot. It's been more of a hobby and a losing one.
Right.
It sounds like all Peter did in Paris is win his money back.
Yeah.
So when you when the passion was truly ignited, at what point did you say, I'm actually going to take this seriously? At what point did you put together Team Jorgner?
Yeah, it's actually Team Hightower. That's my nickname.
Okay.
Wow, that's a cool nickname.
It was like 2 years ago, and I went heads up against Peter Quisthammer, who was my friend at the time, still is, of course.
The good-looking Peter.
Yeah, the good-looking, handsome Peter.
Yeah, handsome Peter, right?
Yeah, and I donked into him on the flop, and he busted me, pulled me aside, and said that I was disrespecting the beautiful game of poker by not playing to my full potential, and so that kind of sparked the initial discussion. So it's now known as my most profitable hand that I ever played. And 10 months ago, we kind of stipulated that into a contract where they would coach me, I would stake them. And we started with EPT Barcelona. And yeah, with the goal with me, my goal was, reaching a final table in one of the bigger tournaments, EPT or WSOP. But not in a million years we had actually thought that was going to happen this quick.
So you say it started in Barcelona. Which events have you played since then?
So I played Master Classics,
right,
and EPT Prague.
Okay, so this is your 4th event, Paris?
Yeah.
Wow. So that's incredibly quickly.
Yeah.
And this happened to be, as we said on the stream and just said again a few minutes ago, one of the biggest fields we've ever seen. 1,600 total entries. What was it like navigating your way through the early days?
Well, for the first time, I was actually quite comfortable because I was over average, like pretty much every day. I came out over average and played like 100 big blinds. And for the first time, I knew enough of the game that I started learning by looking at these really great players and how they acted at the table and the moves that they made. And I kind of picked up on what they were doing, and a few levels later, I could implement it. So that was I think the big difference in Paris versus other times when I was just outplayed and had no clue as to why I got outplayed. But now I realize it's, with the ranges, positions, and stack sizes, all the bits and pieces that go into it.
What sort of, I know that you have your poker coaches. What sort of training did they put you through? What was their approach?
Yeah, so basically they put together a deck, a PowerPoint deck. And basically the first slide was demystifying poker. So they kind of broke it down into bits and pieces and then built it up again ahead of Barcelona. I think we did 5 sessions before that. And then 1 session during Barcelona, and we've done 6 sessions since, 1 today actually. And and then they've been, during the festivals, just coaching me during the breaks, and yeah, giving me a lot of. I kind of use the analogy with the boxing coaches. You go into the corner, you sit on your stool. One is waving the towel, and the other one whispering in your ear. You get this guy on seat one. Don't do this versus that guy. Do more of this, less of that. Especially now in Paris, day 4, 5, and 6, they were instrumental in doing that, and they kind of put their own poker aside just to be with me and alongside me.
Well, I was going to say, because during the late stages, you spent a decent amount of time on the feature table, so I'm guessing your coaches had a lot of information to work from, and I'm guessing that the stream is useful to go back and look at key hands and key spots.
Absolutely. Yeah, very much so. And also it was an opportunity, to kind of set the other players up a little bit as well.
Yeah.
By playing unconventional in certain spots and knowing that they will watch this in half an hour, and then the next time I get the same opportunity, I'm just going to reverse the play I did before, because I knew I couldn't beat them at their game.
That's actually one of my favorite things about watching a relative amateur, a relative new person come to the game is watching the GTO wizards not know how to fight against them and sort of get a little confused by them. And that was certainly fun watching you. I guess what sort of prep went in before the final table? How late were you up the night before? Was it studying individual players or studying spots? What did you guys get into before that?
Not so much the previous night, but in the morning, because I just went to the hotel, took a sleeping pill, tried to get as much sleep as possible, and then we met a couple of hours before having breakfast, and then they had crunched the numbers during the night and washed the hands and brought the data to me. So I just got a summary on each player, each position, stack size, moves that they had made before, and the profile of each player basically. And of course I had my idea as well, and we just got to a conclusion on where we were at.
Now, we were just saying that the final table actually played a lot quicker than we thought it was going to. And there were a lot of chips still in play, but of course when there is one player at the table who has all the chips, it does change the dynamic. You must have known that when you got three-handed, when you got heads up, that it was a big, big mountain to climb and potentially overcome. Razvan was just like, clearly had a massive advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it was a bit tough, and also for me not being used to playing 6 days straight, 12 hours a day. Also a bit, I wouldn't say fatigued, but that was the day before when I fell asleep at the table. But no, but it was definitely an uphill battle.
It's one of the highlights of the Paris live stream. You completely checked out for like a minute, and the dealer having to take a time bank card from you because you didn't know the action was on you.
Yeah, that was interesting.
So you seem to me like a guy that's used to winning, right? Like you've been a winner for a long time, whatever it is, from that first business back in 1994 up and through, early retirement. Yeah. How difficult was not winning for you? Or are you able to look at this as a win also?
This is definitely a win, huge win. I also think that the correct player won. He had been, consistent throughout the final days. I think I had the right approach. I spoke to him during the breaks. A really nice guy, newly married, and this is his thing. So at the time, I didn't feel sorry at all. I saw it as a win for me, definitely. Actually, a few days later, I started thinking, oh, I got really close. But I wanted to win. Don't get me wrong. I really wanted that trophy. But Sousa made me a small one, if you saw the green.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't realize how badly you just wanted some kind of memento of the experience, just to take something away that you could have to mark the occasion. But, there are multiple events at every EPT stop, and there are other live poker events. I don't think it's going to be long before you have something genuine to put on your shelf.
Oh, I appreciate that. That would be really nice.
And on that note, what are the plans for this year, Peter? Where are you going next?
So I'm going to ESPT in Madrid.
Cool.
I think that's a week after next. And after that, I'm planning for Cannes and Monte Carlo.
Nice.
And then WSOP, EPT Barcelona, EPT Cyprus, and EPT Prague.
Wow. Already mapped out the year. Well, in that case, we will see you in Monte Carlo and look forward to catching up and seeing you wear one of... How many Rolex Yachtmaster 2s do you actually own?
2.
Just the 2, okay.
I put this on today just for you.
Oh, very nice. Very nice. Gets the James Harskin seal of approval. Peter, it was great to meet you in Paris. Congratulations once again on an amazing result, and we look forward to seeing you again in a few weeks' time.
Thank you very much.
Joey. Out of the gun, folds 5 high.
Sailboats for Nicholas Usted, opening under the gun +1 to 125,000. Fabrice Bigot, ace-3 in the hijack.
This feels like a big no.
Bigot be folding this hand.
Yeah, there's a lot of action behind. Usted raising pretty early. A nay.
Jack 3 for Jorgner. And what could he possibly be thinking about?
I don't know, but my guess is his life's pretty good. He could be just reflecting.
I mean, if he re-raises here with Jack 3, respect.
I think he's just lost in the sauce right now, honestly. This doesn't look like he's actually thinking about anything.
He does know it's his turn, right?
I think he's back now. I told you. My live reads are dead on.
That's going to cost him a time bank card.
Sorry, I'm just thinking about how great my life is.
The live reads. Nice work, Joe.
At the secondary feature table, Eugene Kachelov has moved all in with kings. Danius Ulka's re-raised in an attempt to isolate, but it's not going to work. Max Greenwood's got aces.
Holy. The last time I saw a deck this cold, Kate Winslet and Leonardo DiCaprio were sliding off it into the ocean.
Action back on Ulk.
Echo.
He calls. He puts 2 players at risk, but he is way behind. So Greenwood's tournament life is on the line, but he's got 85% equity. Kachelov is at risk. He's drawing to 1 card.
Everyone pretty much flopped dead.
No one has a spade. That'll do it. A huge pot for Greenwood, and Kachelov is busto.
Pretty nice spot to pick up aces.
Meanwhile, Max Greenwood is about to double up through Sergei Chanchev. Kings against jacks with just 1 card to come. And it's a jack!
Oh boy.
A brutal beat for Greenwood.
Kidding me? Oh. Maximum Greenwood, maximum tiltage. Don't worry, Sergey. He's not yelling about you. He'll see you at home.
Once again, blockers are so very real. Welcome back to the PokerStars European Poker Tour. EPT Cyprus from the Marriott Royal Diamond Hotel, Casino, and Spa. Joe Stapleton, Griffin Benger.
There's a spa here?
There is a spa here. It's right on this floor. Chip leaders overall, including Eduard Norel, Year of Romania, Milos Sparnskarlich, Kenny Hallert, Parker Talbot, Renat Bodanov, The top 5 stacks in the room. Over 1,300 players began this event. We are down to 267. These are the chip stacks at our feature table, which include Anton Vig and Yuri Gilboa, 2 EPT champions, as well as Alejandro Lococo, otherwise known as Papo MC.
I like our chip leader's name. It's like the European version of Roger Clemens.
Yeah, right. Reuter Clemens. Sure, I'll take it. Absolutely. Hopefully, a nicer guy than Roger Clemens. Huh?
You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, I hope he's not on performance-enhancing drugs.
Oh, boy. Prize pool. $6.4 million total in the pool of prizes. Over $1 million. That's right. We're playing for dollars here on the European Poker Tour. This one time only. 1.042 million, 650,000 for the runner-up. Make the official final table, and you are guaranteed 6 figures.
You know, maybe if it was in euros, it would just be under $1 million for first, and that would just be
probably
annoying.
Yeah, it seems like it.
So
we are coming to you live from Cyprus. Action is on a 1-hour delay today. Papo MC hooded and needs to zip up more, apparently. Looks like we're waiting to get things underway. This is a $5,000 buy-in tournament. There it is, Anton Vig, EPT champion.
big level for Big Anton. Wigga Chad.
Wigga Chad, nice. I like it. Wigged and oh no, hold on, I didn't change the right word. WDE instead of BDE.
Oh yeah.
Wig DE.
Wig. Okay, yeah.
All right, looks like we are just about ready. This is Simone Andrean in the big blind. New player to this table.
Buenos dias, Andrean.
Buenos dias, Andrean. I'll take it.
1,250 for the blinds. And you know, as you can restart again.
Did we hear that, everyone out there? Small blind 1,000, big blind 2,500, 2,500 big blind ante. 267 players remaining, which means we have lost over 1,000 players thus far. And it looks like 199 players will get paid, so we're not going to hit the bubble this level, that's for sure. Chilevin Poker says, Simone, Joe, come on, where's that Italian sass? Here's some for you. You're a band. Huh? How is that? Huh?
It's a you, Banio.
Anton Vig starting with pocket queens.
Good starting hand.
One of the best. Top 3.
Yeah.
IMO.
I like to both start and finish with pocket queens.
What do you mean start and finish?
Just, you know, I'd like to play a full hand with that hand, you know?
Oh, I see. You don't want to raise and take it.
No. I mean, technically you're still ending it there, but...
I know what you mean, though.
Yeah.
I'm with you on this one. I think Yuri Gilboa may have won his EPT the last time I was the furthest east I had ever been on the European Poker Tour. EPT Sochi. I didn't realize just how far east I was right meow until I looked it up on a map yesterday.
Yuri Gilboa, also known as the Constrictor amongst his friends.
Right. He's got the Rocky Balboa shirt. Anton with another queen, this time a queen and a jack. He's going to make it 55 hundo. And Papo MC. The sun run continues. Ace king suited.
Bit of a rough level for Lococo. This is a good start getting back.
Papo Lococo re-raising 3 bets, 17,000. Anton folds. Delmar 9885 says, totally forgot the even was live. Cool. Thank you for your comment. This person who looks like DJ Pauly D looks familiar too.
DJ Pauly D, that's who he looks like.
Yeah.
That's why he's familiar.
No, I think we've done some commentary on this.
No, we have, yeah.
On this human before.
Yeah.
This is Maduka Marigal. Here to beat that beat. If I sound a little distracted, it's because my suitcase is in the room.
Oh, that's exciting.
I don't think we made a thing of this on the air, but I'm willing to confess it now. My bag didn't make it here to the Marriott Royal Diamond Hotel, Casino, and Spa. And I've been wearing the same clothes since Sunday morning, LA time.
Yeah, and too proud to borrow any clothes from me.
Correct.
Including
Way too
underwear.
proud to wear other people's clothes. Maybe if there was someone here that had better fashion sense than me, where I felt like I was upgrading, maybe I would have traded up.
Yeah.
Like, who's really well dressed? No one, right?
No
Just
one,
no one in the poker world.
I'm looking
is
at a
really
bunch
well-dressed.
of bums. I mean, look at Patrick over there.
Everyone's just in freebie T-shirts.
Just yeah.
It's like not one T-shirt here that would be bought in a
it's just
store.
like PCA 2017 shirts
Yeah.
over there. No thanks.
I especially wasn't about to borrow underwear from people. I am commando today. I figured day 5 in the same underwear was time to just go straight up trout.
Well, yeah. I mean, you can turn them around twice. You did a turnaround at some point, right?
I didn't do the
inside out?
turnaround. Sometimes I'll do the wash them out in the sink and dry them out. But I just, not today.
I was wondering what that smell was. Goel with the 10-9 suited is going to let it go because of that 36 big blind stack, surely. And here's the Constrictor, Gilboa, raising it up with Jack 10 of clubs.
Maybe Faraz Jaka I would borrow clothes from.
Yeah.
He's a bit of a snazzy dresser.
Mm-hmm.
I'm willing to put this out there to YouTube and Twitch chat. Who do y'all think is a player worthy of borrowing clothes from? Looks like Maduka Marigal, maybe.
I had a really interesting thing, actually, that happened to me on Sunday night, leaving a party.
Okay.
That seems relevant to this conversation.
All right, pair of fours for Marigal. Go ahead.
On my way out, I couldn't find my shoes and had to borrow someone's shoes to like the host, the party hosts, you know, like a pair of flip-flops.
Okay, so can I theorize about this already?
Sure.
Someone must have taken your shoes.
So that's what I thought, and the funny part was that because it was a wedding, I wasn't really that sure which one my shoes were, so I had to go up to my girlfriend and be like, "Hey, are these my shoes?"
Sorry, can I ask another follow-up question?
Sure.
Did everyone take their shoes off at the wedding, or just you?
No,
was
this,
it a shoeless
this was like
wedding?
a house. This was an after house party.
And they made you take your shoes off?
Not made, but it was just like, yeah, it was like, you know.
Oof, I don't know. All right.
Are you like a shoes on party guy?
Yes.
Like,
Me and my girlfriend, we are homeowners, and we decided early on that we're not going to be one of those houses where we make people take their shoes off.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I have much better clubs.
Like ace queen.
Okay.
Anyways, I got a text yesterday from the host saying we found your shoes.
Found your shoes in my wife's
yeah,
bed.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So what was the story? Why were your shoes
I
missing?
haven't gotten the follow up on the story, but
Okay, I feel like that maybe the ending should have been in place before we went down this path.
what that I
I guess we'll have to follow up tomorrow. And
yeah.
I
Oh
need to
yeah.
know
Okay.
where they went.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Marigal took down that last pot, pair of fours. Good enough. Anton under the gun +1 with the king 4 suited.
Oh yeah, 330,000.
Wiggity, whack. Oh, gets a better hand to fold. Gets a worse hand to fold.
Euro Tim Riley out of the way.
Marigal in the small blind. 10-9. Jack 10 suited for Goel. Apurva Goel, another player.
Goel. Look at this. Look at, what do we have here?
Goel, son of Krypton. And that looks like a re-raise. A big re-raise too, given Goel's stack.
Yeah, this is gonna work, but
it's good timing.
I'm not crazy about doing it with this combo. It's just a hand that flops so well. But Goel deciding, you know what? I'm just gonna do that, and then he did, and it worked.
Goel gadget 3-bet? No. No.
I will say, just circling back to your clothes dilemma.
Yeah.
That it bears noting that the shirt that you have been stuck with in the last few days.
Yeah.
It just seems like a kind of like out of like an episode of Friends or something. Like Joey would his only shirt would be this one where it's like
it's mildly inappropriate.
Yeah.
It was not meant to be worn around.
Yeah, like
this setting.
You know, it's a beautiful young woman, and you know, yeah.
Her chest is covered up by ping pong paddles. You can say it. It's fine.
Yeah.
Like I said, wasn't my intent to wear it in the workplace.
Yeah. It's supposed to be your travel shirt. Now, I have to say, too, though, I'm surprised that you check your bags. But I guess you're just used to it. I don't check my bag.
Griffin.
What? Have we talked about this before?
I'm here for like 11 nights.
I guess
and
11.
I have to wear a suit.
That's true.
Like, what am I supposed to do?
Yeah. Okay, fair enough.
Also, people who we got an open here from Ace 10 suited. A call.
Minimalists that cram all their stuff.
Yeah,
into a carry-on.
people who like make it. Oh boy, we got a real hand shaping up here.
Okay, I guess we can do the poker thing.
So we got Ace Queen dominating both these two hands that have entered the pot already. And Anton looks like he's going to get attacked for early position opens, 2 hands in a row. People who make it my problem because they refuse to check a bag, like they're always like cramming their thing in the overhead.
Yeah.
And need to get there, and everything like that. I'm like, get over yourself. Just check it. Just check a bag. Reuter.
I'm pretty sure it's pronounced R-O-I, Tur.
Oh, nice. Ace-10 suited, any shot you peel, even though you might, you know, it seems pretty credible, this 3-bet, but you're suited.
I think inherently the hijack flat makes it just a bit more difficult to play. If this was just heads up, playing, you know, 115 big blinds effective, you're happily peeling a hand like this, but you're worried less you could be flatting pretty strong. You're maybe going to be up against, you know, 2 hands that are better than yours.
Yeah.
But with the sizing, I think that Anton Wig will probably still call because it's just size to fold.
Yes. ROI turn. That would have been the 2 biggest stacks at the table, 2 of the biggest stacks in the tournament.
I don't know about that. Gotta let the wheel spin in my head and see where the ball lands, right?
It's for suited.
It's green. I guess. 3 options.
A couple of hands.
Papa Wemasi going to kick things off here. 9-5 offsuit. As they say in Argentina, adios. Folds around to your boy, Roy.
Attention viewers in the main event, your tablets are now disabled.
Later.
Please call any seat opens with the table number. Once again, your tablets are
And
now
it's
disabled.
going to be
Call out the seat.
Maduka Marigal first to enter this pot. Go well. 9 deuce offsuit. Pretty easy decision there. Gilboa in the small blind. Adios. And I guess it's going to be a raise. Nope, nope. I guess that's just his face, but he does seem like perplexed. No matter what's happening.
There's also a sort of a if he dies thing going on.
Yeah. Nice fellow, that Anton Wig, but definitely intimidating.
Yeah, a bit stern for my taste.
And the flop is Jack 10-8, 2 clubs. So we've got an up and down draw and 2 overs for Marigal, but it is 2 pair for Vig. Marigal gonna continue.
Those glasses are probably real expensive, huh?
Yeah. I mean, if they're real.
Pradas?
Love a good Prada.
If you had to guess, how expensive are those glasses? Like,
they look more expensive than regular Prada glasses, so I'm gonna go $900.
Oh yeah. I also don't know if I feel like not a lot of people could pull them off.
I'm not sure he is.
That's kind of what I was implying.
He is pulling off this raise, though. Makes it 18-5. Marigal probably with... Do you just feel like you have a little too much equity here, even if you're behind?
Oh, yeah.
Can't fold.
Yeah, you're drawn to the nuts.
You'd all worried about the dirty outs?
You're not, I mean,
clubs?
you're just not betting to fold here, right? Like, if then you would just want to check. You know, you unblock everything, so you can face some check raises sometimes, and you got to be able to defend them. And listen, you're building a pot to when you do make the nuts, and that can be pretty sweet. And look, a card like that could slow down Wig if he doesn't hold a 9, which he does not.
All right, I'm being told the glasses are only 200 euros. 7 of spades on the turn, misses everybody.
And it looks, yeah, as though
this is
Anton's finding a bet.
Doesn't look like a very big one, though. 16-5, smaller than the raise was on the flop.
And yeah, does Anton Wig ever know where he's at in this hand? You know, it's not just the one combos of king queen that are the straight draws that would be calling on the flop, but the ace queens are also a double gutter, as we call them. So that would have bet called the flop as well. So just kind of setting the price, getting some value from those kind of hands that will call again, and not bloating the pot the times that your opponent does have better, like a 9 in their hand.
So brick, miss for Marigal, which I guess is better than hitting a king or a queen.
Yeah, I don't expect Anton to get greedy here and try to get some value from a jack, but he might want to do that just to sort of block bet and set the price. But he could just check and then decide whether he can withstand a bet. It's going to reach for chips, but I wouldn't expect it to be very big. Something in that 20,000 range. And look.
Less.
Even less.
Well, I don't think there's much of a chance Marigal calls. That feels weird.
God, you're good at this.
I'm 11 years in the game, pal. 11 years in the...
If you don't start...
What am I talking about? That's not even right.
That's not even,
That's not even correct. 14 years in commentary. Almost 20 years in poker.
And look at this. Is he going for it? He's doing it.
He is doing it, Peter.
Now you might be asking yourself, what does Marigal have here when it's a 9?
Ace 9.
Yep.
Pocket 9s. 9, 10.
Yeah, king 9.
Suited.
King 9 raises the cutoff. Certainly king 9 of hearts will call the raise especially, but pretty much all your king 9 combos, ace 9. Queen 9 was made on the flop and would have just called. The only hands Anton Wigger beating are those king queen and ace queen combos. Hands like an ace 5 suited.
Now I believe the consternation is real.
And look, you know, Anton was just talking about the balls bouncing around his head and trying to figure out where they'll land. And this is another perfect example. When Anton bets this small amount, and that is...
That bluff has just been snapped off.
Wow. And quick muck from Marigal. And he's wearing it, isn't he? He feels a little bit owned, I think. Would probably feel even more owned had he seen the hand.
Anton didn't even have to show, though.
Yeah.
Which is a dangerous game to play. Just mucking your hand when you get called like that. Isn't it, Griff? Can't you be angled occasionally?
Yeah, but king queen can never be winning, like that particular hand, and he really didn't want to give that information. So I'm a little surprised. I would want to maybe see what I got called with, but
sure.
That was listen, that was very impressive work from Anton Wig. That the way he played that hand was by design. That small bet on the river by design, thinking, okay, I'm betting this amount. If I get raised, some of the time I'm gonna have to call. I'll think about it, and I'll get the job done. I'll get her done.
Anton did get the job done. He's now up to almost 400,000 in chips, nearly 160 big blinds.
Pull up my bootstraps. Get her done.
Apurva Goel is going to start by limping in with 10-9 offsuit. Pocket kings for Gilboa.
Some great G names on this feature table, huh?
Yeah, we got Goel, Gilboa,
Marigal,
and that's it.
Anton Wig with 2 Gs.
Okay.
Too much?
I mean, we've got Andrian, and the D in Andrian is close to the letter G in the alphabet. It's just a few spots away. So, yeah, I see what you're saying.
I did notice that. I did notice that.
So Gilboa did put in a raise with the Kings, and Goel is going to come along for the ride with Anton Vig. 6s versus Kings versus 10-9 offsuit. And it's top pair for Goel. A delicious spot for Yuri Gilboa. IJSB, I'm going to get to your question after this hand. I'm going to let Griffin answer that one for you. Goel, C-bet to 11.5. Gilboa made it 35,000.
Yeah, not wasting any time. It was Gilboa. It looks very, very strong. You know, isolating this limp, snap raising over the flop bet. My alarm bells would be Goeling off if I were him, but frankly, the way he's played this hand, I don't know how he's going to be able to get away from it. I mean, if he's prepared to limp call raises with the 10-9 out of position on 40 big blinds, finding a full with top pair is possible.
Show one.
Just one.
Show one? Yeah.
Show two.
Oh my God, he showed the king.
Which one, though?
That's a good one, show.
All right, here's a question, Griff.
Yeah.
This is from IJSB. It says, beginner here, why do people fold this much? Why not wait till... Wait! Breaking action. Tonka involved in a hand. All-in triangle in front of Tonka. Tonka shoved on Mikhailo Demyadenko. The one with the backwards hat in the foreground next to the dealer. And Demyadenko has made the call and vacates his seat. 2 pair for Demyadenko, ace-jack. And Tonka with a better 2 pair, ace-king. And that puts Tonka at 650,000. Good enough for the overall tournament chip leader. Man, oh man, Tonka, he's just good at poker.
Listen, Tonka's a beast, but I have some observations from what I just watched.
Okay.
You know, James was joking about how maybe he's a little worse for wear today, and
yeah.
I'm pretty sure when that guy was on his way out, the gentleman who busted said good luck, and Tonka said good luck. You know, you might have to rewind the tape. But
he's saying good luck in life. I think that's fine.
Yeah.
All right, back to this question before I lose it, even though there's a hand of progress here. Why do people fold this much? Why not wait till at least the flop?
So the answer to your question is that, well, the problem with playing poor hands is that if you see too many flops with them, you're going to find yourself in situations where, let's say, you just want to see a flop with the king 5, and you put some chips in the middle and you get it in with a guy who has king jack. Well, when it comes king high on the board, you're going to lose a lot of chips. You're putting yourself in a position where you're going to find yourself with the second best hand way more often. So that's why you gotta, you know, you gotta duck and jab and not just see every flop.
Can I add to that a little bit?
Sure, yeah.
You can tell me if this is correct or not. One is that it can get quite expensive to see a lot of flops. You need to save your chips. Your chips are ammunition. And the more you have, the better you do. So you want to hold on to those for when you have good hands, first and foremost.
Yeah.
Secondly, it is much harder to connect with a flop than it looks like.
Yes. I agree. And even more of a follow-up, too, is that if you have a lot of chips and you have the kind of table that warrants it, you can definitely get more out of line and play more hands. I mean, there have been a lot of even feature tables at EPTs where I've been able to play an enormous amount of the hands because I have the kind of table that allows it turn for Goel after making that excellent fold with the top pair. Gifted with a set on the turn.
So pocket 3 is drawing dead. 8-7 drawing dead. King, Jack drawing quite thin. And betting 7,500.
Yeah, and you know, List the second really hasn't done anything wrong in this hand. I even like this sizing on the turn. It's just that Goel has hit that miracle 6.
A couple more hands like this, and we're going to need List part 3. And Goel does elect to put in a raise. Makes sense from a perspective of a fish like me. I see a lot of paint out there. I see a lot of reasons for my opponent to call. Generally, you'd hope there'd be a little stronger here than second pair, and second pair does get away from it. Puts Goel back up over 100K.
Bang, bang, bang. I like it. It's a little like Jack in the Box, you know? Takes around. Off the turn. Bang, bang.
I could have hit something.
You could have hit. Could be pocket 6s.
Fold, fold, fold, fold, fold, fold. King 10 on the button for Papo MC. Adrian. Ooh, I thought was going to fold in the small blind with Queen 8 offsuit.
Well, Lococo limped.
Well, that makes sense then, doesn't it?
Yeah, much cheaper.
My bad. I just see chips going in on the button, and I assume it's going to be a raise, and I should not assume. Because when you assume, it makes a jerk out of both of us. 3 ways to the flop. Unraised. 8-4 deuce. Pair of 8s for Andrian. Pair of deuces for List part 2.
Do you remember what we call Queen 8?
The quate.
No, the equator.
The equator.
Also, you did a good one in the Mystery Cast Challenge with Queen 8.
What did I do?
You did the Yas Queen 8 thing. For I think I texted it to you. You didn't understand it.
Oh, Fabian instead of Fabiano. It was
Yeah.
Fabian, yes. Queen 8. Yeah, jeez.
Coco is not the type to quit on pots. If we've learned anything, Coco is just going to 3-bet you.
With no pair, no draw.
Yeah, and this is
22,000.
designed for the great deal of hands that Andrian can have that are sort of semi-bluffs, check raises with some straight draws. If Lococo knew that Andrian had a hand as strong as Queen 8, probably wouldn't be doing this with the King 10. So it's really just attacking the portion of his range that might be prepared to fold maybe even a deuce or a 4 that doesn't really like playing as a check call would probably fold to that third bet on the flop. And now Lococo's found himself in another unenviable situation with just pot left. Such a tricky, levelly opponent.
2, 3, 4. Yeah, nothing really changing about this board. 8 still good.
Yeah, Lococo played that crazy hand, right? It was in the, I think it was the World Series main.
He's played a lot of crazy hands.
Yeah.
World Series main is up there for sure. Buenos dias, Andrian.
Seat 3 might look bored, but let me tell you, getting deep in an EPT main event is riveting stuff.
Yeah, we're not quite deep yet. We are approaching the bubble. I think it's going to take all of this level, probably all of the next level, and then the final level of the day. The bubble should hit.
I guess for the sake of the metaphor, it should be the bubble should burst.
Sure.
Yeah.
Whatever. That's correct, Dr. Steal Your Face. This is where you can watch world famous bubble coverage. We're just not going to be there for a few hours still, as we see Anton Vig open this pot. 9-8 suited.
I am liking Board Guy's sweater.
With the birds?
Yeah.
What is that, a heron?
I think those are herons.
Would have folded anyway.
Raising
I
ticket.
keep working on my psychic magic until I actually get someone to do it.
No.
Pika on Twitch, first time chat, says, "This is so cool. I can't believe this is live." It's not. What you just heard was a trick. I can't explain to you how it's done, but it involves a massive team working behind the scenes and mirrors. Felix99 on YouTube says the brand is called Heron Preston.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Seems a little too weird to be made up.
Is it cool?
Probably is if it's been worn at this table. Go well with King Jack. Comes in for the min raise. Ace-7 suited for Marigal in the big blind. 9-6 deuce. Nobody connects in any way. There's that gold trophy they're playing for. First ever given away at EPT Cyprus. Just saw Tonka take the tournament chip lead moments ago. Other big names still in contention for this trophy include Kaihan Mokri, Carl Shaw, Tuan Mulder, Kenny Hallert. You know what I love about poker is that maybe a year ago, Carl Shaw wouldn't have been on our list of big names.
Yeah, but now he's a guy.
Now he's a guy. Now he's somebody that we pay attention to. He's been making some deep runs and making some noise.
Also, we've invested some time into the the Fast and the Furious bit. So
The Shawverse, yeah.
You know, Kenny Hallard's probably someone that I've thought about more than anyone else in this entire field.
Why is that? Because was he at your final table?
He was in the November 9.
Yeah.
So I had 3 months to think about what Kenny was thinking, what he was going to do.
Good luck with that. Unpredictable. King 6 deuce. Marigal versus Goel. Another board that completely misses everybody. Well, less missing now. Goel with the flush draw and the up and down draw. Still losing to ace high.
You know, say what you want about the unconventional ways Goel has played his hands so far on this table. Been pretty interesting to watch.
Always a lot of fun, yeah. Goel and Marigal both.
Exotic Marigal Goel.
It's kind of like, do you remember that episode of Masters of Horror where there was a guy driving and he liked killing hitchhikers, and then he picked up a hitchhiker who liked killing drivers?
No.
That's these two.
Oh, wow. I don't believe you.
Believe that. Goel forced to open the 8 high.
Just coughs into his hands and then instantly starts picking up the chips. These are mine now. I have claimed them with my saliva.
Zoomer Finn says, I love Masters of Horror. That was a good episode. Pretty hit or miss show in general. Should have been better than it was, but some of the episodes were fantastic.
Yeah, stop sucking up your band.
Somehow I had a feeling that I have been.
Masters of Horror was this anthology show. They would get really famous horror directors to direct 1 hour horror stories. I like the Don Coscarelli episode, Moonface. That one was really cool. The one with George Wendt was cool. I don't remember who directed that one. When Murstyle says, I'm more of a Black Mirror and American Horror Story guy, what you're really doing is saying is that you're a young person and you don't remember this show. And all you remember is newer stuff, which is fine. Don't act like you see
But you're
newer
banned,
stuff.
yeah.
Yeah.
You're very banned.
Vig versus Gilboa, the classic matchup.
Oh!
The gun versus
the
big blind, top pair for Gilboa. Bottom set for Vig.
And
wait, what? Okay, yeah.
Gilboa.
Check back call.
Yeah. Meeting his match here against Ivan Drago. But what Gilboa doesn't realize is that he's Apollo Creed in this one. Throw in the damn towel!
He is the champ, so. Oh no, they're both champs.
He's like, is he like the Russian champ, Ivan Drago, I guess?
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, probably, right?
No, I just mean in this case, they're both EPT champions.
Oh. I like how quick Gilboa plays. Like, he's just like, listen, we're on TV. I'm moving on. I think he's just going to like, in fairness, this is a tough decision.
Let's go.
Oh, look at that. See how quick that was? Let's it go.
Nice bluff. Was not a bluff. I like covering your bases, though, by saying nice bluff.
Yeah.
If you can't win chips, you might as well be the moral victor.
I mean, I guess it really depends if you're a glass half full or half empty kind of person. Like, covering your bases, the way you say it, it's like you're right in both ways, but you're also kind of wrong in both ways. But if you just don't say anything, you look like a genius if you're right.
I remember there was a guy who played in the big game named Troy Howard. He was just getting completely beat up by everybody, and he was super cocky, so he was a loose cannon.
Yeah.
He was super cocky. He was just getting completely owned by every pro in every single hand. And because he was so cocky, you didn't feel bad for him at all. Like, you really rooted for a lot of the loose cannons, and this guy, you did not root for him at all. And he's up against Ike Haxton in a hand, and I think Ike raised him. And dude stares down at Ike, stares at him. Ike had pocket queens, and it had flopped a set of queens.
Strong hand.
And eventually, the guy looks at him, and he goes, "You blinked your eyes. You got a set," and then folds. And it was the only time all day he was right about anything.
That's amazing.
But it looks super boss.
And we never saw Ike Haxton on tour ever again.
That's right. Never to be seen.
His career was
or
just, yeah.
Tail between his legs.
I actually heard he never blinked again.
He just plays with his eyes peeled open now, like in Clockwork Orange. All right, we've got the hijack versus the big blind here. And I'm probably not expecting to connect super hard. But decides not to fight for every last chip in this pot.
Could have saved some money.
All right, kids, time to remind you about the miniature EPT. It's like a mini golf course. It's like regular golf, but smaller, cheaper, and more fun. 15 tournaments over the 5 days of our broadcast, 3 every single day. They start at 3:15, 6:15, and 8:15 Central European time. Buy-in starting at $1.10. It's just a fraction. Just a fraction of what the real events are going for here in Cyprus. And there's Power Path tickets added to all the tournaments. And there's mini main events for $5.50 and $55 starting on Sunday at 6:15 and 8:15 Central European time, respectively. And the winner of each of those events is going to get a gold power pass, which is good for a whole package to an EPT event. Probably Prague would be my guess. But if it's a gold power pass, I think
a whole package, you mean?
A gold power pass, yeah.
Okay.
Which means you can play basically any event, I believe, that's on any of our tours. You want to use it for NAPT, you want to use it for Prague. That's all we've got on the horizon at the moment. I'm not sure what we're allowed to announce for next year yet, but obviously there will be more stops next year as well.
You know, like just find some like casino boat 1K in Mississippi, and just like find all these tournaments.
Advantage Lococo, but going to be hard to hold on if Marigel finds a bet, but decides to check, doesn't want to find himself getting check raised on the flop here. Just going to check it down. Hoping for that jack.
There we go. Whiffs the king queen again.
And I think Lococo's going to be happy to go for a little value here. Target those ace-high river calls. We've seen Marigal call with ace-high already once before. So I think Lococo's going to try to extract a little value and is going to do so with about half-pot bet at 7,500.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't...
Going to be tough, I think, Marigal with just king, queen high, maybe more inclined with ace-high to call. But, you know, it's almost just as strong, right? Either your opponent's bluffing or they're value betting you. And does call. Does call.
Oh, not yet.
Yeah, he does.
Okay.
Oh, Yellowstone is a different place. But
He'll sleep well tonight.
Up towards the Canadian border. It's just like...
in Bosch?
What's that?
Where is it?
On the west coast.
Which state?
West coast.
Like close to Seattle
California.
or?
In the way between Vegas to LA.
Oh. No.
I'm kind of embarrassed that all these Europeans have been to Yellowstone and I haven't.
No. I mean, like, this
Do you watch that show?
The show did not grab me.
Anyways, it's like...
Good idea.
I had the best time. If you like, whatever. If you go, let me know. I have some recommendations.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, we're definitely not going for Pogad's vacation.
Yeah.
On the flight over here, British Airways had a real love affair with Taylor Sheridan, though, because not only did they have Yellowstone 1923 and 1871 all available to watch, but they also had Snow Mountain, Snow River. What's that movie called?
Wind River.
Wind River. Another Taylor Sheridan
Oh, yeah?
piece. Mayor of Kingstown, another Taylor Sheridan. Oh, the Tulsa King, another Taylor Sheridan. They had all the Taylor
I'm
Sheridan
hearing about
shows.
Tulsa King, actually.
My friend wrote on Tulsa King.
Heard it's pretty good. Did you know my brother was in Mayor of Kingstown?
I did not know that.
He had a scene with Jeremy Renner as like a
That's
SWAT
fantastic.
guy.
Yeah.
He had to put on a vest on Jeremy Renner.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. He's gonna be a star.
Reuter versus Andrian. Reuter raising from relatively early position and flopping pretty good. Should be a pretty quick hand. Indeed, it is. So I watched Wind River. I'd always wanted to see that movie because a good friend of ours, me and my buddy back in LA from way back in the day, is in Wind River. He plays the really bad guy.
Yeah, okay.
But I enjoyed the movie, even though there wasn't much to it plot-wise. I thought that the performances were really great.
Yeah, and I feel like it's one of those movies that's more like a vibe than it is, you know?
Definite vibe. Oh, I remember the other movie that I watched on the flight I wanted to talk to you about. Asteroid City.
Oh, yeah. Just not a Wes Anderson guy.
Really?
No, not really.
Maybe I'm basic, but I love Wes Anderson. It's
I don't
very
think it's
rare.
basic.
Every time I watch a Wes Anderson movie, I'm like, it takes me forever to do it. Like, I look at it like it's a chore. I'm like, oh, God, Asteroid City. All right, fine. And then I watch it. I'm like, man, why did I sleep on this for so long? It's so cute. He just puts,
I like the camp one a lot.
I saw that one rather recently.
Moonrise
also. Yeah,
Kingdom.
Moonrise
I really like
Kingdom.
Moonrise Kingdom.
I'm surprised they didn't get more flack for...
He did Rushmore too, right? I really like Rushmore.
Yeah.
a lot. That was a staple of my.
Rushmore almost ended friendships for me.
Oh
'Cause
yeah.
I dragged all my friends. We were in high school. I dragged all my friends to see Rushmore, and it wasn't like a traditional comedy. And they were all like, "What is this movie?" Because there's like 4 jokes. It's like a very subtle comedy.
Like, what are the other Wes Andersons? Yes, I didn't really get the.
My favorite is Royal Tenenbaums. I think that's a masterpiece.
Which one's that again? That's
the one with Gene Hackman.
Yeah. I saw that one, I think, even recently.
Steve Zissou is another.
Never
Wes
watched
Anderson. That one. I thought that one was okay. I mean, the Grand Budapest Hotel is phenomenal.
Yeah, I saw that, but I don't remember. Even whether I like
Darjeeling Limited.
I remember really liking Fantastic Mr. Fox, but then rewatching it and not liking it.
That one I haven't seen, actually, Fantastic Mr. Fox.
Should be named after him.
That's on Big Pocket Nines. And then the one that came right before this one I thought was excellent also, the black and white. It's like got a Battle of Algiers kind of vibe to it.
It's the one where there's like Benicio del Toro stuff.
Benicio del Toro and
it's like yeah, I saw that one too. I think I fell asleep on that.
That was fantastic also.
You know what's up.
Have you watched the 3 like mini movies that he did for Netflix that just came out?
No, I did not watch those.
They just came out in like the last 2 weeks. Anton Vig with the 9s gonna get a complete.
One customer from Reuter. 8-5 deuce, no set of 9s, but an over pair to the board is pretty good. Nick Walsh likes the Netflix ones. LC Brand asks, how did Wiggs end up with 400,000 chips? He won a series of pots, some of which had showdown, others by getting his opponent to fold.
Your question, we thank you for.
And we thank you for your question.
When was the last time you went to Goa? When was the last
Just
time
slams him with the pot.
When was the last time you went to
Says,
Goa?
you know what? I unblocked pairs here. He's going to call with a pair. Let's get our value here.
Chicken pot, chicken pot, chicken pot pie. 35 minutes left on the level. Down to 233 players. 199 is where you have to make it to get paid.
I do like me some Linklater.
What's the latest Linklater?
So it just
Linklater did what? Boyhood?
He did Boyhood.
That was pretty solid. I like that.
He did the Before trilogy.
Never seen any of those.
Ooh, you got to watch those, man. You would. I think you would really like those, actually.
It seems it isn't just people talking the whole time.
Yeah, but it's like it's incredible. It's really, really good. I watch it with Kel.
Who?
Your girlfriend.
She's not good at talkies.
No.
4 deuce, 2 spades. We got a little street flash draw for Marigal. And there's the
street flash. The
flush portion. Now we're an open-ended straight flush draw. And Gilboa does have a bigger flush draw. Quickly calls. River is the 8 of clubs. Ah.
9,000. Then you play with something like 2-4 or something like that.
Just gonna point to the.
Gilboa shows the king of spades, I believe.
Straight and flush.
Straight and flush.
Yeah, but not a straight flush. Yeah. How disappointing.
Linklater's also doing another movie that is going to take like 20 years to film. He's doing another one.
What's you really like the baseball one, right? Everybody Wants Some.
Yeah,
was that him?
That was good. Yeah, he did that. Yeah.
I didn't see that one. What about Dazed and Confused? The Wolfman chiming in about Dazed and Confused.
He did Dazed and Confused. It was surprising we failed to mention that one.
Dazed and Confused, what's funny is that, so I watched it when it came out, like when everyone was raving about it, and it did nothing for me. And then as an adult later, much later, I watched it, and I did enjoy it
Yeah.
very much. I don't think I've seen much Linklater, though, in general.
You can always link it later.
All right. Okay. Latosi says, PokerStars movie podcast when? James and I talk movies on the podcast just about every week.
James Bond movies, but they are movies.
We talk about James Bond movies for sure, but when there isn't one of those to talk about, we talk about just about everything else. Gilboa with pocket sevens. Reuter is going to 3-bet from the button with ace-10 offsuit. Gilboa fast to act.
Yeah, love it.
Calls the re-raise, and we're going to the flop, which is jack-8 deuce, ace-10 misses, sevens holding.
Snap call.
9 on the turn. Another overcard for the sevens, but does not hit Reuter. Not specifically, does give Reuter the open-ender.
Yeah, and I think this is going to be a tough card for Reuter to continue on unless he just plays it as a shove. Certainly you're going to get a hand like pocket sevens to fold, but if you think Jack X is just going to call you, if pocket nines are really a part of his range.
7, 8, 9, 10. Jack is a straight for Gilboa. Just a pair now for Reuter.
Straight, but small one.
Low end straight is good. Ship it to Yuri. Big Deal O'Neill. Get your round of applause ready, Griff. Big Deal O'Neill just binked the hot Hyper 82.
Nice. It's all going downhill from here, man.
Congrats, Big Deal O'Neill.
As queen.
Next thing you know, we'll be
No, as Jake.
calling the action for Big Deal O'Neill at NAPT Las Vegas next month.
Keep guessing.
It's fun winning those turbos on PokerStars.
I wouldn't know.
Keep guessing. Poker deuce.
It's a mystery hand.
You will see on TV.
Yeah.
I just want to try to steal the blinds, that's all.
Yes.
Haven't seen much from Lisi for a
I had a
while.
king, though.
Pocket eights.
Still
Snowmen's.
Num num.
Yeah, can't see them. Can't see them. Five?
5 out. 7 plus. 8 calls. Check.
Gilboa defending with King Jack, and I think we can all relate to this flop. The old 6-5-5 flop with King Jack. None of your suits represented.
4 bets. 5,000. 8 calls.
It's going to call.
You just see one more, but still, there you go. King Jack. Bupkis.
8 check.
And the man I like to call Least the Second is loving life here with the 2-8s. You're not too worried about your opponent improving much on this turn. You know, you block those 7-8 combos. So a lot of the time you're going to be up against hands like ace high, maybe a 6x type hand, a 6-7 and the like, which you're just crushing at this stage. But against this king-jack combo, I think Gilboa is going to beat him into the middle there with the fold. But that's the thing about, you know, emulating Rocky Balboa. It's not about how hard you hit or get hit. Something getting up again. Damn it.
I've never seen any of the Rocky movies in their entirety, unless you count Creed.
I know this.
I saw Creed.
It's not about
it's not how hard
hit.
you can hit.
It's
how
about
hard you can
get hit and keep going.
I think that's it. I'm pretty sure. I'm more of a Cinderella man guy.
Yeah. I'm more of a hurricane dude.
Reuter with the best of it. Just calls. Marigal out, Goel out, Gilboa, King 6, nah. Anton in the Vig blind. You raising my Vig blind?
I'm about to wig out, man.
You raising my wig blind? 3 aces, ace 10, ace jack, ace 8, and it is a top pair, top kicker for Lacey. Domination, rotation.
Anton Wig, of course, known as Antes Vantes online. Now tell me if this theory is too much for you.
Oh boy, yeah. I can already tell it is.
But
at least you bet 5,500. Go on.
You know, Anton Wig has not always been this. You know, he's put on some muscle in the years. And do you think once we moved to Big Ante, he felt he had to become Big Antes?
Sure. I'm sure that's what it was.
Advantage Anton Wig here on the flop. 10-3-3.
Huh?
Pardon me. Lissy has the advantage with the ace 10. Reuter gonna be ahead sometimes against the range of Lissy.
Nine of hearts on the turn. $29.5 in the middle. Lazy decides to check top pair.
Yeah, I like this check here from Lissy.
Pot control?
Well, I mean, I think some of the time you can certainly justify betting again, getting more value from your king 10s and your queen 10s. But those hands are also going to probably bet for for value. You would hate to, you know, somehow be up against something like an ace-3 suited, pocket nines that would have called the flop. Also, those hands that are floating, like your ace-jacks, your king-queens, king-jack suiteds, hands of that nature, will start betting this turn as a bluff, and that's exactly what we're seeing here from Reuter. This is a pretty significant wager.
You want this, is what you're saying.
Yeah, because Reuter now with this ace-jack is thinking, okay, how was Lissy going to react if he has 2 7s or 2 6s? You know, hands like that would bet the flop and then would be pretty scared of a bet here on the turn. So, and I tell you what, Joseph B. Stapleton.
Yep.
This heart on the river.
Listening, yep.
Going to give Reuter a lot of reasons to get real big with that bet. Those backdoor hearts have come in. We've talked about the kind of hands that might be floating this flop, the suited combos, something like a king-jack of hearts, certainly in that range.
Let's see. Let's see how in line Reuter and Benger are.
Over under 75,000.
I think that's a really good line. I'm going to take slightly under.
Okay.
I think it's going to be like 70,000.
I like it.
Wait, does 0 count?
Yeah, you can have 0.
Oh, 0 counts as under?
Yeah.
Oh, that's really fair then. Yeah, I'll definitely take the under. No shot clocks in play till they reach the money. Uh-huh.
Damn.
Did not pull the trigger. And Lisi is going to take down this pot with the pair of 10s.
You're a little hustler, you know that? You're like, does 0 count? Oh, good for you. I'm proud of you. That was nice.
Well, because if you had said no, I'm going to just go on with 0. A check.
Okay.
I had a feeling. I thought it was like 50-50.
On the actual bet, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, look at that slow dissolve, like we're watching a soap opera.
Yeah. Yeah, the production team here doesn't mess around.
Flipsy on YouTube says, poker has become so freaking boring with these slow playing guys. You know what else is boring? Comments like that. You banned. Thanks for weighing in.
Yeah, and if you feel hurt by being banned, why don't you put on a Band-Aid?
There you go. Pocket Queens. Under the gun. Buenos dias, Andrian. Dex818 says, dude was just talking facts. Why don't you join him? There you go. You can talk facts together. You banned. Maybe you can start a little Discord.
Yeah, maybe you can start a band together.
Coco defending 6-3 offsuit and luckily whiffs everything. If you're not going to hit 2, 4, 5, probably best for it to come king, king, jack, insta-fold on the flop. Matthew Nozick on YouTube. Oh. All right. Olivier's just let everyone know that They will no longer be the featured table after the break.
18 minutes and 25 seconds.
In 18 minutes, 25 seconds, there will be a break. 20 minutes after that, we will have a new featured table. And that featured table will include the one, the only, Ponka Tarker Nalbut. Tonka Marker, Parker, Tarker,
Guys, you have another 18
Parker Talbot.
Yeah.
Tonka.
Nice. Well, Tonka would be in the middle. Try again. Parker,
Tonka Talbot.
No, I'm doing it.
And Juan Pardo, Malacca style. Super high roller champion in W Coupe, super high roller champion here in Cyprus. Zuka Zellini says, words are hard. Guess what? So is understanding bits. You're banned. Caxel asked, why was he banned from expressing his opinion? I don't know. Why don't you take some time to think about it? You banned. Thanks for this, guys. I was getting a little bored myself this level. Thank you. Anybody else? Anybody else want to question my authority? Ace King of Diamonds whiffs entirely here. 5's good for now. Bottom pair for Gilboa. Sorry. Second pair on the flop for Gilboa. No good. No longer second pair either. Tarker, Ponka, Tal.
Not a straight. I did it for you.
Oh, thank you. Checks around on the river. Super happy to win this one with pocket 5s. Yeah, ship it. Parkour Talbot.
Hardcore. Parker. It's too bad Parker never got into parkour, because that'd be kind of like a...
It's never too late.
A cool nickname, right?
Could be a good rebirth for him.
Parkour Talbot?
Yeah, Parkour Talbot.
Yeah, that'd be good. Go well, go well.
Finally, you're singing some royalty-free music.
I'm not gonna lie, for a second there, I thought Andrian's shirt was also Rocky Balboa.
Does look a little bit like Sylvester Stallone, yeah.
So you think I should watch Tulsa King?
I've not seen it. I do not know. Most
hard
people really like it.
Yeah. I guess I could get down with him being, getting out of prison after a life sentence. He's like a former Crapo kind of thing.
Yeah. What's funny is that my friend who worked on it didn't have high hopes for it. Then it came out, and everyone was like, it's really fun. It's a good show.
Yeah.
So.
He wrote it, or he was a writer, or he was a
writer on the show, yeah.
Yeah.
There's writing teams. Because what happens is Yellowstone was such a big hit, and then I think the next one was like 1923 or whatever. And so when these shows are big hits, they just gave Taylor Sheridan carte blanche. They're like, just give us more ideas. So he's got like 5 or 6 TV shows on the air. And when that happens, it's really hard
for the quality
for that person to really to maintain the voice.
And this is the Wind River guy?
Yeah.
Huh. And people like Yellowstone? This is the
Yellowstone's like the biggest drama hit in like the last, I don't know, 3 or 4 years.
Costner,
I wanna
right?
say. Yeah.
Many seasons.
It's got 5 or 6 seasons, I think. Yeah.
Chat, tell me if I should watch Yellowstone. I don't think I will because I have a lot of other TV show to watch, but. I heard good things about the Continental.
Not doing Continental because I'm not doing Mel Gibson vehicles anymore. All right, so here we go. When you asked, is Yellowstone worth it? No, no, don't, no. Watch 2 seasons. Watch 1883 again. It's very good. Bad show. Don't bother. Yes. You do you, man. Yellow Hannah says, I have thoughts on Yellowstone.
That's a good range. I think I have a good idea. I'm going to throw it under the no pile.
All right, we got a 3-bet from Lisi. Back to the poker. Reuter having to think with the pocket 7s in the big blind. Does still have the original opener, which took all the way until the button to happen.
Well, this is a very strong hand in the big blind when it's folded to the button, right? This isn't like your normal, there's been a raise and a re-raise and you have 2 7s, just, you know, side fold. This is a, okay, the button is probably raising with nothing, as we can see. Andrian with a 3 in his hand.
Ooh.
Let's see, 3-betting could just be 3-betting with, you know, the ace 6 suited. So I don't want to fold 7s here most of the time, but you know what? Let's just get out of trouble. And I respect it. Can't really call 4-bet. Seems weird.
Just over 10 minutes left on the level. Getting a new feature table when we get back. Once again with Parker Talbot, a.k.a. Tonka. Juan Pardo, a.k.a. Malacca Style. Here's a question for you, Griff. Have you watched the new Rick and Morty yet?
It came out?
Yeah.
With the new voices, right?
Yeah.
The new AI voices?
Is it AI?
I don't think so. I don't know. That's one of the theories.
I mean, everyone does a Rick and Morty impression. It wouldn't be that hard to find a talented voice actor that.
I don't know, Rick.
I keep telling my girlfriend we should go for Halloween as Rick and Morty.
That's a great
with
idea.
her as Morty. I think it would just be so funny. See her as a little boy.
Yeah. So do you know the show Arthur? With like the Aardvark, the cartoon?
I do know Arthur, yes.
So one of my good buddies from Montreal was the voice of Arthur.
Oh, really?
Yeah. But he's a bit like coy about it. He doesn't always like, you know, people bugging about it or knowing about it, you know. And one of our his best friends is going to surprise him on Halloween dressed up as Arthur. I can't wait. And
Did he still do the voice, or did he outgrow it?
He's definitely outgrown it. Yeah.
Okay.
No. It was like once puberty was hit, they replaced something kind of thing. But he did like hundreds of episodes. But it's going to be. I'm so excited to tell the thousands of people watching because I can't tell anyone else. It's a big surprise. Like it's you know, he's like, don't tell anyone. Like within my friend group, right?
This one time I was out in a bar in LA and a buddy of mine was visiting, and he's kind of an emo kid, and he was wearing a SpongeBob wristband, like a sweatband. And I go, man, look, I'm going to tell you something. I probably shouldn't tell you this. Please don't make a thing out of it. But the guy who plays the voice of SpongeBob is right over there. The words weren't even out of my mouth yet, and he was down Tom Kenny's throat. Just immediately sidled up and was like, hey, dude, and showed him the wristband. And guess what? Tom Kenny was so cool. We ended up hanging out with him for hours.
Oh, that's great.
But I was so embarrassed and regretted it super hard the second I told him. Buenos dias, Andrian, raising ace-jack, and these two just destined to clash. Andrian and Reuter. Reuter Clemens. The ace-deuce suited. Small re-raise coming in. I guess not that small, but not that big either.
Andrian going to be a bit too high up in his range here, I think, in these late position spots to be just folding to the 3-bet with ace-jack. I think the question just becomes, do you want to turn this hand into effectively a bluff because you're not prepared to get all in pre-flop with this hand for this amount of chips, or do you want to just call and keep those weaker hands in there? Andrian does elect to go with that re-raise pre-flop, and I'll tell you what, we've talked about it a lot on this broadcast before, about how these badass, you know, live players, online players, don't like to fold the suited wheel aces and are prepared to do some crazy things with it. But does Reuter want to put in 165,000 chips at 2,500 big blind with ace-2 suited? Probably not.
The shoving matches don't go as many rounds as they used to.
No.
These days. Because players figured out that they were torching chips.
Yeah. And that's why we do see the fold from Reuter. I think very reasonably played on both sides. And the best hand won. And that's what you love to see, isn't it?
That's what I love to see, for sure. This is our new featured table. They won't be on their phones up on the main stage, that's for sure.
They're getting it out of their system.
Mario Tratu, Bastian May, Ege Guven, Gerard Carbo. Did someone just mash
Those are
the
made
keyboard,
up. Those
right?
are made up names. Yeah,
those
yeah.
are all real names.
No, that was from
Oleg Justinovich and Harold Sammer. It's like a Tim and Eric awesome show.
Yeah.
Bastian May, Ege Guven, Gerard Carbo. Gerard Carbo is definitely a Tim Robinson made up.
Carmine Leguzio.
Anton opening from early position, a little out of line here. Jack-8 suited, getting 3-bet by Andrian.
So I actually saw a meme the other day I forgot to send you. You know the first ever I Think You Should Leave sketch with the door that goes both ways?
Yes.
The place that they shot it on location now has a sign beside it that says, "This door actually goes both ways."
Fantastic. I think I know that exact coffee shop, by the way. It's
No
in Los
way.
Feliz, right?
I don't know.
Yeah.
It's in LA?
That's pretty sure I know the one.
Oh no, it does both. Quick take.
I was here yesterday. It does both.
Oh man.
Another pot for Andrian.
I just want to know if that shirt says White Lotus.
I doubt it.
That one's tough, because now you really want to sing it.
I love I love that song.
Yeah.
So Andrian is 4th in chips at this table, but has 79 big blinds. Pretty deep stack table, top half of the table. And then Gilboa is actually 5th with under 40 bigs. So the bottom half, not that many chips. Top half, lots of chips.
Did I tell you I was at a dinner with Mike White's assistant? He told me all the
I don't think
good
you told
stuff.
me, no.
Yeah, I should tell you. I should. That's a great story. I'll tell you that sometime.
Action's folded around to Apurva Goel.
I say he limps.
That's a limb.
I win.
One big chip.
You lose.
At least I lose. I didn't really weigh in.
It was just a Key and Peele reference in my head that no one would ever get from the Flickr sketch.
Not sure I remember that one.
By the way, you have something.
All right.
I need to show you.
Joke's on you.
know
You just touched a shirt that I've been wearing for 6 days.
Yeah, I need to show you the Flickr sketch, and then you'll see the very obscure reference I made too. This is all great. We're planning for me to tell you a story. We're planning to watch an episode of Key and Peele.
We still have to watch
Joe loves hanging out
movie
with me.
movie 42.
Joe loves hanging out with me after.
You know what's weird is that I mean, I was really, really ill in Barcelona. Like, I think it's the first time ever that I left commentary early from not feeling well. It was a pretty hellish trip for me.
It's okay, everyone. Don't worry. We still FaceTimes.
Actions folded around to Clemens Reuter. Ace 8 offsuit. Marigal 5-4 suited. Dying to play a hand.
Marigal wants to see 3. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
That's kind of his whole vibe. I want to see 3 cards. I want to see if they match with my 2.
Lococo doesn't fold much from any position, let alone a king 6 suited from the big blind. And what do we say here, dealer? Jack, king, king, trips for Lococo.
Are sunglasses making a comeback, or are they're this
in
prevalent?
life or in poker?
In poker. I think we have 4+ on this table, and that feels like more than average.
It could be because of the location. Like, it's a sunny, warm climate, so
Yeah.
maybe people just have sunglasses with them and then aren't taking them off. 10 on the turn after action checks all the way around. Lococo checking again. Has a small-ish stack. Hoping someone will put some chips in that he can raise at some point.
It's working.
Marigal folds the 5 high. Back to Lococo facing the bet of 6,500.
Not entirely convinced that Lococo is going to want to play this as a check raise. You know, you do still have to worry about the ace-queen. If you do check raise here, you're probably not going to get action from the Jack-X type hands, the 10Xs, so better to call and make it look like you have something like Queen 10 or Jack 9 that might have to fold to big pressure on the river.
Well, pretty clean run out. And Lococo is not going to leave it up to fate this time, is going to value bet the river. This will be the last hand of the level, by the way.
But look at the size, Joe. This is just awesome stuff. Lococo effectively checking, but also saying, like, I just want to get to showdown here with my, you know, Queen 10. I'm going to bet the minimum. Let's see if you're willing to raise. But he's actually doing it with that king. The 7% pot river bet. Just begging Reuter to find that raise to 20, 30,000. Instead, just calls.
Just the call. Well, hey. Squeeze 2,500 out of Reuter.
Wow.
Looks a little tilted.
Yeah, like maybe his opponent had something like ace-jack and would have been prepared to call a little more, but wasn't the case. Got the max.
Players are headed to break. These are the chip sacks they're taking back out into the field with the new blinds. So 129 big blinds is what Anton's taking out there. Clemens Reuter, second in chips at this table at 91 bigs. Yuri Gilboa, the other EPT champ at the table, taking 34 bigs out there. And Andre Lococo will be departing with 28 bigs. New feature table when we get back, including Tonka and Malacca style. During the break, we've got some classic bubble moments from the EPT archives. More from Cyprus in 20 minutes time.
Okay, we have 3 all-in calls. Clock stopped, we're going to go table by table. Gael, with the 2 aces, is our all-in player.
Gael Baumann is the player at risk, but huge favourite with 2 aces against Daniel Gomez's 9-5.
Let's see the floor, please. The flop is 9, 10, 4 to Rainbow.
Gomez has some equity, more than he did before the flop, actually.
On the turn, please. The turn is a queen.
Baumann has to fade 9s and 5s.
On the final card, please.
The bubble's not bursting.
It's a king.
Aces hold. So Baumann gets the double up.
We have another all-in.
Remember, there are 2 more all-in hands.
This is insanity.
Tournament director Toby Stone races across the room.
Please tell me this is Martin Finger versus Finger Martin.
Thankfully not, because that would be epically confusing. It's Martin Finger with pocket jacks against Jesse Martin's ace-queen. We have a classic race on our hands.
Like clean sheets versus warm towels. Which one has the slight mathematical edge?
Martin Finger is the player at risk. He needs those jacks to hold.
Okay, that's it, please.
Ace on the flop.
It's king, ace, 9.
Finger way behind now.
On the 10 card, please. The turn is another 9.
The bubble's about to burst.
Martin's going to get a jack. Who has 2 people bubbles. And 5 card, please. It's a 7. We have 2 plus Martin Finger.
Martin Finger finishes in 97th place. He is our bubble boy, but we do have another hand. And remember, hand-for-hand play, these all happen at the same time. If we lose another player, if we lose Andrew Badaka here, they will actually chop the bubble.
Badaka ahead, but at risk to the same guy who gave Maria Ho a speech for taking her time to make a decision, in case you're wondering who to root for.
Come on! Yes. Flop is king, 7, queen. Michael has hit pair of kings.
Mikhail Petrov takes the lead. Badaka on the verge of elimination.
The turn is a 3. Andrew's going to need to see an ace. Otherwise, there's going to be one of 2 bubbles here today. And the final card, please.
He's trying the walkway maneuver. It's risky.
It's a 3. We just lost 2 players. Congratulations, you're all in the money in EPT Grand Final.
So, Andrew Badaka and Martin Finger will actually share 96th place prize money. Adam Levy, who went out in 98th place, is the true bubble.
Thank you. Thank you.
As we lost 2 players from separate tables, Michael and Martin are going to split 96th place.
He means Andrew and Martin.
You share? Yeah.
Blinds 2,000, 4,000 with a 500 ante. Action at the feature table is on Cecil Hansen.
Pretty hand.
Raises with Queen Jack suited. From under the gun +1, he makes it 10,500. Action folded around to Leo Fernandez. Ace Jack.
Yes, I am Leo. I am contemplating what to do.
He's in late position. And he's going to play aggressively from late position, 3-betting to 23k.
And this is actually kind of turning his hand into a bluff.
Joseph Bakar in the small blind. Decides to fold. As does Lucas Berglund in the big blind. Action back on Hansen.
Pretty good hand to take a flop with.
Well, those blue chips are worth 5,000 each. The purples are 500. So that is a 4-bet to 46,500.
Is there anyone at this table who doesn't want to turn his hand into a bluff?
Leo folds the best hand.
Hansen's play makes a little more sense than Leo's near the bubble, but it's risky. He did not have the stack to 4-bet fold.
Hansen up to 156,000. 185 remain in the main event. We're 2 away from making the money, and we're hearing there's actually a player who didn't even show up this morning who's slowly being blinded out.
Well, that's awkward.
Mario Adinolfi had a deep run in this tournament in Season 8. He's facing a raise from Christoph de Mulder.
What's he looking at? Picture of the Pope?
Stall much.
Play does tend to slow down around the bubble. Wonder why that is.
Adinolfi folds. De Mulder wins the pot uncontested. Let's check on some of the short stacks, some of the players in the danger zone.
Danger zone! Victor said he wasn't interested in a min cash. He may get his wish.
Cedric Moreland has just over 2 big blinds. Alexandru Deleanu has just shy of 3 big blinds.
I think he's fine. He's got like 4 chips. That's 4 times the required minimum for chip in a chair. On the chip side, he's only got 1 chair to my knowledge.
Let's get across the room to table 5. Simeon Naidenov has moved all in. Action on Danny Covain. He calls.
All in, call on 5.
Andler gets out of the way.
I'm no body language expert, but I think Covain's ahead.
I'm the bubble boy, yes.
Naidenov is a 4-1 underdog. Bigger dog now. Needs a 9 on the river. Doesn't get it.
But he is not the bubble boy. He's the bubble boy.
We are down to 184. Stop the clock. We've reached the bubble.
Okay, attention, main event. We have 184 players, and we're going to continue hand for hand. Dealers, if you have an all-in call, you must stop and call the floor, and the cards must stay face down.
Let me take a photo first, okay?
Hello, Kitty. Quo.
Okay.
Tag it, Survivor. Hashtag Survivor.
So we're going to play one hand. We'll wait for play to conclude at every other table in the room before we start the next one. Berglund raising from the cutoff with 9 deuce of diamonds.
Trying to go all thief here on the bubble.
7-5 of diamonds for Pasi Sormanen in the big blind.
And this will be kind of a loose defend.
He calls. And what a flop for Berglund. 9-9 deuce for a full house.
Flops him deed.
Sormanen checks. And folds before Berglund's had a chance to bet.
One check.
Luckily no diamonds. I had 7-8 diamonds. So 3 diamonds. Ooh.
7-8 of diamonds, huh? Lol.
Remember, the next player to bust walks away with nothing.
Yeah, I was thinking that this table would be the one who was like breaking the bubble. Like, yeah, that's it.
There's always next hand.
Over to the secondary feature table. There's been an under-the-gun raise from Albert De Hare. Petra Hryskova has called with ace-10 of hearts. Thomas Buttshammer in the cutoff has deuces, and he is counting out a re-raise. He 3-bets to 27,500.
Bizarre choice of hand to 3-bet, but you know what I always say? When you want to burst the bubble, best to use a Buttshammer.
Action folded back around to Hryskova. She calls.
She's out of position, and she's got a hand that could be dominated to a 3-bet.
Heads up to the flop, which is King 8-6 with 2 hearts. Nut flush draw for Hryskova. +1 overcard to the board. She's actually a statistical favorite.
Since it looks like Buttshammer was turning his hand into a bluff no matter what, a bet here is expected.
He continues for 24,500. She quickly calls.
Certainly can't fold the nut flush draw.
The turn card is red, but it's a diamond, not a heart. Hruskova checks a second time.
Maybe giving a little something away with that check, by the way.
Bartshammer not slowing down. He bets again, 44,500.
Now Petra's getting 4-1, so again, she will not be folding.
These are two big stacks going to battle on the bubble.
A needlessly huge pot with two super deep stacks, thanks to the Bartshammer 3-bet.
Hruskova calls again, 212,000 in the middle. The river is the king of spades, pairing the board.
More like Petra Brixova.
She checks again. Bartshammer checks behind. Who would have thought that deuces would be good here?
She might literally blast out of her seat when she sees this. Ah, you got butts hammered. But to be honest, I kind of agree with her on the play.
He's now up to 386,000. And we're just waiting for play to conclude at all of the outer tables.
Attention players, as soon as the last hand is finished, I will close the clock. We have 3 tables with an holding call.
3? What happens if more than one person goes broke again?
They will chop 183rd place prize money.
Buka, let's see your cards first, please. Buka shows 2 9s for a pair of 9s. Cedric shows Queen 7 for a pair of queens.
You have to show. It's an all-in, yeah.
And Nils shows Ace 5. Our all-in player has doubled up. We don't lose a player on table number 12.
Look at them all congratulating him. We're all in this together. Not really, but still it's cool.
Well, as Toby heads across the room, don't forget there is a player who didn't show up today and is now close to being blinded out.
Yeah, but do the players know that?
Jan has Ace King, so Russell is our all-in player with a pair of jacks. Let's see the flop, please.
We've got a race here.
Classic race, made even more classicer by the bubble.
There's a jack.
The flop is Jack 10 9. Russell is at top trips. There is a possibility of a middle pin for a straight. Next card is an 8. It's 8 9 10 Jack. Russell is still ahead. And the final card, please.
Ooh, and they can chop too.
Final cards are 4. We do not lose a player on table number 21.
2 all-ins, 2 survivals.
We're going to go to our next table where we have an all-in call.
It's Stevich's table.
Can we go 3 for 3?
Mihails is our all-in player, but there is no flop. Mihails has Ace of Spades, Queen of Clubs, and Alexander is our player with a pair of 9s.
Another race.
The flop is 2 3 King, and the turn is a Jack. And the final card, please. It's a 10.
Gets there. Rivers are straight.
He's the real champ, the real one. Have to win this tournament. Thanks, guys.
This is the sweetest bubble ever.
3 players were all in, no one busted. I know? No. 10 on river, always.
There's the anti-railing you come to expect on a gigantic bubble.
Alexandru Delianu now has just 2.5 big blinds.
Yeah, but what about that guy that's not here?
Well, they've called the tournament director over because he's still absent and he's about to be put all in the big blind.
They said he did not show up the entire day.
Ah, the whole day?
Yeah. Okay. He did not come.
Okay. Easy money.
Maybe it's just pocket change.
Attention, main event players, we have a very unique situation over here. We have one player who hasn't showed up today and is going to be all in on the big blind. So he will be eliminated in this hand. If we lose 2 players from that table, the player with the biggest chips is going to take the highest finishing position. If we lose 2 or 3 or 4 players from different tables, the money will be split between you guys and the player on the big blind.
Hope the guy's all right. I can only think of a few reasons I'd voluntarily miss day 3 of a tournament, and all of them involve twins.
Well, the absent player has been identified as Nuno de Camara from Portugal. He was due to start day 3 with a 21 big blind stack. No one has any idea where he is or why he's not here.
So once again, just to be sure, if I bust out right now, this hand,
share the money with
I share the money with the bubble. Okay, well.
Stop the clock in the main event, please. Stop the clock in the main event.
We do have an all-in.
Okay, we're over on table number 5. Stefan is our all-in player. Let's see your cards, please, Stefan. Stefan has 2 aces. Ace
that's
of
why.
diamonds, ace of clubs. And Christopher has 3 of hearts, 6 of clubs. Let's see the flop, please.
We're all rooting for the aces here, right?
Flop is 2, 8, 10, 2 of hearts, 8 of diamonds, 10 of diamonds. Stefan is ahead with a pair of aces. Turn card, please. The turn's a queen. And the final card, please.
Aces double up.
Okay, we do lose a player. You are all in the money. Congratulations. You've just cashed at EPT Barcelona.
Weirdest bubble ever.
We win. It's already done. We win prize.
Congratulations, everyone. For the first time ever, literally everyone in the room is happy.
Now that we got to the money, we can fight.
You gotta fight for your right to min cash.
A strange situation. We've no idea why Nuno didn't show up for day 3, but he is our bubble boy, while Alex Stevic has cashed on his return to EPT Barcelona. Two of the players at our feature table, Neil Farrell and Kim Okoko, are still riding high. Let's get back to the action at our feature table, where we are going to sweat with a Demulder. Christoph of that ilk. Action has been folded to Neil Farrell in the small blind.
Oh man, blind on blind hands are tough. I'm rooting for a walk.
Dang it. Not going to happen. Farrell raises to 17,000.
What do we got?
Demulder's hand is Ace-5.
Yep, gotta call it this. No need for a 3-bet because we're usually either a little ahead or real far behind.
He loves his TV time, this boy.
He's been on TV since he was like 6.
He calls for an additional 11,000. We go to the flop, which is ace-high.
That's top pair for us.
Farrell set to continue. He bets 20,000.
And we have to be expecting he's going to continue his entire range here, which is super wide, small to big, so of course we have to call this.
There's the call. 81,000 in the pot. Another ace on the turn. Trips now for Demulder.
I'm starting to like this board more. That was a weird little stutter step. Wonder what that means.
Farrell bets again, 35K.
Whatever, doesn't matter. We're not folding. It's kind of hard for us to be beat, but what makes me worried is it's also kind of hard for him to be bluffing.
Excuse me.
Must be allergic to betting in the trips.
Demulder calls a second time. 9 of hearts on the river.
This is not a good card for us. I am really hoping he doesn't bet again.
There are now 3 hearts on the board. The flop flush draw got there.
Where's your coughing now, Neil? Where's your coughing now?
He empties the clip. He fires the third barrel. 78,000.
With that heart on the river, I think we gotta fold our hand. Neil could certainly have hearts in his triple barrel range, and pretty much no worse hands would bet here for value.
What do you have?
You'd have to have pure air for us to call. Matthias knows what Christoph has because they have creepy twin telepathy. Ooh.
Full house?
You have a full house? It's a good hand.
Wait a minute. Maybe that'll give Christoph the info he was looking for. I don't think this is a bluff.
It's the insane bluff.
I agree. This bluff would be fairly insane.
Are you gonna rub it in my face?
Hey?
I would never do that. I'm a gentleman.
What?
Demulder folds. Neil Farrell also had ace-5, the same hand.
Ah, that's terrible.
My balls just dropped under the table.
What did you fold? I thought I knew what you had, and then I wasn't sure.
Might have been value betting the worst hand then. That's probably not what you want to hear.
Welcome back to Cyprus and the 2023 PokerStars European Poker Tour. Day 2 of the main event continues here at the Merit Royal Diamond Hotel, Casino and Spa. 4th level of the day, about to get underway, and a new lineup of players coming to our main feature table. As we come back from break, getting ever close to the money, let's look at the biggest stacks right now. We do have a member of Team Pro. Top of the table right now, Tonka. Parker Talbot is chip leader with 218 players remaining. World Series of Poker finalist Kenny Hallett also inside the top 5. 218 players returning from break. 199 will get paid. That means the bubble is looming. It's James Hartigan alongside Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you so much for having me.
There is a chance, Nick, that we get to the bubble during this level. We have got Parker on the main stage, finally going to get some Tonka time at the feature table. He has got a very tough opponent, Juan Pardo, aka Malacca Style. Here is a guy who we saw a couple of weeks ago win the W Coupe Super High Roller. He comes here to Cyprus and he wins the EPT Super High Roller. This guy wins Super High Rollers for breakfast.
Yeah, he is a legend. He's been a legend for many years. And sure enough, we're back. And looks like Parker's looking pretty handsome up there. 226 big blinds, putting in the work. Can he battle with the best and make it all the way to that $1 million up top?
There he is, a fine specimen of humanity.
It's not even me who will bust you. It's someone else, okay? I think it will be this young man.
All right,
One
thank
of
you for your
you.
patience. We are ready
I
to
don't know.
restart.
You have some real work to do.
1,500, 3,000,
But I believe in you.
3,000 dealers. You can restart.
And there is Juan Pardo, who plays online as Malacca Style. Blinds are 1,500, 3,000 with a 3K big blind ante. Level 14 of the main event is underway. Bubble on screen, 200 is when we go hand for hand. The bubble will burst when we get to 199 and we will be in the money. Prize pool here at EPT Cyprus of $6.4 million generated by the 1,320 total entries.
I actually did tell my mom.
Tell my relatives.
I told my mom I was going on the feature table. She makes me tell her every time.
Hello, Mrs. Tonka.
Like, I'm at the feature table with Parker Talbot, and she's like, "Oh my God!"
Then she
this
freaked
guy.
out. Yeah.
Get an autograph. I said, "Sure."
First hand of the level, first hand of the session.
First hand got a walk.
Juan Pardo gets a walk.
Yeah. That's why I said. You see what
That's the
happens
kind of
when you
respect
get
that
face-to-face?
he
They fucking
commands.
terrified of you. And for good reason.
I'm so excited to get some Tonka time, though, guys. I know a lot of you out there were waiting for this moment. Let's see if he can do us proud.
His teeth are gleaming.
Sweater. He's what?
His teeth are gleaming.
Yeah.
You're blinding me with your teeth.
I was reading Rayton and I thought like this doesn't make sense. Like what kind of brand is that?
Rayton.
Yeah.
We've got one online qualifier at the table, Gerard Carbo from Spain. Qualified on PokerStars ES for 250 euros. Doesn't actually play that much online. He's been playing a decent amount of live events this year and has cashed a couple of EPT mains this year, made the money in Paris and in Barcelona, accruing 195K in live earnings. It's Tonka who's opened here with Jack 10. And it's Ege Güven from Turkey who's got ace 8 of clubs. And that is a re-raise. A 3-bet to 18,000. Ace Jack for the qualifier, Carbo. Folds.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Doesn't want to get tangled up here at 3-bet, looking pretty strong. And Güven is like, you got to put me on the feature. I'm going to play.
It's a given that he will win this pot with his little Thor card protector.
That's a good-looking Thor. That's it, cameraman. Get the focus right.
Where's our cool mini TVs?
Oh yeah, that's a that looks like a comic Thor. like a comic book grade Thor, not just the official Marvel Universe Thor.
At least like 4 as well. But I can't even see a screen though from here. I'm blind.
So my prediction, Nick, and it's nothing more than a gut instinct, is that the action will slow during this level. I think it might take a while to get down from 218 to 200 before we go hand for hand. I would be surprised, it's not beyond the realms of possibility, I would be surprised to see the bubble burst this side of the dinner break.
Yeah, that would make sense, I think, both in slowing down, but also that we would get there that quickly. We're going to have to see some pretty sick coolers to get there that quick, in my opinion. I tend to agree with you here. And, of course, average still pretty chunky.
The average stack is in excess of 50 big blinds right now, 181,000, with 218 remaining from the starting field of 1,320. We've had a raise from Oleg Ustinovich. Juan Pardo thinking of doing something funky on the button with King 4 of spades. And he has decided to re-raise, 3-betting to 21,000.
Yep, I think this is pretty much some straight GTO tings.
Harold Sammer in the small blind with pocket tens.
All in.
Decides this is a spot to re-jam for his last 89K. And this is likely to be met by folds from the other players.
Whittling him down, whittling him down.
Don't dislike Juan Pardo taking that spot there, though, Nick, and talking to Sam Grafton last night, and obviously Sam was with us on stream for the super high roller that Juan won during WCOOP. He was at the table with Juan when he won the super high roller here in Barcelona. Said he is playing phenomenally well right now, phenomenally well.
Sure, absolutely, and of course, what a treat to get a little bit of Sam Grafton in the booth. Guys out there really playing those stakes, and obviously a great communicator here on stream too. Shout out to our boy Sam, fellow team pro, fellow ambassador. But you know, he's just a legend. He's got so much experience, and you know, he's taught so many of the others to become the best. Pardo and his squad out there crushing all kinds of seriously high stakes poker.
Sadly, I don't think we're going to be blessed by Sam's presence in the booth during this event. Sam had a couple of results in some high buy-in events, but did not progress beyond day one of the main event, so I believe is leaving Cyprus.
I mean, he really should have just locked in and just done commentary for the whole stint. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, you know, no comment on work ethic here.
I believe there is a high-stakes series about to kick off in Monte Carlo that Sam is preparing for. As we see Mr. Pardo open in the cutoff with Jack 10. Round to Mario Tratu in the small blind. And now Bastien May in the big blind. Raise and take it.
You really got to feel for the dealers on this extra large table, James. So much reaching involved. I know you guys can't probably tell from there, but we were doing some testing on it the other day. Much larger than your average table, and the shorter dealers have to really stretch to go and collect the chips and distribute the cards. Shout out to our fantastic EPT dealers here in Cyprus. Always sterling work. Best dealers in the business. All right, hand number 98 underway.
Ace 4 for Ustinovich. That goes in the muck. Ace Jack suited for Juan Pardo. Back in action. Malacca style, making it 7K. Tratu on the button with King 6 of spades. Appreciate that Mario's got chips. 76 blinds at the start of this hand, but... Okay, I mean, I gave Juan Pardo credit for making a move with King 4 suited, so I guess I'll give Mario credit for trying the same from the button with King 6 of spades.
Sure, absolutely. I think that this is a very reasonable combo to apply some pressure to a known aggressive opponent. Look how unfazed he is. I absolutely love this from Juan Pardo. I mean, this is relatively low stakes compared to what he's usually blasting, but so interested to see how he's going to handle this. 46 big blinds behind after putting in the 2, so 48 to start the hand. I think probably I imagine we see a lot of flatting here.
Yeah.
I mean, because, you know, if your opponents are capable of bluffing, you're going to dominate some of those bluffs as well.
Tratu thinks he wants spades. Trust me, he doesn't want spades.
There's one, there's two.
Oh, no, he gets spades.
Oh,
now,
wow.
He has paired his 6, but the nut flush draw for Juan Pardo, and Tratu just moves all in.
Okay, speaking of phased, even Juan is concerned.
Wow.
Is that all incorrect?
Yeah. He announced all in. He shoved for 209,000 into a pot of about 50,000. And
wow.
It's all into call for Pardo, who's got 125K behind.
He's literally doing the math in his head right now. He's going, okay, what's my equity? What are the odds I'm getting? Because right now they're not great pot odds, but he has an absolute monster draw.
He does not realize that even though he is currently behind, losing to a pair of 6s, he is a statistical favorite here.
I was not expecting this from Tratu. I mean, James, if he's up against kings, I mean, he's just doing so well. I mean, against ace-queen, a lot less so. Of course, not having the overcard.
What monsters make this move, though?
That's exactly my point. But what I'm saying, the line is so unconventional that you have to start giving him some of those weird hands that he's not supposed to have, right?
That is also not the face of a man who looks particularly comfortable.
This is a very, very unconventional spot. Don't think I like the move from Tratu, but he's actually putting Pardo in a pretty weird situation. This is so far off GTO, James, that you've got to really reach in.
Someone's called time. Malacca Style's going to be put on a clock.
Oh, wow.
I mean, I guess that the bubble's approaching, but if there's one person who's not going to be feeling the pressure of bubble, it's Juan Pardo.
Makes a call?
He does make the call.
Oh, wow.
And he's got 13 outs.
Unreal stuff.
Well, Juan Pardo is the at-risk player. He is currently behind, but is a statistical favorite. The only question is, are 13 outs too many outs? Not when you run Malacca Style. The turn card is an 8. 15 outs now for Juan Pardo.
The 9 ball's good now, too.
9s, jacks, kings, aces, spades. The river is a spade.
Oh, wow.
He covers me?
No.
Oh. Huh?
No. He has like one.
Oh, fuck.
Tratu. All the things he said.
Never a doubt.
I mean, it was always going to be a cooler, James, no matter how the hand played in Tratu's defense, but definitely not the line I was expecting. And Juan Pardo managed to just get there.
Huh?
Great. You've just given Juan Pardo a 100 big blind stack. The rest of the table thanks you.
The spade.
what you do.
Huh?
It doesn't matter what you do, you make second nuts against nut flush on river anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
So we've got it all in anyway.
Yeah, no matter what.
Yeah, quite right.
Exactly. You can question the play on the flop, but ultimately the money's all going on the river regardless.
Yeah. That was the only way I could play that.
Scary man to put all your chips in again.
Only way to play it.
If he's going to call. It almost came true. I almost wished you into the soft bubble.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if he has like just the nut flush draw without the gut shot, I mean, and without the royal, quote, his perceived royal draw, I mean, maybe the overpot takes it down. I think honestly, very reasonable assumption, but just too big of a draw to fold, I guess.
But it also does raise a valid point. We were talking about trying to put bubble pressure on someone. Pick a better spot. Not Juan Pardo.
You know, like.
Yeah, Tratu now. 28 bigs.
All in with fives against Ostinovic's ace-queen.
Okay, just wants to bang in the full 28 from the cutoff. Again, I think I'd prefer to just see some small opens here, James. This seems, again, very unconventional. From Mario repping the Union Jack. I mean, I think we might actually see a flip here as well, gang. Ace-Queen seems like a very reasonable call, especially coming off a beat like that. Mario clearly a bit frustrated by the outcome there, as of course anyone would be. I certainly am not folding this hand in the spot. Just double checking. Wow, big fold there from the ace-queen.
Okay, and Tratu just needs to take stock now. 32 bigs, perfectly playable. Obviously, I appreciate that hand against Pardo was a huge dent in his stack and a huge knock, a huge blow psychologically, but steady the ship.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, just remember that 28 big blinds is still a very significant number of chips when you play tournament poker, right?
Yeah.
It feels bad to go from a big stack to a small stack, absolutely, but 28 big blinds just ripping in fives, I feel like you allow a lot of players to just play perfectly behind you, quote unquote. I think that hopefully having chipped that up, we're going to see a little bit more post-flop, a little bit of small raising, and not putting so many big blinds at risk as we near the bubble. I mean, in terms of bubble play as well, James, let's not forget we are so close to that bubble. Imagine somebody waking up with kings behind you there when you could have raised folded.
213 remain and 199 get paid. No real bubble pressure for Tonka right now, who we think is still chip leader. Not just the biggest stack at this table, biggest stack in the tournament overall. And Harold Zama opening here with ace-queen, 6,500. Mega Govan in the small blind with the sailboats. Makes the call. Gerard Carbo in the big blind, queen three of clubs, calls as well, and we're going to go three-way to the flop.
Oh, that was a sick one. Yeah. Huh? It is. Maybe you can win turn. Huh? Maybe you can win turn with the 8. But tough. Well, doesn't matter what happens, it's going to be all in anyway. Do you understand? Yeah.
Fours still ahead.
What's sick?
10 bet, 5,500.
And Govan is going to lead for 5,500, gets two quick folds. And that's the thing the other players are trying to say to Mario Tratu, which is,
Sick flop for both of us.
don't obsess over the flop. Don't obsess over how the hand played out. The fact you got called there. By the river, it's all going in. Just accept that it was a cold deck situation. Just accept this stuff happens and move on. Easier said than done, granted.
I mean, yeah, mental game of poker, always very tricky, absolutely. And to become better at poker, so much of it is mental, and so much of it is to shake these moments off. Let's not forget, though, Mario still got 32 bigs here. That is more than enough. Absolutely mounts. Do you know how many people would kill to have 32 big blinds at this stage in the tournament when we're just about 4 off the bubble?
14, Nick.
14 off the bubble?
I'm all for being kind of in the ballpark, but 14 and 4.
My apologies. I glanced at for just a moment.
Zaba85 watching on Twitch asked, when do we stop playing? When there is only one player remaining. That's when the tournament finishes.
Thank you for your question.
There are numerous breaks in between, including sleeping breaks for the players.
Quick shout out to Adam McCullough in the chat. Fellow ambassador, how you doing, buddy? Adam was indeed also in this event. Unfortunately, no more.
So Tonka's raised with 5-3, called by Govan on the button, called by Carbo in the small blind, and by Ostinovic in the big blind. 4-way to the flop. Ooh, hearts, which could cost Parker, because Carbo has the better flush draw. Right now, Govan is ahead with top pair. With the action check to the button. Aces bet, 8,000.
I take it back, guys. Adam didn't play the main. Sorry about that, buddy.
Well, I know that Adam's obviously still at the beginning of a long poker journey. Here is my sage advice. You've got to be in it to win it, to buy a ticket.
No, that's right. He took part in the 1K instead. Uh-oh. That is a dangerous turn for Mr. Talbot.
Well, Brick River, ace is still good. Does Tonka think he can push his opponent off a weak ace?
Definitely not outside the realms of possibility.
Well, maybe he's not putting Given on an ace here, because the problem is ace and nine's queen kicker. It doesn't really matter whether it's ace 5, ace 6, ace 3, ace 4. Yeah, this is getting called. Five, 3 of hearts, no good. Funnily enough.
Yeah, unfortunately for Mr. Talbot, no good. Guven's going to pick up this pot.
Look at Tonka giving him those extra chips there. Shout out to Skirt watching on YouTube. I won my first $1.10 tournament like a week ago and got second in a 220 a few days ago. Played horribly heads up, but playing the mini EPT now, and it's going pretty well. Of course, there are 3 mini EPT Cyprus tournaments every day. Now, one thing I wanted to highlight when we talk about this series is it doesn't run in every market. So if you open your PokerStars app, look in the main lobby. If there is a tab that shows mini EPT Cyprus, great news. It's available in your part of the world. If it's not there, chances are it isn't. But if you can play 3 tournaments every day, 60K in added value, Power Path tickets up for grabs, added to the prize pool of every single tournament, and gold Power Passes available in the 2 main events on Sunday.
Yep, and if you want to try your hand winning some of those passes directly through the Power Pass system, it's the same thing. If you look in your client and it's at the top, it means it's available in your area. I would also add, though, that if you are in the UK, don't forget you have to opt in your Challenges tab in order to get the full benefits and indeed unlock some of those free tickets you get when you play for real money.
Andy says the $5.50 starts in 5 minutes. Good luck, everyone playing that event.
King 5 suited in the small blind. Starts the hand 68 big blinds deep here. I think that limping is cool. I think checking is also cool. So we go to a flop. King 5 suited, ace 5. Domination situation in favor of Pardo. What do we think about these glasses, chat? I'm digging them.
It's a look, and he's owning it.
It's a look. It's strong, and I respect that.
Okay, Queen of Hearts on the turn, and Ustinovic picks up the flush draw. But the inconsequential deuce of diamonds on the river, and ace high is still the best hand.
Ch11 Poker says Anna Wintour meets Harry Potter.
Which is a bit more original than all the people going, oh, it's Harry Potter.
Yep. Bonus points to Ch11.
Well, if anyone is capable of making an ace-high hero call, it's Juan Pardo.
Yeah, a bit of a weird line here. I mean, if you're checking the King 5 to this point, in most cases you're doing so because you think that there's a good chance you have showdown with the King High, right? And then you have the draw on the turn, you have King High with the draw. I don't really think I like the bluff here. I feel like you're just going to win a bunch with the King High. In many cases, a lot of those ace combos that have you beat here with the ace high will have made a raise pre-flop or indeed possibly taken a stab. But I don't think you get a deuce to fold. I don't think you get a 4 to fold. I don't think you get an 8 to fold. But in this case, does actually manage to find the ace that check back and takes it down. So nice little bet there, and well played, sir.
When do you remember that? What was it? EuroLeague or was it UEFA Cup? Malaga against Bayern. Do you remember that?
Remember that.
It was good for Bayern, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But it was still UEFA Cup, right?
A long time, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, James, I just prefer if they wouldn't use the F word on the table. You know what I mean?
I guess so. I'm not sure.
No football. No football chat. That's keep that in the stadiums. You know what I'm saying?
Carbo raising in the cutoff with King 3. Juan Pardo with a better king. King Jack in the small blind.
Both players very deep, around the 100 big blind mark. Juan Pardo just sub 100, but He's just debating whether or not to have a 3-bet here. And computer says yes.
Adam McCullough not happy with that policy. Nick, obviously, Adam's primary job is to discuss what's happening with all the soccer squadrons.
I gave him the same feedback about the streamer showdown we held recently on the Twitch channel. F word, mate. No F word.
How is the 2023 Premier Division looking, Adam?
Oh, Raksha in the chat as well. Absolutely blown him up. Roasted by Raksha. New game show.
So Pardo's 3-bet gets a fold from Zama in the big blind. Carbo gives up his king 3.
And it's got to be so tough to be on these tables with such talented players. The pressure applied constantly. You know when you first started playing poker, James, and you're like, hey, we're all learning here. Should we all just call and take a flop and we'll go from there? It's not where we're at anymore.
Do you remember the Borussia Dortmund Malaga?
Didn't they score like 2 goals like in the very last minute?
Yes, with the bar of the line, the 2 goals.
Oh yeah, I do remember that.
Yeah, the semi-final with Real Madrid.
Malaga seems to be open for like crazy games.
Yeah. A very good team this year.
Ace-9 for Guven. Raises to 6,000. Carbo Queen-10 of clubs, an attractive hand.
I don't think anyone ever misses the opportunity to 3-bet Queen-10 suited, James. Ever.
45-minute break after this level, is that right?
Nailed it.
And Parker is correct. There is a 45-minute dinner break at the end of this level. He seems confused. What does it matter? Do you not want to eat? Food, Tonka. Food. The stuff that you're meant to consume with liquid.
I mean, Tonka and the lads raving it up last night. There's a chance he hasn't had a chance to eat anything yet, James. Needs to fuel up so he can take this tournament down.
There's never a dinner break. It's just always 20-minute levels until the end of the day. 5 levels, 20 minutes. So.
Not true, Parker. It's normally a 30-minute break, but we've extended it to 45 so that everyone can use the free buffet upstairs.
Queen-10 suited, taking it down. Very, very frequent 3-better. And successfully takes it down pre-flop.
It's better with the buffet.
For what?
It's not for TV. Don't give them false information. Toby Stone requested the extended dinner break for the players.
We're staying here for two levels, right?
I don't know. Probably.
I guess you said that before, but I can't recall.
Are we here for 2 levels or 1 level?
He goes for it.
Are we staying for 2 levels or 1 level? Okay, thank you.
All right, Tonka back in the mix. Love to see it. UTG opening ace-queen straight into Guven's queens. Looks like a 3-bet to 22. Oh, wow. And May waking up with jacks in the big blinds. Looks like he's just going to bang it in, though. Really reaching for the all-in button with his 16 bigs. I mean, it feels really, really hard not to put it in here, and he does so. 16 big blinds. I think that's an easy fold and a quick snap from queens, and that means May is going to be about 20% behind Guven's 80.
Players in the routine once play has finished you with a 20-minute break. 20-minute break, mystery bounty.
Queens holding. There's only 2 Jables left.
Hey, I folded a queen if it makes you feel any better.
9 of hearts, no change. Still just the 2 jacks remaining going to the river. No improvement, and May exits the tournament just shy of the min cash.
Bastian may depart.
Thank you, sir. No, it's good. Thank you, buddy.
Mr. Guven there, 364,500 chips now, 121 big blinds. Nice little setup.
Pretty bad. I don't think they should do this. I don't think with 200 tables that there should be one table that stays on 2 orbits in a row. I think it should change every orbit. Yeah, I don't like it. I will complain.
Check out the small print in your contract, pal.
I was going to say, you got to give the people what they want. The people want Tonka. Give the people Tonka.
Dealers in the mystery bounty, when the players have left, please do a visual chip count of all the stacks in your table.
Big Deal O'Neill in the chat saying, it hurts to bust just before the break online. Is that magnified for these big live tournaments? The answer is yes, absolutely. Because you got to do the walk. You got to walk back to your hotel. You got to think about what if you just did it right. The fact that it's a larger tournament hurts because it was a bigger buy-in. It all adds up. It's all part of the mental game to shake those off. Try and get back in the game and play your best poker in another event. Try and make your trips to EPTs as profitable as possible. Whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa. We're seeing this again on the button. Queen 10 off. 90,000 chips. That looks like 30 bigs. Tratu ripping 30 big blinds on the button when we're just 12 off the min cash.
Tonka still playing 200 bigs. Tratu the shortest stack of the table, but a comfortable 32 big blinds.
Now we are in third division.
Third?
Yeah, the last day are down. It's the worst moment in the...
Did they go broke or?
Yeah, it's pro.
Okay.
Not so good.
Not so broke.
Because takes. almost we are second in the. I hope it's up this year.
All right, ace-5 suited this time. Looks like he's not going to reach for the all-in button.
But then, like, I feel really sorry for us.
So blinds are 15 and 3K, 1,500, 3K.
The last years, very bad.
There you go. That's more like it. Nice little reasonable raise from the cutoff. One big blind caller, Carbo. And the flop is Jack, Jack 5. Trateau flops best. 17K in the middle.
You don't limping today? You don't limp today?
That's not me. Not seriously, it's not me, but I know who it is.
Yeah, little c-bet and a pickup. Nice work. Hopefully see a little bit more of that from Trateau. Less of the huge overbet jams. That really puts him at risk if a player wakes up. It'd be such a shame to bust this close to the min cash.
Are you Spanish?
Yeah.
Yeah. What's your team?
Barcelona, but not too much fanatic.
Okay.
All right, we got a pot, guys. Pardo opens. Big blind defends. Pardo currently in front and managed to find the pair. Now 80% on the flop against the 2 overcards. Pretty standard continue and gonna take it down.
Action folded to Tonka, who's got ace-5 in the hijack.
All right. Guven decides to call with the 7s in the cutoff. And even Mr. Pardo is out of the way, so we're going to the flop. Currently, Guven about a 70% favorite against the ace-5. And the board is 8, Jack, Queen. Quick check from the ace-5 off. Obviously a board that's going to call in position there, going to hit that pretty regularly.
So Tonka down to 8%. Would require Barry Greenstein to win this pot, unless he can push given off sevens at some stage. Gets checked to the river. Ace of hearts pairing the board.
Yeah, it's just whether or not Parker wants to suddenly turn his hand into a bluff here when your opponent is checking in position on 2 streets there. Doesn't feel like they have a queen, doesn't feel like they have a jack, but often they'll turn up with pretty much exactly what you'd expect, and they're not going to find a fold given no aggression on the previous 2 streets. So sure enough, check, check. Both players happy to take it to showdown.
We referenced a short while ago, we've got the mini EPT Cyprus series running online, a chance for you to play low buy-in tournaments while watching the live stream here in Cyprus. 60K in added value. Gold power passes being given away on the final day.
Welcome to the table.
Of course, those gold power passes can be translated into live event buy-ins. Don't forget, we're going to be in Vegas next month as the North American Poker Tour returns. NAPT Las Vegas, running November 4th through 12th at Resorts World on the Strip, the week before the Vegas Formula One Grand Prix. Details of all of the tournaments on the schedule available in the PokerStars Live app. As we welcome the return of Mr. Joseph Stapleton.
And the return of fresh underwear.
Ah. The trauma of lost luggage. It happened to me when we went to the Bahamas a couple of times. It's the worst.
Do you guys ever air tag? Are you big air taggers these days?
I'm not big on any of the surveillance stuff. Like, I got a Ring doorbell at home, but it's not hooked up to anything.
Yeah.
I just feel like it just makes everyone crazy,
Okay.
tracking everything all the time.
I get that, but I mean, how many times have you lost your luggage in your lifetime, Joe?
I think this might be the first time.
Oh, really?
The second, and
Also-
both times it showed up. It's never been lost.
Exactly.
It
It's
shows
not
up the
lost. It just didn't make the flight. You know
Okay.
exactly where it is.
Okay.
And you know exactly what they need to do to get it to you. It just takes an eternity.
So I thought I was in the minority because I've literally never had that happen to me. I've always been very lucky in that sense. But I thought, traveling more with you guys, I thought you guys would have experienced that a ton by now. And then I thought maybe there was a chance the air tags might be a good precautionary, measure.
So far, so good. I haven't needed air tags for anything.
So half the level still to play. 209 players remaining. That means we are 10 away from making the money in the first ever EPT Cyprus main event.
All right, let's do this, my babies. I could have sworn these names were made up. Looks like they're all real people. Holy glasses, what is going on? Sorry, I should have prepared myself for that.
We've already discussed it. Somebody said it was Anna Wintour meets Harry Potter.
That's pretty good.
Which I dig, and I don't mean that in a disrespectful way. If you're watching this, I think that's a cool look.
Those are 2 gymnast rings connected with a piece of glass.
102.
100?
102.
Justinovich, the Razor with Jack 10. Sammer. Ace Jack suited. In. Just a call. Big blind. Mario Tratu. No thanks with the 8-2. And we are going to the flop. Ace, king, queen. 1 heart, and that is a straight.
Looks like
Justinovich.
Looks like Broadway to me, baby.
Flop the absolute Brazilians. And a great opportunity to get value when your opponent has a strong hand and almost no equita.
You must respect my equita. Ben a call.
Turn card is the deuce of diamonds, so there goes 0 equita now for Sammer. No chance. Excuse me, there is still a chance of a chop here. You didn't know what I was about to say. I didn't have to say excuse me, but I knew in my head I was about to say something that was wrong. Sammer checks. If you take the jack from his hand, it's Justinovich.
This Justinovich.
Sick.
7 bet, 22,000.
I think the outcome would have been the same anyway.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter how it was played, the outcome would have been exactly the same.
Sounds like he's still talking about that hand with the flush draw.
That was the only way.
Yep.
The only way.
You tried, so.
I tried.
Yeah.
He folds, lovely. He almost folded.
Who is this here chatting? Tratu?
Yeah, so there was an encounter between Tratu and Juan Pardo. He 3-bets pre and then like 4x jams pot with king high flush draw, gets called by the ace high flush draw of Pardo. He basically flopped the royal flush draw. He also had a pair in fairness. It was king 6 on queen 10 spades and a 6. And yeah, been discussing it ever since. A bit frustrated by it.
I can tell. Justinovich has bet 22,000.
was favorite.
And Sammer lays it down.
Wow, very disciplined.
Lays down top pair, good kicker, draw to the straight to Broadway.
That surprised me as well. I really thought maybe we would have seen at least one more call there, but gets away from it and is correct.
What the heck?
Lucky river, eh?
Lucky river.
Maybe those glasses are reflecting the hold cards.
Him calling time, did he?
We got a walk-off here, it looks like. Papo MC, Busto MC. Shoved king 10 into queens. Didn't get there. Eliminated at the hands of Anton Vig at our previous feature table.
Whether it's before or at the end is the same.
Yeah.
Seems like he's the only person really still thinking about this hand and everyone else is being polite. Yeah, okay. I love a chatty Brit. Love a chatty Brit.
All right, Sammer in the mix.
I would have given you a whoop, bud. I would have given you a whoop.
It wasn't a good one.
Barton had to spoil it for us again.
Raise and take it for Harold Sammer. What's up, Growler?
Good to see you. Always a pleasure having you here on the Twitch streets.
I don't want to say this is a guaranteed way to get name checked in Twitch chat or on YouTube chat.
I need a pair of glasses as well.
But if you... Hall asked one of my stand-up shows multiple times in a year, despite living several hours away. It's a good way to get name checked.
Oh, yeah.
She was there the last show where the guy said he was going to come back and kill everyone. And drink my blood.
I think the first time I met the Growler was Lex Live.
Luton Lex Live?
The one that was in London, I believe.
London Lex Live at Luton? DJ VS says, man, I'd be there if you were funny. No, you're not there and you're not here either.
You banned.
Whoops. You banned. You're not even going to get to see people come to my defense and say that I am funny. King, Jack, a deuce, 2 spades. Pair of jacks. It's a goofin.
Without? No, it'll bust. About 6 more people, but it'll bust, yeah.
And mystery bounty dealer is see if you've got 2,000 more back. Please prepare your deck.
199,
Please start in about 60 seconds.
Mahoney 888 wants us to know that Luton is not in London, gents. I understand that, but it is alliterative. Just like you're about to be banned. Bye-bye.
Parker, what's that tattoo? What's that tattoo?
Winnie the Pooh.
What's the history behind that?
And Tigger.
What's the history behind that?
It was like my favorite show growing up. I had like a little bear that I fucking kept until I was like 11 years old. And
Yeah?
I watched Winnie the Pooh like all day, every day. Until I was like,
I did not know this about Parker.
years old or some shit. I was a big fan.
There's
Yeah.
what?
I can see why.
Players, dealers, new line levels. Small line 500, big line and empty 1,000.
Okay, so
Dealers begin today at the
Tonka has a Winnie the Pooh tattoo, and apparently it wasn't from a lost bet.
Apparently, it was just because he was he says he was a massive fan. I don't think he ever stopped being a massive fan of Winnie the Pooh. If you're
Well, it's in the public domain now, at least, Winnie the Pooh. So
yeah,
because they got that Winnie the Pooh horror movie.
Only today
Did you ever actually give that a go?
The
I did
Tiger
not.
Having
No, neither did I.
HDHS, probably.
HDHS?
Attention deficit syndrome.
Oh, ADHD.
Yeah. Close. Very close. Very close.
Hello, guys. Hello.
Hello.
Welcome.
Okay.
Not really sure the tournament
You also
staff should
happen
be
to
announcing
a-
it, but he
You
seems
also
fine with
happen
it.
to be a Super Hero winner?
No. I'm not that close.
Yeah, just a normal hero.
So we've officially
Because you're ruining my night.
doubled the number of online qualifiers at this table. Robert Kazan,
Ruin the afternoon.
you're Romania, describes himself as an amateur player, an IT guy who just loves watching and playing poker from time to time. Best ever live cash is 7,500 euros, 20K in live earnings. He's about to be a dad, so he's trying to win a little extra baby money.
Hey, 2023. It sounds like he's having a great year.
It does sound like a great year. Made it here from starting at $27 and is about to cash this poker tournament. We're officially in the red. We're 5 away from the stone bubble.
Yeah, if he was looking to make some baby money, this is the first step, although it looks like he's already going to be in the mix here, Joe.
Ace-king for Kazan. Man, you just hate it. You just hate it right now, I think. I mean, sorry. I would hate it.
I was like, Joe, I feel like you're somewhat biased.
Kazan might love it. Kazan might be like, ace-king, fist pump on the bubble. Let's go. 3-bet. Makes it 20,000.
Oh, no, Joey. Joey, the commentator's curse.
Told you.
The commentator's curse. You did this to Kazan.
Someone waking up with kings when you have ace-king, it's a goovin.
It's a goovin.
Yikes.
So goovin here, 118 big blinds. Got Kazan well covered, only 36 big blinds behind after that 3-bet to 20K. Kratu's just going to get out of the way here every time, but there's going to be a 4-bet.
And the thing is, Nick, that, and again, look, we had the information that he's an online qualifier, but now everyone at the table knows that this is a first-time EPT player. He may read into that, oh, I'm being attacked now, right? I'm being attacked. Oh, everyone at the table knows that I'm, ooh, Kratu. Not discarding his hand right away.
I mean, this close to the bubble, a misstep here, Joe, would be very, very unfortunate. And I think in a cold 4-bet pot, this has got to be a snap fold. It's just got to be a snap fold in a cold 4-bet pot.
If he shoves here, I'll get a tattoo.
Oh, booked.
Guaranteed, not guaranteed. There we go. We got rid of it.
Okay, nice work. Gets out of the way.
Oh, Kazan. Oh, Robert. Oh, buddy. I told you.
See, Joe, I think you're right. The announcing thing is definitely a weird meta now. There's a weird meta game associated with the fact that he was announced as the first ever EPT he's played. Thing is, I think if Guven had a cold 4-bet bluff here, it's probably a lot more likely to be in the big blind as opposed to the small blind. Because you know that
Interesting.
you know
Okay.
you know that you're closing the action, right? So if he has ace-5 of hearts in the big blind here, probably a lot more likely to cold 4-bet bluff it than if he's in the small blind with another player to act behind.
But like, how you can't get away from, you can't fold this.
I
just fold ace king, and then you're gonna call 45 and have like what, a third pot left behind.
I'm not suggesting that you should fold ace king here. You probably shouldn't, but it's the cold 4-bet, of course, is one of the strongest moves you can make. Really, pre-flop is, you know, in a conventional sense. And therefore, you know, these are the moments when you do have opportunities to fold some really, really big hands.
He's gonna lay it down.
Oh yes. He's gonna watch that back. He's gonna watch that back. He's gonna be very proud of that fold.
Year of Romania.
Year of Romania.
That was the good one.
Oh my goodness.
You have the ladies.
Who does that? Who can? I mean, you're just getting run over if you make that fold. But by God, it was the right time.
Now, if it was a raise and there was a 3-bet and you laid it down, I feel like that would be a sign of weakness. But given the nature of the cold 4-bet in this spot, I think that was a very nice fold. And obviously, this close to the money, I applaud it. Nice work, sir. And I'd love to see our qualifiers going deep and getting some cash too.
Well, I'm going to see anyway.
Glowing Bud. What a hero / coward.
Are you definitely winning the flip?
What a fold. All right. Juan Pardo, a.k.a. Malacca style, under the gun, ace-queen offsuit.
I think so, but I also saw them say that there was some technical difficulties and they started late, so I don't know if it's longer than that or something, but it should be half an hour now.
It is 1 hour today. That's the first time I've ever seen Tonka sort of not right about something.
5 calls.
He wasn't wrong either, but... Guven. In with 9-8 suited, and now it's Justinovic's turn with ace-king offsuit.
These guys are omega deep here, Joe. Justinovic, 76 bigs. Pardo, 101. Maybe not mega deep, but of course super deep when you think about how shallow we tend to play tournament poker on average. Obviously a nice luxury blind level here. Nice slow levels here in Cyprus to go along with that main event title.
Yeah, for sure.
So this was a raise under the gun, a call on the button, and here is the re-raise to 33,000. This is a re-raise that to me says, I have ace-king. Let's not see a flop.
Well, yeah, given the nature of the under the gun open and the fact there is a player behind, I don't think this is a super conventionally 3-bet squeezed bluff spots.
Right.
So I think you can make some tighter folds, and there you go. Just the man getting out of the way. He goes, this is probably just strong.
Let's just play this face up.
Yep. Yeah, just giving him a lot of credit there, and I think you probably should do. Now, if he opened from the cutoff and there was a call on the button, all of a sudden you're in squeeze city, right? That happens a lot more. All of a sudden, ace-queen goes up in value because there's a lot more combinations that can profitably 3-bet and does so against a wider opening range.
Sammer under the gun with ace-queen now. Can we get ace-queen in another spot besides under the gun?
Years of trauma, Joey. Really showing on you, buddy.
So ridiculous. It's like, I know it's under the gun, but it's probably going to be the best hand. Just kidding. Ace-king again. Another ace-king late position. Ace-king in the small blind. Ace-king on the button.
Yeah, new strat. Just fold all the early positions. Doesn't matter what you have.
Strat 2 thinking, the bubble, boss. The bubble. How's that for an old reference? Anyone out there old enough for that one? Try 2. Something Island. That's right, Ouija CV Killer. Hervey Salaches. Also close. Not the Love Boat, but you're close. People closer than I thought they would be. Fantasy. No one's gotten it completely yet. Okay, Party Man on YouTube. First one to get the first. Fantasy Island. The person I was quoting was a James Bond villain sidekick. Yes. Abstract feel. Lost Island. So many people. So many people's getting a piece of it. Try 2. There is, boss. There is.
Try 2 starts the hand with about 31 bigs.
3 pots, 4 pots, 5 pots.
Hervé Villachez played a character named Tattoo, who would announce the arrival of the plane to Fantasy Island by exclaiming, "They're plane, boss. They're plane."
It's very specific.
Very specific. Try 2.
Yeah, I think, just out of interest, guys, I do think that the Queen Jack Open here is already a little bit on the wider side, even if we were early stages.
Mm-hmm.
But when you're this close to the bubble, I would argue this is probably just a mandatory fold every time. You're just putting yourself in a very awkward situation when you're relatively short stacked to the rest of the table, and we are just 4 from the money.
Nick, if you're not opening 2 paint cards on 30 big blinds on the bubble, what are you even doing here? Scared money don't make money.
Don't you start, Joe.
Don't give him the keys to the Lambo.
You can't be giving him the keys. No, I would agree with that statement. I always agree with the chat pros. That's not to say he can't win this pot. Wish him the best of luck, of course. I just think in terms of risk reward, you just don't want to be in there with a hand that already struggles to perform from this position when you're playing full ring poker.
Where are you from, then, if you were so curious about Spanish football? Where are you from?
Try 2 with the queen high float against the cutoff call. I mean,
why not?
When the cutoff calls here, he's going to have a ton of king X. Don't think this is a board where queen high is necessarily loving any action. Now, does Try 2 want to try and turn his hand into a bluff?
I studied English at university.
I mean, you do sound German, but not that.
And Carbo probably knowing now he has a value bet
I'll
opportunity.
take it as a compliment. Thank you very much.
Try 2 with that quick check, not really indicating that he's going to have trips here. So the ace-jack is probably going to be doing very well indeed.
When you get home.
I guess I need to get one, yeah.
Probably knows he can
Used to be a high school
get some value from some weaker ace combos as well. And 33K in the middle, decides to bet. 11,000.
Wait, what?
That was a queen high call on the river?
It appears to have been a queen high call on the river. What a hero.
But the queen high call was for the chop, right? Kings and trays with an ace?
Yeah, sure.
So calling for
it was not a chop.
Calling for a chop on the river there takes him down to 22 big blinds. We're just a few positions away from the money. You got to be concerned about sneaking in that bubble before you start making some hero calls like that.
Every year passing by, not teaching.
I think that's great advertisement for not being bluffed in the future.
Back to your ways.
The German accent coming back.
204 players remain, by the way. 4 from the exact bubble.
Water. No, thank you. Yes, thank you.
Can I have
lemon and tea?
Your man, Glowing Bud, just bagged a bounty in the mini EPT. Well done. Congrats.
We just...
I guess it's not a mystery bounty online, is it? Do they have those yet? On PokerStars?
Hashtag soon.
Hashtag soon. I love it.
203 in the field now, Joey. Did you hear the bubble?
Oh, 203. Indeed, thank you. How come it's okay for Carbo to raise Queen Jack? I'm setting you up here. Go ahead.
Because he got 115 big blinds. He can apply pressure to the shorter stacks that are sweating the pay jump.
And also something about the HJ, I'm guessing.
Oh, yeah, of course. Also, he was in the hijack as well, of course. Position much later does much better when everyone's folded. It'll scream there, Joe.
Yeah, that cheers from the boot camp event. I guess they're heads up now. That's for a EPT Prague package, so big deal.
Yeah, 10K package. That's the women's boot camp over there battling it out.
You're on there with Mark, right?
Poker power.
Yeah, that's right.
We're making jokes. We're making fun of him, like that he quite emo back at that.
Oh my God, he was super emo back then. You should see some other pictures. I have a bunch. Yeah, fuck, that's a long time ago. That was like 12, 13 years ago or something. 12 years ago.
That picture made the day in the spam channel. You can't imagine.
Nice.
Yeah,
Love it. Yeah, Mark's English is good, right?
202
yeah, because he's
in the
living
field
with
right
me.
now.
Actually, really?
Yeah. For 2 years when we were like 21.
Yeah, back then, yeah.
Yeah, and I like, he wanted me to teach him, like correct him all the time. Like every single mistake he made. So like it was just like, 24/7 English lesson.
6 plus.
Very brave.
Here's a pretty hand, Joe.
Well, I mean, while berating him.
Maybe the prettiest king queen suited. Arguably. Oh, wait a second. Can I change my answer?
You are on it today, Joe. You keep calling these ones in.
Okay, reverse to 21,000.
Okay, Sammer's not going to get in trouble. What about the blinds? What say you?
Okay, dealers in the main event, please finish the hand your own. Stop dealing. If you have an all-in call, keep the cards face down and freeze the action. Once again, dealers in the main event.
You know what this means.
Finish hand your own, stop dealing. And if you have an all-in call, please freeze the action. Thank you.
It's the hand for hand job.
H for H.
H for H.
I beg your pardon. So, Guven here, guys, 125 bigs.
Wow.
Decides he doesn't want to get mixed up, but, you know, look, we are H for H, guys. There is a difference, a very significant difference between a min cash and $0.
Huge difference. I've said it before and I'll say it again. There are very few players who do not care about the min cash, no matter how big of a baller you think they are.
Qualifier.
Wow.
55 into 530 into 9.
I won 2 530s.
ROI is ROI.
I won qualified for 2 530s.
Don't care how rich you are. 8,325 reasons to just chill for a minute and let the bubble burst before you start doing anything crazy.
My wife is pregnant. I just got married. I'm playing the main event. I'm playing the...
Life is good.
Isn't?
What the time today?
Yeah.
Here's a target for my back.
Right now?
Was that Jason Kuhn, right?
Sorry?
Jason Kuhn during the WSOP, right? He,
No, it was Sean D, wasn't it? It was Sean D.
No.
Oh, no. Both
It
of
might
them.
have been cool, yeah.
It was Jason Kuhn, right?
She was giving
playing-
she was giving
I
birth
think
while he
so,
was
I'm
on.
not
Oh, yeah,
sure
while he was on a
Yeah,
final table
and
or
he said
something.
like, yeah,
Okay.
I'm too rich, like, makes sense, obviously. Yeah.
Hi, would you like to steal every single chip from me on the bubble? Thanks.
Final table?
Hey, look,
I get
Joe,
it, by the way.
I think it's very it's wholesome, and I love it. And, you know, the joie de vivre, you know what I'm saying?
When you're nervous, too, by the way, which I've been at the poker table many times, confessing like that makes you feel better.
Yeah, yeah. Like it's like they call it labeling, right? Where you kind of talk about specifically the anxiety, and it seems to help.
Correct.
Under these circumstances, you go, oh, I'm not even that good of a player anyway, am I, guys? You know, so you know that kind of thing.
I'm the fish, tee-hee, and then you just kind of feel a little bit better confessing that.
That's true.
Yeah. Like, you know, I'm happy just to fold to the min cash, you know, in case he feels anxious about the fact he folded ace king there. It might have been incorrect, but actually was a super genius fold, as we could see.
Boy or girl?
I get it.
She's only 10, 11 weeks, something like this.
we are probably praying for the same. Yeah.
So hand for hand has started.
I want a little girl, to be honest with you.
You want a girl?
Yeah. I think it's easier to be raised.
Yeah.
Us.
And also like this crucial moment coming up, like she's
Yeah.
like showing you like 5 possible boyfriends, and you can like this mafia like guy like.
Okay, so we are not on the stone bubble right now. Looks like we're gonna go hand for hand, 2 for the money. So we'll take 2 eliminations before the bubble bursts.
Hello. Stealing her heart.
So Joey, when you were playing in Vegas this last time, that main event, how was the table service in terms of trying to get a drink? Because I hear mixed reviews about that.
I think I was in a good section.
Yeah, I think that's what I've heard. Sometimes it's dry, you can't get a drink to save your life.
I was in a good section, but also for once I was taking it seriously and I wasn't really drinking, and I was trying to like keep my energy drinks low because I tend to get a little jittery and anxious, a little anxiety.
Yeah. I meant just like service, and I meant soft drinks too, not necessarily.
Oh, you mean dealers also?
Sure. Well, yeah, just no, not like dealers, but also like just going, I really need some water right now, and there was somebody there to actually help you out and like grab you.
It was all pretty decent where I was, considering the size and the scope of the main event. Yeah, I was in a good section. One thing I can't complain about.
I just wanted to give a shout out to the wait staff here in Cyprus as well. Everyone's been really, really happy with the service from table to table, and in general in the casino. They seem very, very, very, very supportive.
Thank you.
Looks like we're going to get the next hand
Okay,
going.
players, we're 201 remaining. We're going to continue hand for hand. 199 is the money. So once again, 201 remaining. We are going to continue hand for hand. Just going to remind you about some rules during the hand for hand process. We need you to stay in your seats, players. We really do need you to stay in your seats. I will be announcing the action, so you won't miss anything. So once again, stay in your seats, please. If you have an all-in call, you must keep your cards face down. Please don't turn them over. Dealers, obviously, you have to wait for me to announce next hand. If we lose 2 players from the same table, the player who entered the hand with the most chips will take the highest finishing position. If we lose 2 players from separate tables, any prize money will be split. Okay, so 201 remaining. Good luck, everybody. Dealers, 1 hand, please.
All right, you heard the man. You heard how it all works. And we are dealing. I was going to say, Nick, that I'm particularly impressed with the staff here for one reason alone, which is that this is an all-inclusive resort. And I know that Europe isn't huge on tipping in general, but in a place where no one is carrying any cash, really, they are kind of just hustling because it's their job.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I completely agree. Not just in the room here, but also in the resort in general.
Yeah.
This is quickly becoming probably one of my favorite stops.
I have major guilt. I'm a person that will tip
You're
on
a big
every
tipper.
drink, whatever. Yeah, and so just to be like, thanks, and walk away from the bar without leaving anything feels odd to me.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. And like you said, they're hustling so hard, it actually makes me want to try and figure out how to get some cash out of the wall, even though I kind of didn't really plan on doing it at all. Just paying everything with card is so normal these days.
Yeah. All right, Justinovic is going to get a little out of line here on the bubble. I guess we're going to figure out who the bubble aggressors are going to be, but he is going to end up tangling with the biggest stack at the table, Parker Talbot, who not only is a threat now, but is a threat when he has way fewer chips than this. Both players flop a flush draw. Parker is going to be in big, big trouble should that club appear.
Oh, man. This is
unless it's the 8 of clubs, which would be pretty awesome.
The 8 of clubs would be pretty sick, but we've seen a couple of these spots, guys. We've had no shortage of hands on the feature table so far today in all the sessions we've covered. Parker's going to go absolutely nowhere with the gut shot here. Gut shot straight flush draw, the street flash.
And that is a pretty boring turn card, luckily for Tonka.
Yeah, I mean, of course, don't forget he can just hit the ocho that's not the club as well. That would work too.
Right.
But in terms of clubs, yeah, that's the only one that's going to help him here.
I mean, jacks and nines are good at this point as well.
I think I would really dig a second barrel here, and I'd like to go quite chunky as well. You can probably make it like close to 30K, maybe even more. Really maximize folds from 7X, 10X, maybe some straight draws like 8-9, maybe some straight draws like Queen Jack.
28,000.
All right, so not quite as big, but close to pot. I'm digging that. I think that's still a good size to really put pressure on those combos I described. And Parker is in a bit of a weird one now because he has so much equity on average here. For the most part, if he hits a club or he hits the 8, he's going to be good against tons of Ustinovic's range. All right, we're going to the river.
And that river is 6 of hearts. So King High will be good at showdown, should we get to showdown.
Now, the only thing that I think Parker can do here, and I don't think he will, is try and represent that 8-9 straight that he's blocking with the 9 of clubs. I think for the most part it's just a check and a give up, though. It's a very tall tale to sell at this stage. King High is going to take it down.
It's good. Maybe a cooler.
Better than a club.
Indeed.
That's true.
Ustinovich at right around 100 big blinds now. Who do we have out here? Kenny Haller. Looks like he's about to cash. I see some production team lined up over there. Yeah, meow. Looks like a player who's already got a trophy this week is on the verge of cashing here in the main event.
And Kit Ahuja.
Who's your daddy?
You see Who's Your Daddy?
Took down the Eureka main event here.
Yep.
Huge field.
Also final tabled the Estrellas event that we just covered in Barcelona this year.
Huge field. How do you do it? How do you do that in back-to-back massive fields? So this hand is Johann Schultz and Michael Molinar. Molinar has bet 30,000. Johann with the decision. The board is queen, is king, queen, 7-6 deuce. Looks like at least a couple of clubs. I remember seeing Johann in an uncomfortable position like this before. That face is very familiar. But I feel like we haven't seen him for a while. Who is Lord Bari in real life? Is this person in Twitch chat all the time actually in this event? It's me, yes. That's him, Joe. He's in the hand. Which one? Molinar? Thank you. That's Lord Barry. Look at that. Huh. I apologize in advance for when I don't remember that. So I'm guessing Lord Barry in chat knows what happens here, but don't say it. You're not above getting banned, let me tell you.
Now to stare down. Now to look away.
I'd be so afraid to, to make any sort of movement, fearing that I'd get my opponent to do the other thing.
Second bow.
And Johan folds his hand. Nice little pickup there for Lord Barry. Cool to see everybody on Twitch cheering along, a regular viewer.
You're right. It's Czech Republic, Poland. It's near. It's near. It's close. But you're right.
Must have some hands still in action, or we would be dealing again everywhere.
All right, dealers, next hand, please.
Aha!
Thank you.
Thank you. Shinigami on YouTube asks, where's the graphic teams? There are no graphics for anything but the main feature table. The only table playing with RFID. Anything else we catch is just from what any other viewer would catch. Any other railbird.
Yep, any onlooker observer.
You live in Andorra?
6,500.
Carbo getting a little freaky under the gun with the Sam Grafton, 10-9 suited.
No way, it's the Sam Grafton. You got to play at all positions. 355.5K as well. He's got 118 bigs. Come on, Joe.
It's still, I don't think, mandatory on the bubble.
I mean,
try two.
Now you're in Montenegro?
Now in Montenegro.
In Budva.
Near Budva.
All in it for you.
3 kilometers.
Yeah, it's insane how empty it is when there are no tourists.
Yeah.
It's insane.
10-9.
But you
I think I win.
100% right, because when I learned...
I could have been the bubble boy.
I learned Dutch.
Yeah?
Quick hand at the feature table.
Let's not paint bad karma, guys.
Back out to the field now.
Don't go for it.
Yeah, he was distracting me because he was like laughing, like strangely, and I didn't like get what it was about. So it would have been like super funny if you were German, for instance, and like say Eastern Europe.
I wanted to rap first.
Or if you were Spanish or so, if you like was far off.
Let's see, we do have an all-in on table 4.
Tournament life was at risk there.
Pedro Marques. All in, but no call yet.
Only one chip. One chip difference.
That kind of looks like a Marques from the back with the triangle. See Nicholas Schweedy at this table. EPT champion. That is a Marques.
What's the other Marques?
There's Pedro, and there's the PT fisherman, who is Andre Marques.
Andre Marques.
Okay, so that didn't get called.
I thought it was Andre. I was reaching for it. Wanted to double check, but not to be confused with Andres Nemeth.
No.
Pro Beers.
Correct. The eye in the sky. Trying to figure out what else is happening out there. So the tables on the other side of the walkway there, those are also main event tables. And our jib arm is long, but it's not that long. You know what I'm talking about. It's long, but not freakishly long. It's not Guinness World Record long.
It's like above average.
Above average,
It's like above
yeah.
average, but like, you know.
Gets the job done, but I mean, come on.
It's nothing to be embarrassed of.
Doesn't need to go all the way across the room. That would be kind of unpleasant, really, I think. If it did.
Just be dangerous, really.
Yeah.
In this kind of a setting.
Cumbersome, that's right, Dr. Wankenpeen.
And it is quite cold in there. Yeah, you're right, Sabla.
Ooh, hold on. All right. What's happening? Yep, I see some action way over there. Oh, and we're on it. Table 13, board is Jack 10, 4, 5. Seat 2 is Hubert Osinski against seat 5, Tom Kunze. It looks like, well, we know that Osinski is the player in position, and it looks like is the player with the decision.
Bet.
And bets probably all in with a stack that amount. Gets the quick fold. Hubert gets the fold from Kunze. We move on. What else you got, eye in the sky? Nothing going on there. Nothing going on there. Ooh, something going on here. We've got a showdown. Just in time, I see a table tap coming from Pascal Voss in seat 5. But I think, yep, this pot is getting shipped to Omar Lakhdari in seat 1. Looks like a mild warning for Omar. The rules are a little bit different on the bubble as far as when to expose your hand, when to show it showdown. Now, they were the last table in play, and I think that was just a quick little, hey, you happen to be the last table in play, but if you weren't, we want you to hold off on the showdowns.
Yeah. Yeah, you got to be careful here because, of course, that information can drastically alter the way that others might decide to play at this stage of a very large field tournament and a very critical stage of this tournament indeed.
Poor Kazan. Ooh, is going to open Queen 10.
After this level, we will be going on a dinner break for 45 minutes, regardless if we are on the bubble or not.
So, Kazan did get everyone the speech. I think they would expect him to be opening a little tighter than this given the speech he gave. And luckily, Carbo has a hand he could maybe fold. With that many chips, maybe not.
You can play with.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, again, positioning here is slightly different from the criticism we were getting about the Queen Jack being under the gun.
Of course.
But I'm with you, Joe. I still think that it's actually not the most ridiculous. Just let's play it safe. Let's find that min cash, especially as a qualifier. Your return on investment is so much greater than somebody that's bought directly into this tournament, right? Winning 8K as a qualifier is a huge difference between winning 8K when you've invested 5K to enter the tournament.
And this is worst case scenario here. Not a flat call with King Deuce, not a fold with King Deuce,
And
but
I
a
think if
3
they
bet.
could, like 2 tables be here for 40% of the day. Like it's with this many people left, there should be something.
But it's a good opportunity for practice the mindfulness.
For to practice your what?
Yeah, mindfulness.
Your focus.
Yeah, focus.
Not me. I'm just tilting and losing.
So with the guys, normal people.
I just don't see what you could possibly do here if you're Kazan, except for stop opening Queen 10. This is where that confession, I think, comes back to bite you a little bit. Players are going to know how to discern that information. Discern? No. Process? No. Utilize. Utilize that information you gave them.
Yep, and this is exactly the kind of spot you just want to try and avoid. So much additional pressure. What a great play from Carbo, though. Really, really shows awareness of the circumstances in the situation.
Yep.
Turning that king blocker into Le Bluff feels pretty fantastic. So Kazan now 31 big blinds. The only player shorter, Mario, excuse me, Trot 2, as we go back to the field. Try and catch as much of this action as we can.
45 minutes in a break.
And it looks like we do have a hand in progress. Table 1. We're going to check in on right here. Seat 3, the player just put chips in. That is Mikan Yusupov playing against seat 6, which is Thomas Santerna. The board is 5, 10, 7, 9, Jack. Santerna shoves. Yusupov lets out an immediate groan. So we do have a 4 to the straight board. An 8 makes a straight.
Too many cameras. I don't like it.
King Queen also makes a straight.
Oh, fuck. Would you do this with queens? You would do it?
So I think what he's trying to say is that he's got 2 pair.
I somehow don't believe you.
Trying to figure out if his opponent might overplay an overpair where he's still got him beat in a spot where he should kind of only have 2 pair plus, perhaps.
I beat ace king.
Yeah, well, a lot beats ace king.
No.
No, he
No.
says.
All right, makes the fold.
Folds. And Saturn shows an 8. Did have the straight.
Already on the turn. I should have shoved the flop. I made a mistake. I was thinking about it.
Oh, we got some cheers from the boot
Got
camp
greedy,
event.
wanted to make more money.
I was like, oh, we play so good.
7 diamonds.
Boot camp is being played there far right, right by our clock. Sorry, by our field counter, excuse me.
It's just board got better and better for you.
You can see a couple cameras over there.
That's gonna be stupid. I know. But you remember, everything started with he marked the hand. That I don't want to get into. Because normally in merit, it's not allowed, normally. But EPT, I think it's fine. That's the reason I didn't want to say anything. In merit tournaments, it's good, that's it. They would actually...
They should call it the Butte Camp event because that prize is a butte.
You want to top up to 250?
No, I'm just saying, you get 250.
This is what we have there.
Yeah,
You
I'll
want
just
to cover it.
Please.
Players running back to their seats.
You were invited? Yeah, but I had to play the 2K.
Or else your father would give you lashings.
Sam running the gun +1, folds king trace suited. Fold it around to try 2, 9, 8 times. He's moving the stack.
That was a stressful moment for me too. All right.
Okay.
Taking the folds.
Folds to the blinds. What say you, Gerard Carbo? 6'4" offsuit. 12,000. Oh, and he's raising into the snowman's.
Both players quite deep here, though. I think calling is pretty reasonable here at this stack depth, especially at this stage in the tournament. Does decide just to call.
Especially when you're covered.
Yeah, I mean, just generally speaking, so Carbo's got 117, Ustinovich got 93 bigs. It's hard to do that many big blinds in a pot at this stage. Just got a little grin on his face like, you'd be surprised how easy it is for me.
No. I do not disagree with you. I don't want to be the guy that's like, well, but every once in a while we just see this completely unnecessary confrontation on the bubble.
No. I think you're thinking about online, Joe. You never see that stuff live.
Never see it live.
Yeah.
Ustinovich with an easy call on this continuation bet. And this board gets more and more gross for pocket eights.
I do feel like the king is kind of a natural continue, though. I don't think it really is. You could probably roll a dice and decide, but like
with 6 high.
Yeah. I mean, you can continue repping the ace. Obviously, you're going to get some more 10s to fold, some more 5s to fold. Depending on Ustinovich's sort of pedigree and his experience against the right opponent, I think barreling the king is a completely reasonable way to proceed here as just as a pure bluff. No equity bluff, but I think at this stage in the tournament, both players very willing just to slow it down and not take any unnecessary risks.
And eights do get to showdown. That's a nice feeling. What is going on? Can someone get this dude a lozenge? Uh-oh. This time we're at table Schweedy, and Schweedy has cards. I see an all-in triangle.
There's a face we recognize.
Now we do have an all-in call on another table.
Okay.
I think.
About
I don't know if Schwede's in the tank or has already made the call. His body language says to me that he has made the call. So now we've got to wait to see what happens on all the other tables before they run this table. So this table's on pause. Zakharov versus Schwede. Guess we got some time to handle this question from Merstyle, who says, Stapes, are you performing in Vegas during the NEPT? It was briefly discussed. The live events team did ask me if I wanted to do something. The problem is we couldn't find any space at Resorts World, and we discussed maybe doing one off-site, and the problem is we got too much going on in NEPT as it is, and as much as I want to do it, it's hard for me to say to the hardworking live production team, hey guys, I'm taking the night off to go do comedy, and probably none of you can come. So the live events team here at PokerStars has been real into it lately. Hopefully we'll figure out a way to make it happen at a future stop on the EPT or the next NAPT.
Maybe a private show, Joe? Private dancer? Dancer for money?
I've done a private show a couple of times, and one of them went really well. One of them went really, really well. A guy named Dan Sparger, actually, who's a big guy in the community in Las Vegas, hired me to do his wife's birthday once, or maybe his anniversary, and it went really well. We did it in his room at the Aria. The only thing that went wrong was that security shut us down during my headline set because I brought a speaker system into a hotel room, which they weren't that happy about.
I mean, you know, Joe, if the people want a good laugh, maybe we'll just put you into a tournament. Am I right? Am I?
He's not wrong. He's not wrong.
I jest.
Thanks for the love, Pie Face. Sorry, user 1542. Yeah, it would make sense for me to do a show there, but it being our first NAPT in over a decade, I don't want to throw this at them as well. There's enough stuff to get off the ground and to make happen. I just don't want to add more pressure to everyone else.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty action-packed as it is, right? We're cramming a lot into those days, and I expect a pretty significant turnout for the old NAPT action, too.
Let's hope so, yeah. We got to get the word out there about the NAPT, by the way. You know, this all kind of came together a little bit later than usual for, you know, one of our stops, especially one as big as we're hoping this will be.
Absolutely right. So if you guys are in the area, check out the dates. Consider coming to join us. I will be in attendance as well, Joey.
Very good.
And, yeah, we'll be calling the action. Might even get a chance to look at a cash table if you guys want to come and play some cards with me. That'd be nice. Oh.
Boot camp.
Screams of jubilation.
I don't know. Ah, yeah, he's here now.
All right, so there is a hand developing on table 16. So we know we have an all-in call on table 4. The clock's been stopped. Ken Miller asking, Stapes, will there be ways to satellite into the NAPT from Pennsylvania? Yes, I believe there will. For all of the legal U.S. markets, there's going to be ways to satellite, and they might even be going right now. I don't know if you have access to the client.
Yeah, just a couple reminders there. Once again, etiquette at this stage, gang. Don't talk about what's going on. Don't discuss it in multi-way pods, as always. But also, for the most part, just don't talk about what you have, which would indicate the strength of your position under these circumstances. Got to try and keep all that under wraps so we have a nice fair bubble.
All right, here we go. This is table 16, and it looks like we've got seat 1 and seat 2.
Main event players, 201 remaining. We have 2 all-in calls. So So I'm going to go announce them table by table.
Seat 1 is Axel Egan. Seat 2 is Raul
So for the
Gallego.
moment we're on table 16. We already have a full board. We have Axel and Raul. Axel is our all-in player.
Just turn the cards over here. Sorry, wait a second. Yeah.
All right.
All right,
Let's
once
see
again,
him.
Axel has our own player. We're just going to turn the cards over and announce the winner. Let's see your cards, please, guys. Turn them over.
Raul shows his hand first.
It's a flush, yeah.
Raul.
Okay, Axel has ace flush and wins the hand, so we are still 2-1 remaining.
Raul's bluffing. Missed
We're
a
gonna
straight
go
draw.
over to table
Ran into a flush.
Number 4, where we have another all-in call.
Okay, now we're, oh, look at the swath of people headed over to table 4. This is Schwede versus Zakharov.
Not yet. Who's the other guy?
Who's the other guy?
I'm just going to talk, okay? All right, players, we're on table number 4. We have Dimitri and Nicholas, and Dimitri is our all-in play, and we have no board.
This is an all-in pre-flop.
Let's see your cards, please.
Zakharov, the blonde, filming his potential exit. Oh, it's the sickest and classicest of races.
Dimitri with 2 queens is our all-in player. Let's see the flop, please.
Queen's at risk.
Flop is 4 king ace.
Oh, 4 king ace. Always a 4 king ace when you have pocket queens.
Oh, 4 king ace.
Turn card, please. Turn is a jack.
Oh. You're not so upset about the 4 king ace if a 10 hits the river.
Final card, please.
River.
Final card is an 8.
Oh, I saw a lot of pips there, but not enough.
We're 200 remaining. We're going to break a table. So we're going to break a table. Then we're going to continue.
So a little bit of rebalancing, Joey.
So a table's going to break, but I think we're going on a break. Not immediately, but I think we're going to do one more hand and then have dinner break, right?
Yep, seems like we're about that time. 2 minutes 56 on the clock.
All right, main event dealers, we're going to break a table. So shortly you should have a full table of 8 players. There's 3 minutes left on this level. We're going to continue this level and then we're going to go for a 45-minute break.
Yep.
Right. After this level, yeah.
Man, that's going to be quite a rush on the buffet.
We'll probably end it with 2 hands because if one table finishes before the clock gets to 0, they have to play the hand at that level.
There you go.
There's probably going to be 2 hands before they go break. It'd be lovely.
Straight from Toby's mouth. Maybe 2 hands.
Lots of players out there anticipating the opportunity to get them in cash. And then, of course, we have the ever-present post-bubble bust-out bonanza.
Yeah, could, I mean, the bubble could still burst before the dinner break. Just need to lose 1 player. Yes, Primal D on YouTube, it says, so they use the money from the players as the prize. That is correct. That's where the prize pool comes from. Everyone paid $5,300 to enter. Some money is taken out for various fees.
I mean, you got to pay the world's greatest dealers somehow.
Correct. And what's left gets redistributed as prize money. Only 199 players will get a piece of that prize money. The further you go, the bigger the piece.
By the way, Juan, you were the fourth person to talk to me about the nickname.
Before the main event, can you check that all your players have arrived, please? Should have 8 players per table.
What's the nickname?
Yeah, I want to know more about that.
Have you seen that Fancy B short? Fancy B short, YouTube short?
Fancy B short, what do you say? Oh, Fancy B?
Yeah, he was like...
Fancy show what?
Sahara Hammer, he was like hero calling with King 9 against Fancy B, who bluff shoved King Queen.
Long time ago, man.
No, it's a couple of weeks ago. A couple of months ago.
I don't remember.
Yeah, Fancy B was bluffing.
Yeah.
And the other guy called.
All right, dealers.
And Fancy B
Should
was
be
winning.
handed. Once again, players, 200 remaining. This is the pure bubble.
What?
Dealers, 100s.
Is 200 evenly divisible by 8?
The guy checked behind flop. Fancy B bluff turn. Was board 10.
8 times 10 is 80. 8 times another 10 is 160.
So.
Yes, and then another 5 makes 40. 200.
All right, so hand for hand, still in play. Pure bubble, in case you guys didn't hear it directly from Toby Stone's mouth.
The Stone Bubble with tournament director Toby Stone.
Brought to you by Toby Stone.
6 rows, 7,500. 7 plus.
Carbo opening the button.
Oh, this is Juan Pardo.
No, I don't think so. He's trying to make a nest there now.
I was just casually looking in that direction. You were like fighting against like this fly.
That's right. The 8-foot die. Is that Malacca style, the Lex villain? You got it. Heads up to the flop. Pardo outflops Carbo.
Cheer for us like that.
It's the battle of the Dobo. The Bodo. Mr. Solo Dolo.
6. That's 5,500.
Carbo continues with ace high, the gut shot to the nuts. Pardo not folding a 10. 5 of spades on the turn. Pardo checks to the aggressor again. We see a little pot control here sometimes, a little check back, a little.
Okay, main event players, we will be playing one more hand, so please don't go away from your table. We will be playing one more hand.
Okay, so this hand, make sure all the hands finish, and then one more hand. No pot control.
I'm very tilted.
Carbo gonna try to get it done with the DB, the double barrel.
23,000.
The second bar.
I don't understand it. Like, they just really want the bubble to burst, I guess, but I don't know about board.
They want the tables. They need the tables.
I feel like that decision was made based purely on the fact that one hand was finished before the clock ran out, so they're going to run one more. Of course, having the bubble burst before the dinner break would be great, but I do not believe that's the reason why they decided to play one more hand, as we heard Toby say.
Yeah, I would agree. That makes a lot of sense.
Deuce of diamonds on the river. Pardo is 10. Very, very good.
I beg your pardon.
We'll be finishing the day here.
Well, we will be.
Harold Sammer, Robert Kazan, Mario Tretsu. That's Don Pardo.
I definitely trust you, and also you're going to make it. So.
Former announcer for Saturday Night Live.
Oh, really?
Sir, I'm having the time of my life.
Oh, yeah. Check. And Malaka Styles
let him win like
takes
that,
down
on,
another pot. One more hand before the dinner break.
Never forget you.
I mean, I think we're going to have to start calling Juan Pardo the Don Pardo.
Don Pardo, sure.
Guy never loses.
Your host, Danny Glover, and musical guest, the Spin Doctors.
Huh?
No.
I want to hear more of your voice acting
Yeah, you
auditions.
don't. I just did one in my room. Just did one in my room for a teledoc company where I was playing a fever monster.
Remind me when we have a little bit of time again to ask you about Barry. You watched Barry, didn't you? The
Love
TV
Barry.
series.
Yeah, Barry's fantastic.
There was so much about Barry and the sort of the vibes of LA that I wanted to
kind
confirm
of
with you.
hate things that are about acting in LA. Like, I think it's like not that clever, but it was still so good.
Yeah.
I couldn't, despite my general rule that it's easy.
Like, it's just easy to prey on people that are aspiring in that sort of situation.
Yeah, it's also easy to write what you know, and if what you know is being an actor and a writer, it's just kind of a...
I got you. Okay.
Ben ona per verdim. Dedim artık kente gitmiyorum. Evet, 2 papaz geliyor. İki papaz geliyor.
Looks like all of the action is gathered on the other side of the aisle. And we will get some coverage of that if necessary, just not on the jib, not on this camera angle you're seeing. I do see a camera setting up there. Push it a little more. It's got more reach than I thought. It's a grower, not a shower, I guess. Yeah, something happening over there. Okay, it sounds like there's at least an all-in. Just waiting confirmation if it's all-in and a call. Yeah, it is all-in.
250, 500, 250, 500. 255,
All in and a call, I believe, and the stacks are super close, so they're counting them out ahead of time.
He had 5K more, I guess.
I guess to determine who actually gets the triangle. I see it right now in front of Daniyar Abakarov.
You cover by 5.
The player further away, the blonde player, Ivan Tukmachev. I heard someone say that the other player was covered by 5. Barakov is the covering player. The player on the left in the white hoodie. Cover is Tukmachev by 5K, by 1 blue chip. And we will be unveiling these hands momentarily, it seems. Toby standing here. There must not be much else going on. Yeah, back off, buddy. Serious business happening here. This is an all-in and call pre-flop, by the way. Okay, maybe the ladies can watch. That's fine. Everyone else, back off. You better make sure Toby's not looking at you. You do not want to be on the business end of a Toby Stone stare down. Not on the Stone bubble.
Do we know how much is for, Joe? Did you announce that already?
You announced it, I believe, but it's worth repeating. That min cash, I believe you said it was around 8,300.
No, sorry, I meant the chips, the stacks that he has to call here.
Oh.
So I know that they have very similar stacks.
That's a good question.
But I don't know if we know the actual value here, because obviously if we're going to sweat the moment, the best we have is basically just the stacks themselves. Not sure if we have that info just now.
We have the delta.
Got the delta? We got the difference?
It doesn't look huge for either player. Right, because the stack of blue is 100K.
Yeah.
And a stack of yellow is 20K, right?
I think so, yeah. So we might be looking at 480, nearly 500K.
What? Oh, total, you mean?
Yeah. No, that can't be
I'm
right.
gonna say less.
No, that can't be right. Sorry.
Looks like 100 and like 150 and 150. So
sorry. Yeah.
Probably around a 300K pot.
Yeah. No, that was stupid. My math was off.
Hey, we all make mistakes. I'm just glad that other people do it every once in a while, so I can say we all make mistakes.
That's still a very big chunk of blinds, though.
I mean, we got to be looking at another cooler. Samuel Lachek seems to think it is 250K versus 245K.
Okay, we have an only call on table number 24. Just to remind everybody,
which is much bigger.
After we run this hand, we're going to deal one more hand. So please don't run away. So we're on table number 24. We have Danny R and Ivan. Ivan is our at-risk player. Can we see your cards, please? Turn your cards over, please. Thank you.
Let's
So
see
Danny
them.
R shows 2 8s.
Pocket.
Ivan, our at-risk player, shows 2 black aces. So once again, Ivan with 2 aces is our at-risk player.
Just like we thought. Huge cooler.
Let's see the flop, please.
Massive cooler. Aces versus eights.
All right, the flop is 10 ace queen.
Can I say it's looking good for aces? There's no way to jinx this, right? It's looking good for aces.
Turn card, please. Turns in 3.
Looking pretty good for aces.
It's looking pretty good.
Hearts.
Oh, wait, hearts? Oh, no.
Has 8 of hearts.
Oh, no.
Final card, please.
Oh, no.
Final card is
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Aces hold.
200 remaining. We're going to do the last hand of this level. Dealers, next hand, please.
So that we're going to play one more hand, but that's going to leave a Baccarat with 1 chip, a 5K chip. That's fewer than 2 big blinds. The big blind is 3K.
Yeah.
And it was 250K versus 255K there, so...
Yeah, good shout, chat. A couple people spotting that eagle eyes. That's a ton of big blinds, though.
It had to be less.
That's a ton of big blinds.
In pre-flop.
Yeah, on the bubble. On the pure bubble.
Okay, break time?
Break time.
He didn't get the fist pump, by the way, from his opponent in the hand. It was from someone else. He did go across his opponent, but... All right, folks are going to be departing the room as they fold these hands. Carbo, ace-7 suited. Pardo in the small blind. Are we going to have another Bodo, Shodo? So far, we are. Oh, it's Sammer in the big blind with King Queen. How do you say nay to this? Sammer, the effective stack by a considerable margin. Sammer starts the hand with 37 bigs. Pardo 113, Carbo 100.
Looks like he's trying to cut out a squeeze here, Joe.
The squeeze, you can see his trepidation. The squeeze is going to be pretty committing.
Yeah.
And I assume he finds a fold if he gets shoved on, but that's a big chunk of his stack.
Yeah, and as you said, Joe, like quite visible trepidation. Maybe he just kind of was double checking his math there halfway through, but generally speaking, you kind of want to make up your mind and then make the action, right, rather than stop and start, unless the intention was to give off some sort of a false tell. Carbo here in position, 100 big blinds after putting in that initial raise.
I mean, not only does the trepidation feel a little nervous, but the sizing here too. It's just sort of screaming, please, no action.
Yeah.
Gonna be obliged by Carbo. Now it's to worry about Pardo, who Pardo is dominated, but man, I think we saw, who was it that we saw exerting max pressure moments ago? It wasn't Pardo, was it? It was against Kazan.
I believe it was Carbo 3-betting with the King Deuce.
Right.
Yeah, right, which would make sense in their positioning here. Yes, indeed. Yeah. So it was Carbo with the wider 3-bet, but Pardo ain't scared. Got a really nice hand to defend here. And a nice flop to go with it.
Rev, just to clarify, it says 200 paid, 200 left. No. So 200 with the red on it means that the bubble, we're on the bubble. 199 is paid. It's always one off a number that's divisible by 8. So that you're playing the stone bubble with every table full.
I think Sammer probably could continue here, especially with the gut shot in hand. I think if you do continue, you probably want to be looking at like maybe 25K. Maybe even that's a bit too big. Maybe even smaller. $16,000 is announced by the dealer. Pardo obviously going absolutely nowhere with this particular flop.
You're dominating pre-flop, and now you're so dicey post-flop.
Yeah, I mean, I think I like Sammer's approach here. Obviously on the bubble, probably expecting a lot more folds here, but then obviously you're up against the Don himself. Betting a call seems pretty standard here. Jack on the turn would be real tricky for Pardo, but Sammer's currently in front.
7 of spades. There's always coming 7.
I think the issue is that Sammer probably doesn't have a ton of second barrels on this particular texture, Joey.
Mm-hmm.
So if Pardo checks and Sammer checks, there's still a chance Pardo can take it away from him, even if he doesn't improve on the river.
It does feel like the small blind calling range is not going to necessarily have too big a piece of this board, but lots of things that you can't really fold. Right? You have like a lot of king jacks, a lot of queen jacks.
I mean, could literally have 9-10 suited. Absolutely.
Could have 9-10, sure.
I mean, if he's got queen jack suited, 9-10 suited, seems like a perfectly reasonable combo to have. Calling through that's here too.
Fair amount of 10s.
Plenty of 10s.
So Pardo going for it right here.
Just going to have a little lead, 15K. I think for 15K, Sammer probably still has to call, but if you look at how much of a portion of a stack he is here, Joe, it just feels sickening. Feels sickening. And that's why these guys are so good, right? They have these moves that people are just not even considering, right? Like, Pardo goes, you know, it'd be really cute is if I just made it like 15K lead on the turn, just totally confuse him.
I mean, that's the power of having this stack. Is it's not really a big deal whatever Sammer does.
Sammer could also just ship here. That would be pretty gross. That would be a cool move at this point.
Well, believe it or not, this hand has outlasted every other table. So everyone else is on dinner break right now. Which means that the player who we just saw with 1 5K chip left did not get it in.
Wow, excellent work there from Pardo. Just such a poker genius.
I mean, Malacca style. What are you going to do? He's a super high roller winner twice in the last 2 weeks. Like, sorry, guy.
It's like he's got his own style.
It's like he's got his own style, and that style is Malacca. All right, gang, same feature table when we come back. The bubble will continue when we come back. Parker Talbot, still a massive chip leader at this table. Maybe still for the entire main event. We'll have that information when we get back. Harold Sammer, now the shortest stack at this table. Both he and Mario Tratu skirting on the danger zone. We know that we have one player left out in the field with just 2 big blinds. So we're going to go on a 44-minute dinner break, but more from the bubble. World-famous bubble coverage from EPT Cyprus when we return. Pocket 8 for Bendinelli. And I don't think it's a spoiler to say that it really can't go beyond this level. 30 big blinds playing 24 big blinds. It is almost impossible for them to get out of this level without the money going in.
Yeah, Bendinelli here with 8s.
It should have ended in the last level mathematically.
The math is broken today, Stapes.
Oh boy, we got a set of 8s for Bendinelli.
Oh no.
Top pair for Guerrero. I said the money was going to have to go in. These guys have played pretty conservatively and made some tight folds. So maybe it doesn't have to go in right now. But boy, does this feel like it. Bendinelli firing 2.5 million or 250,000, whichever way you want to.
Thank you, guys.
Get it out there. And Guerrero just calls. The turn is a jack.
Wow.
Oh, no.
What a setup.
Oh, such a cold deck.
Cold Deck City, Guerrero covered. I think the only light at the end of the tunnel is we've seen a lot of miracle rivers throughout the course of this tournament. Looking for the board to pair, except for an 8. Doesn't know that yet, probably thinks he's got the best of it. Trips versus a full house.
Yeah, and Bendinelli very clearly trying to set up a sizing here on the turn that can make it an easy all in on the river. Wants to give Guerrero a good price to continue.
Does it ever go in now? Guerrero has no idea what he's up against. Makes the call, so that's 23 million in the middle. Neither player the pot size bet behind. Jimmy really needs to hit this river.
Oh
the
my
board pairs, but it's the 8. It's quad 8 for Bendinelli.
Wow.
This is unbelievable. This is the coldest of decks. It doesn't get any colder than this, Maria.
I'm glad you got a sweatshirt for this hand, Nick.
Insane ending, I assume.
Oh my goodness.
To the most insane EPT I have ever been a part of. A literal bad beat jackpot hand. Jack's full, beaten by quad 8s. Guerrero bets.
Wow.
Oh.
And Guerrero leading. Oh my gosh.
Put yourself in his shoes. He's got quads and you're getting led into on this river. It's the absolute jackpot payday.
How is Bendinelli's heart just not jumping out of his skin right now?
Bendinelli has been so patient, has folded winners. Had a chance to put this to bed. Announces all in. Guerrero hasn't snap called. There's just no way. There's the call from Guerrero. It's over.
He hasn't even tabled his hand. Table your hand.
Bendinelli shows the quad.
Bendinelli does it.
Guerrero tables the loser, and Bendinelli swarmed by his countrymen. Somebody get that boy his mama. Giuliano Bendinelli is the EPT Barcelona 2022 main event champion.
Absolutely unreal finish to an incredible main event. And the chants will not stop. A nice kiss from Mama Bendinelli.
It's just not even real life, you guys. That is not a real life way to win an EPT. This is this real life, people? Seriously, look at what just happened. This guy came back from one big blind to be here to river quads.
And it's the first time I said that I heard my father cry. So it was a pretty special moment.
Have you been celebrating?
Oh yeah, of course. I have been celebrating in Barcelona, my hometown now, and yeah, I'm gonna still enjoy it a bit more. Just playing the series right now, online too. So I will be in Cyprus too.
Okay.
So I will really enjoy it during the end of the series and before Cyprus. But yeah, it's coming slowly. But yeah, I just see every day when PokerStars post a new YouTube video on the best 5 hands, epic call, or that kind of stuff. You know, it's still a lot of emotion. We still watch it with a lot of surprise and a lot of yeah.
Yeah, it's actually something we noticed is that you watched the last hand back while on the set. I saw you and your pals had like a little tablet on the table watching that final hand moments after it happened. How many times have you watched it since then?
I watch it in French. I watch it in English too. I wanted to see all the reaction of the commentators on all the final table, of course, like a movie, you know.
Yeah.
So I think I watched it like twice entirely, but some part of it, you know, the highlights of that kind of stuff. Every day a bit every day. So yeah, a lot. Yeah.
Having made a call like that, did that make the feeling afterward amplified?
Everything was gathered together to make a special moment, you know. If I didn't had ace queen against king queen against Carl, when you make the king on the flop and an ace on turn, that's part of the magic too, you know. That's moment that stays, that will stay in my brain for forever. So obviously, the hero call, the crew, the pressure, everything in the same time. It's like a perfect ending, you know. It's like you want to write a pitch, and you said, if I would have dreamed about it, with a camera, taking my time to make a big hero call, and being right in this moment, and you can turn back to your crew, and you are like, you are a bit lost. That's precious. These moments are precious, really. So yeah, a lot of emotions, and yeah, everything at the same time. If I would have wrote the story, I could have wrote a better one. So yeah.
Yeah. In addition to watching you look back at the final hand on the set, we also saw you make a few phone calls immediately afterwards. Who did you call to tell about your win?
So it was to my father and my mother. They couldn't be here, but if they don't know anything about poker, they were always a bit reluctant about this. Even if they know that I had good years in poker, it's something mysterious, you know, when you play online and you said you spend 10 hours behind your screen, and they don't understand it. And now they see the atmosphere where everybody, even the family, even some friends, even some at the marketplace, everywhere is talking about it. So it feels the emotion comes to their in their heart, we can say. And it's the first time I said that I heard my father cry. So it was a pretty special moment. So it felt really, really special to me. Like in this whole atmosphere, someone gave me the phone, and having them on the phone, I couldn't say anything, but I won. Like, so yeah, it was a really special moment to me.
So what you're saying is, it's the kind of the cliched parents who like, you know, our son's a football player, our son's an engineer, our son's a poker player.
Yeah. Really, yeah, you said it all. Like I was they were really proud about the football part, and because they were happy they encouraged me to continue, even if I would have less study. They were happy about it, but I said no. I'm pretty good at math. I will be disturbed to not have a big career. I was thinking, you have 18, you don't know anything about life. You think engineer, or it's big career or something like that. And finally, I went to engineer, and then I stopped for poker, and they were really upset. It was really hard at the beginning, you know. They even wrote me a letter to say, "Stop,
they were like,
please.
can you please go back to being a soccer player?"
Yeah, do whatever you want, but please, come on. You make all this study, all of this for nothing. It was not for nothing, because obviously everything in football, everything in engineer, in mathematics study or whatever, helped me to be that good, to be rational, pragmatic, take fast decisions, being responsible, have no fear, blah, blah, blah. So yeah, all this way long was finally to say, okay, now you know that it was worth it. You know that it was not a stupid game, and I hope they will learn the rule of poker one day to follow my stories in if I go in a deep end again.
All right, next hand, Queen 10 of the offsuit variety for Side and Streaker.
Raised to 1.1. Witsiak with 6-5 of clubs.
This is not an unreasonable 3-betting hand, James. I definitely wouldn't mind a little raisy daisy here.
A raisy daisy?
Yeah, 6-5 suited, 8-7 suited. Definitely some frequency of 3-bet there at the stack depth.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 16, 17, 27, 37. I don't know.
Witsiak has played one-time bank cards so far.
4 million.
And you're right, Nick, he has decided to 3-bet with this hand. And I guess with a hand like Queen 10, with position, Seidenstricker can legitimately call this re-raise to 4 million?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it just plays nicely in position. I don't expect to see a 4-bet here. That seems a bit over the top. But this is a very, very good situation to try and take it post-flop against an aggressive opponent. Indeed has the best hand, and that's an important part of deciding whether or not you're going to call. How frequently does my opponent actually have a bluff here?
9-5 deuce, so a pair of fives for Witsiak. Seidenstricker with 2 overs to the board and a backdoor straight draw. Witsiak has the pre-flop betting lead and continues into this pot of 8.4 million.
Yeah, there's quite a few nice turns here for Witsiak, as well as just having the pair right here, right now. But that small continuation in relation to the pot means he's going to float with Queen 10 here. Queen or a 10 would be very dangerous for Witsiak.
So it was 3 million, the bet on the flop, called by Seidenstricker. Witsiak now slows down, checking this turn card. He is an 86% favorite, but it is Seidenstricker who's going to take over the betting.
Yeah, James, I don't think he's intending on check folding this turn, especially not having picked up a straight draw, right? Even if he's got it completely wrong and he is losing, he still has additional equity with that 4 on the turn, although it's not a ton. I anticipate a check call on this turn loads. A player at Witsiak's level will understand that his opponent will have floats here with 2 overcards, for example, exactly like Queen 10.
3.5 million apiece. The 9 of hearts on the river pairing the board. 21.4 in the million. Seidenstricker has less than pot behind. Action's been checked to him for a second time.
James, I really think that if he pulls the trigger, he could get looked up here. The 9 is actually a really, really good card to see if you have 6-5.
Counting his stack in relation to the pot. He shoves. He bluff shoves with just queen high. And Witsiak has the best hand with a pair of 5s.
Wow, he can definitely call here. This is a spot that's going to be bluffed a ton given the action.
If he calls, it's over. If he calls, he's an EPT champion.
How much?
He asked for a count.
21?
I mean, it's most of Witsiak's stack. It would be a huge mistake to make. You call here and you're wrong. It's over for you.
Yeah, I've got to say, I think the 9 is actually really good because the 9 kind of is what you think Seidenstricker might have when he limp calls here. This run out means there's fewer combinations of 9 remaining, and I think that means he's going to have more bluffs. I really think he might make the call here. It's a huge moment. Imagine making this hero call and claiming victory here in Barcelona.
The former professional footballer, the former engineer, a guy who has been mentored and coached by Antoine Saoud, with a decision that if he makes the right call, will earn him an EPT title.
You can do it, mate. I believe in you. Love hero calls.
Playing a time bank card, thinking about this.
I think he's trying to get a live read now, James. Seems to be looking at his opponent a ton here, trying to get some live tells.
This would be a huge call, and it will be a tournament-winning call.
Look at this from the rail.
Plays another time bank card. He's made the call!
Oh, wow.
We have a result here in Barcelona. It is Simon Viziak from France who takes the title and trophy. The additional 100,000 euros in prize money and crushes the hopes and dreams of the Brazilians.
Wow, what a call. Absolutely fantastic poker. He's dominated this tournament, and what a dominant call to take the trophy.
He has been chip leader for so much of the late stages of this 5K main event. He closes it out. He takes it down. He'll lift the trophy. He'll claim the single biggest slice of the 10 million euro prize pool. While Zhao Seidenstricker is the runner-up. And action is on Olashemian. He is raising under the gun with Jack 10 off. Round to Patrick Antonius on the button. He folds. Sadri Sella is in the small blind. He's got King 9.
And I think yesterday, towards the end of the day, we saw Shemian getting a bit liberal with his opens from early position, and not everybody would open from under the gun with Jack 10 off suit. And Lanini, he's got a good spot for aces. It's fun to get aces in the big blind.
It's fun to get aces in the...
Any seat you're in, any position.
I see your chips. You have a stack behind there?
I don't mind that he's 3-betting right now, because you usually assume that people's under the gun open range is quite strong and that you will get more value this way. But Shemian is a bit weak, but he has position.
He's like, no, I'm going to see a flop. I'm going to outplay you. Or just crack your
Outflop
aces.
you.
Yeah.
Oh, Shemian flops trips.
I like this check by Lanini.
Hold my hair back, Maria.
Not on my shoes,
No,
Joe.
I'm going to... Hey, there's a turn in river still.
I'd like to see Lanini check call.
Shemian, that's 130,000.
If you check call here with aces, you just keep all the worst hands in, and you also give someone like Shemian the option of barreling on later streets.
Is that an ace?
Close, but no. Shemian now a 95% favorite. Lanini check called the flop for 130,000, and suddenly he elects to lead turn.
Yeah, this lead doesn't make much sense to me. I think that if you check call the flop, then you just open it up for Ole to do so many things on the turn. The worst thing, you have nothing to protect from. Either Ole has a jack or eights full, or he's going to barrel off with no real equity against your hand. So, and you're also just letting Ole off the hook.
You're like really
to fold
hoping
in this spot.
You're really hoping he has kings. It's very wishful thinking.
And based on the pre-flop action, that's highly unlikely.
Right.
So this is roughly half pot, 250,000.
And realize that Shemian has more jacks in his range than Lanini does, because Lanini's not likely to be 3-betting ace-jack from the big blind against Shemian's under the gun open. He's not going to 3-bet, you know, queen-jack suited, king-jack suited. He's probably just going to call those.
When Ole stares at, Lanini there. He's not actually trying to figure out if Lanini has him beat, right?
No, he's just trying to figure out if he moves all in, if Lanini will call him.
Indeed. Well, Lanini had 500k behind, so when Shemian shoves on him, it's a snap call from Lanini, and he's now drawing to 2 outs. He will need Barry Greenstein. He will need ace on the river, or Ola Shemian will claim his scalp. Just a 5% chance of survival. Is Shemian going to get Greensteined? The river is a 9. And Ola Shemian eliminates Davor Lanini in 14th place, taking us down to 13 players. And Shemian is now closing in on the chip lead. He has got 3.7 million, close to a 150 big blind stack, while Lanini walks away with 35,500 euros. Ola Shemian, second in chips, 94 big blind stack, opens with Queen Jack from under the gun +3, makes it 90k. Pocket fives for Sadri Saleh. That's a call. And the crinkling is getting really tilting.
Oh, my bad.
I was going to say, did you pass your bag of potato chips along to somebody at the feature?
I gave one to everyone.
Zonas has Jack 8 in the big blind.
It's a combination of the crinkling and the shuffling, actually, that bothers me. It's approaching nails on a chalkboard status.
Zonas calls as well, 3-way to the flop. And that flop is 10-9-7. Zonas flops it. And Shemian has a gut shot to a better straight. What do you do here, Maria? Play and flow?
Yeah, I mean, I think the reason why it looks like your Zonas is going to lead into the pre-flop raiser is because he feels like this is the kind of board that's going to get checked around a lot, and leading can actually look a little bit weaker than obviously what he has. It looks more like, you know, protecting top pairs or a pair and a straight draw. Doesn't really look like you flopped a joint.
150k from Zonas, called by Shemian. Salah gets out of the way, and it's heads up to the turn.
Let's see how good Shemian is running today.
He's got the swag factor. It brings a 5 on the turn, which would have been a set for Salah. He saved himself by not getting involved post flop.
Unfortunately, he doesn't know that just yet. He's probably a little tilted at the moment. I was actually a little disappointed that Honglin folded 8-6, which would be in really big trouble right now, too. Although he would have a straight flush draw.
Zonas fires again, 375,000 into 630,000.
And this is the part where, you know, Shemian's also thinking maybe my overcards could be good, based on the way the hand was played, I don't think he would often call with just a straight draw if that's all he thought his outs were.
But it's the 8 that comes on the river.
There's our answer to how good Shemian's running today.
Shemian swag factor, 8 out of 10.
What in the world?
Well, this is going to result in a change at the top of the leaderboard.
This is just so unlucky.
Twitch chat's kicking off. As Yozonis bets 725,000. And Shemian's sitting there with the nuts, right?
Yes, and he has, you know, 3.18 million in chips total, and he's just thinking about a sizing that is going to get paid off. I don't think all in is that sizing, and Yozonis' hand looks pretty strong here. To think that Yozonis is betting 3 streets after this kind of run out, Shemian has to believe he has a straight.
So why is all in not the
Because
move?
he blocks the nut straight is the problem. I mean, yes, Yozonis could have the same hand in the spot, but a lot of times he could have a hand like Jack 10.
Well, how much is that?
2 million?
2.5 million.
If you threw up earlier, Joe, I don't know why you're not throwing up now.
I got nothing left in my guts, that's why.
And of course, every decision has that 30-second timer running.
How are you supposed to get away from this when there's one hand that beats you?
I didn't say it was something he's going to get away from, but it's a very tough spot for Shemian to bluff, given what I said about how strong Yozonis' hand looks with the action having been what it was, but
I mean, can Shemian do this with just a jack?
Just to be clear, he doesn't have to play those time bank cards. They will be deducted from him at the end of the hand. Every 30 seconds that passes, the dealer resets the clock and starts it again. He will be warned when he's on his last time bank card, though, because if the clock hits 0, his hand will be dead.
whew, looked like he was going to, oh.
It's a fold.
Wow.
Well, Shemian.
Wow.
Takes the chip lead. So Veteran, having just lost that hand to Paul Newey, is back in the action. 9s under the gun, raises to 3,000. Ace King for Pedro Neves, who is the effective stack here with fewer than 20 big blinds.
Something tells me, based on the sample size of 1, that Veteran is going to be tough to get rid of with these 2 9s.
Yeah, Neves, not the kind of stack you really have much room to 3-bet and deuce. And facing a shove, I think Veteran will probably at least strongly consider calling. It is early position. It is 20 big blinds. You're not getting a lot of pocket 8s and pocket 7s shoving here, so that doesn't make it a snap call, but
it's triangle time. Neves all in for 29,500. Queen Jack for Song in the big. That's a fold. Snap called by Veteran, and we are off to the races.
You should check in all your players at the table.
Riz versus Drip. One of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage.
Neves is the at-risk player and the player who is slightly behind right now. But there is a king on the flop and a 9! Top pair versus a set. And Neves down to just 3%.
I could have gone to the party.
The 6 on the turn has Pedro Neves drawing dead, and the PCA 2023 runner-up is eliminated in the first 10 minutes of day 2 of the EPT Cyprus main event. And Joachim Haraldstad, who came 4th in EPT Monte Carlo this year. That was the event that was won by Mike Watson. Plays on stars as Jokey Apart and is a very strong mixed games player.
But is he a very strong ace-jack player? Let's find out.
Again, a relatively light open for Newey under the gun. 9-8 of hearts.
I like this side of him.
6 raise 10,500.
This is what Waldo does in his free time.
We finally found him.
Yeah. Let him simmer over this.
Yeah, you know, I like the call here. You know, you put out 3,500, 7,000 more to call. You know, these are the kind of hands. Playing at this stack depth, 70, 80 big blinds, you know, you want to be able to defend hands like this. Make a lot of nut hands, disguised hands. And even though Newey has been outflopped and Haraldstad continues to lead, has some ways to win this hand with some heart luck. Maybe another 8 on the turn. Perhaps a 9?
Probably pretty aware of all the cards that are good for him, I would guess.
You think? Yeah. Badink. Could get a free card here. Haraldstad probably not thrilled about betting this card, even though he's going to think his hand is good a decent amount of the time. You know, you're still losing to your ace queens flushes, and there you go.
Ooh.
Is a flush for Haraldstad.
And it also gives Paul Newey 2 pair.
And a very curious bluff. I'm a bit surprised by this bet. You know, it's not a blocker bet. This is well over half pot. If your opponent does have a big diamond like an ace-jack, I don't think you're going to get a fold. I'll tell you what, it does look strong. I mean, Haraldstad's really considering this. You know, it's not just the third nuts, it's the fourth, right? You know, Newey can just have that ace of diamonds as well.
Are you counting straight flushes too? I don't think we should have to. I'm not saying that.
Yeah. No, we'll let that gives an opportunity for people in the chat to say that we're wrong, right? It makes them feel.
Oh, excuse me.
I like to give them a little Buzz Killington open.
Oh!
Hearts fall. Show us.
Haraldstad folds the flush.
Newey's reputation precedes him.
He just said show 8, 9 of hearts.
Bravo.
What?
Look at that. Read.
Wow.
Yeah, an opportunity for a little bit of revenge here, blind v blinds. Papo is going to be calling a small blind 8-6, the offsuit variety. Middle pair for Lehner, 67% favorite now, gut shot for Le Coco. Lehner's going to come along, seems pretty standard thus far. Cinco for Le Coco would give him a really nice turn card to barrel again, but it's the King of Diamonds. Honestly, not the most ridiculous continue card for Le Coco here either, though. Obviously, can still get some 7s to fold, some 4s to fold, maybe some flush draws to fold. If he wants to barrel turn here at this stack depth, though, it probably needs to be quite chunky. And James, if I know Mr. Le Coco here, if I know Papo, he just finds the barrel a lot of the time here. Very aggressive player, and I'd like to see close to full pot, maybe even slightly over.
Aggressive to the point where sometimes you wonder if he's got an appointment.
Okay, I called it. 13 in the middle. That's a full pot turn continuation, and I'm here for it all day long. Really like this style. Ooh, strong call. Lots of chips in the middle now, guys.
Barry Greenstein, ace on the river. Does not change the outcome of this hand.
All right, Papo, over bet shove river. Easy game. Send him home.
Well, Le Coco is betting, and it is enough to put Stefan Lehner all in. And now we await an awesome hero call with just a pair of 7s.
Now, guys, I don't want to say I called it, but I feel like at this point we've seen enough from Papo, and I know the way he is, and I absolutely love it. I mean, he knows his opponent probably doesn't have ace-jack, probably doesn't have ace-king, probably doesn't have king-jack, probably doesn't have pocket 4s or 7s. Probably doesn't have pocket jacks, probably doesn't have pocket kings. There's just lots and lots of hands that they would have represented differently here pre-flop, blind v blind, and therefore a very cool opportunity to just blast off. I think maybe a hand like ace-7 might be the only one that really hero calls here that plays their hand that way pre-flop, and even that might have put in a raise versus limp.
Mort's watching on Twitch says tough call to make, but kudos if he does. Kudos indeed. And a full double up. Opium thinks that Papo looks nervous, not nervous enough to dissuade Lehner from making this hero call. What a call. Puts the chips in with just a pair of 7s and gets a full double up.
I mean, guys, hats off in chat. This is unbelievable stuff. What an epic hero call.
So Stefan Lehner, who was in the danger zone a short while ago, is now playing close to 70 big blinds. Button raise from El Yakubi with ace-7 of hearts. And Mateos calls with a dominated hand, jack-7 of spades. Ten, 8, 5 on the flop.
Yep, you'll notice 13K already in the middle, Mateos with 15 behind. Is this an opportunity for a check raise, James? I don't think El Yakubi is going to have any issues getting the nut flush in on the flop anyway with the 1-over card and nut flush draw. Yeah, little stop and go, snap called. Mateos in big trouble.
Absolutely. El Yakubi ahead right now with ace high. Has the heart draw as well. Mateos with 4 outs. The jack of diamonds, specifically. Any of those 3 nines.
Yep, Mateos just wanted to stop and go right here, right now, try and maximize folds on the flop, but 16%. Not looking good for our previous EPT champ.
Well, that is the nut flush for El Yakubi, and that is the elimination of Adrian Mateos. We say goodbye to a former EPT champ. The man who took down Monte Carlo in 2015 is KO'd here on day 2 of the first ever EPT Cyprus main event.
They could have made like...
That was then, this is now. Live coverage of day 2 of the PokerStars European Poker Tour from Cyprus continues. The Merit Royal Diamond Hotel, Casino and Spa is hosting this event. It is a $5,000 main event, and right now we are on the pure bubble. That's right, world famous bubble coverage continues with 200 players remaining, including the top 5 stacks in the tournament right now. Only 199 will cash. That means the next player out leaves with nothing. We had an extended period of hand-to-hand play before the dinner break. Coming back from break, how long will it take before that bubble bursts? It's James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And Griffin Benja.
Bubble, bubble, bubble.
So we have got one of the chip leaders, Tonka Parker Talbot, at the feature table, along with Juan Pardo, Malacca style, winner of a Super High Roller online in the last couple of weeks and a Super High Roller live here in Cyprus. Blinds going up to 2,000, 4,000 with a 4K big blind ante.
200 remaining, we're going to continue hand for hand. Dealers, next hand please. The blinds are 244, 244, thank you.
You heard the man. The Stone Bubble with Toby Stone. Do you think Tonka's feeling happy now he's got some food in his tummy?
Maybe.
So the bubble is red. And when we lose a player, that bubble will burst. And 199 players will share in the prize pool of $6.4 million.
We have introduced a 25,000 chip. So once again, we have introduced a 25,000 chip into the tournament.
You didn't let them take your chips, eh?
There.
You said no, don't take my chips.
For now, no? For now.
So cute.
Ninja? First one. First hand winning.
Raise and take it for Kazan. Memorial on Twitch asks, is the guy who survived with one 5K chip left? Yes, he is. Dania Albarakarov left with just 5,000 chips, a single 5K chip, after shoving 8s into aces just before the break. I wonder whether the legend of that hand has spread throughout the room, whether the other short stacks are aware that there is someone like to be forced all in.
They have to be. These players are so well informed. They know more than we do.
Several hands still in progress. We are going to go over to table 13. When we checked on the tournament top 5, we saw that Andrei Vavilvonsky was the chip leader. He is in a hand against Toby Joyce.
Oh, Toby. My buddy Toby.
Vavilonsky is in seat number 1. Toby Joyce in seat 6. Vavilonsky's raised to 38K. Action is on. Toby Joyce. They're in the delightful multicolored baseball cap. So it looks like Joyce opened Griffin and has been 3-bet by Babylonsky out the small blind.
Yeah, and it looks like Toby Joyce is covered in this hand, so a lot of stone bubble pressure being put on Toby right here. You know, what do you do with a hand like ace-queen suited? And Toby reaching for chips, doesn't look like he's in a folding mood. Wonder if he's...
Oh.
Oh.
The chips go back, looks back at his hand, and folds to the re-raise. So play is concluded at table 13. We're going over to table 5. The player in seat 8 is all in. That is Daniel Kolazar. Decision is on Nathan Tetat.
And that doesn't look like a lot of chips. Looks to be about 31,000 if I'm reading it correctly. At the 2-4, it's just under 8 bigs.
Looks like a call. Yep, confirmation. Nathan Tetat in seat 7 has called the all-in of Daniel Kolazar in seat 8. So Kolazar has the red triangle of death. He is the at-risk player here. Toby Stone will head over to the table. When all other hands in the room have completed, we will see the whole cards of both players, and we will run out the board, and we will see whether Daniel Kolazar doubles up and survives, or is eliminated on the stone bubble.
The stone bubble.
Smooth and controlled.
Yeah, you know, speculating on what Kolazar can have here. Not going to have a ton of equity, but just under 8 big blinds.
Table number 5.
So it should be pretty loaded here.
Nathan and Daniel. Daniel is our at-risk player. Can we see your cards, please, guys?
Oh, boy.
Cards on, please. Thank you. So Nathan shows ace jack.
Queens versus ace jack.
Player shows 2 queens. So once again, Daniel is our at-risk player with 2 queens.
Listen to Toby.
Can we see the floor, please? Flop is 8, 5, 7.
So far, so good for the at-risk player.
Turn card, please. Turn is a 10.
Just has to fade. Barry Greenstein.
Final card, please.
Oh, or a 9 for a straight.
Final card is a king.
King is a safe card. Queens hold, and that is going to be a double up for Daniel Kolazar.
We're just so buried in our phones.
Poker News, Hendon Mob. I know these websites better than I know my own grandmother. Instagram, X.
And I'm losing for sure. If he's facing, I will call it for sure. 8,000.
Jack 7 of hearts for Tonka, opening under the gun.
If I was opening under the gun with a big old burly red beard.
Few people asking about 5K chip guy, Dania Orbakirov. He is still in. He's still nursing that single 5K chip.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. This one or that one?
That one.
This one. You want this one as well?
Yes, please. Very nice.
There is, boss. There is.
No need to hide. It's complicated.
Please feed me the information. Yes. No, the other one as well. Yes, yes, yes. Slowly.
They would have called me on a 10-9 or something. Oh, soon. Don't worry, we have 90 minutes.
So reminder, we are hand for hand right now on the bubble, which means we will not deal another hand at the feature table till all hands are played out at every other remaining table.
You know, once you get through down there, I thought I was winning the hand. On the bubble.
Suffice to say, we have several hands still in progress. The floor keeping tabs on which tables are still going.
Dre on YouTube asking, how have the blinds not taken him out? Because we're playing hand for hand, and if I believe it was a blind-on-blind confrontation that left him like that, which means that it's going to be a long time till the blinds are back on him.
He's got a whole orbit before he will be forced all in the big blind / big blind ante.
And I'd say we're probably only 4 or 5 hands since that hand, so he's got a couple left still.
Looks like we're tracking over towards table number 9, which is our former feature table, featuring a couple of former EPT champs, one of whom, Anton Wig, is involved in a pot. His hand has gone to the river, goes check, check, showdown. Anton with queen 5, pair of queens is good. And there's the other EPT champ sat next to him, Uri Rocky Gilboa.
You guys have heard of BDE, WDE in the 8th seat over there. Wig energy.
Anton the Rig Wig.
There's another EPT champion at the front of our screen, Nicholas Schweiti from Lebanon, sat next to Kenny Haller at that table.
Seat 4, engaged in convo.
And there is Eureka main event champion, Ankit Ahuja.
Eureka.
Still think it's an incredible accomplishment for Ankit to make the final table of that record-breaking Estrellas main event, that 1K in Barcelona, and then make the final table of the 1K here in Cyprus and win it.
Well, who's your daddy?
Guy's found his Q zone.
And I think there might just be one more table left to play. In fact, I think we're good. Looks like all hands are finished. Looks like we're ready to go with the next hand.
Dealers, next hand, please. Next hand.
Oh, look at that. Look, look, look. You were told stay in your seat. What did you do? You went across the room. Now what you're having to do, run back to your seat. Should have listened to Toby. Listen to Toby.
Listen to Toby.
I'm a kind of a no harm, no foul kind of person, but if you smash into some waiter or trip over a massage therapist while you're doing that and hurt somebody,
In actuality, you think
you're banned.
Not cool. Not cool.
Yeah. Because it's safe as well. Correct. That is what I meant.
Do you think if we asked Toby, or more specifically, if I asked Toby to, when the bubble bursts, say, ladies and gentlemen, I hate to burst your bubble, but you're in the money. Think you'd do it?
No.
No? He wouldn't do it, would he?
Malaga is my city.
You'd do it for me.
So Malacca is for my city.
His name is Malacca Style.
And style is for the song of Opaganga style. Yeah. So it's...
Do you know what Malacca is in Greek?
How much back? It's stupid.
I think he knows.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Huh?
Gay.
No, no, it's wanker.
Malacca style actually came up in a conversation that I had yesterday.
Pajero,
Sam Graffin said...
It's coming up in this conversation, Griffin.
No, no, seriously, that's what
Yeah, I know.
Fair play.
In Spanish is pajero.
Pajero, yeah. All right, your name's not Pajero.
Domination rotation.
Guys, my mother is watching. What's your language?
Check, check. Tonka's still good.
Okay, Griff, now what?
No, it's just Sam just said, you know, you play all these super high rollers, and Malacca style is check raising you on every street. Very specifically called him out. It's tough out there in the streets.
Yeah, the silly name does not match the playing style.
More chips for Parker, who is chip leader at this particular table, and a top 5 stack overall with 200 remaining on the pure bubble.
A sloppy tower.
was honestly
right there.
not
You
really
see that
focused,
thing?
though. You guys were making me laugh in the middle of the hand.
Just clean it up. That's enough for a new tower, you know? That's
Like the head over there.
I say let it ride.
Yeah, you would.
I'm not.
What's someone gonna say?
Well, there he is. Dania Obakarov still has 5K, 5 yellow chips. Still not forced all in yet. Still not in the big blind.
The fact that we didn't cut the audio from that table made it sound like they were all laughing at his stack.
Just checking where there are still hands in progress in the room. It looks like a crowd is building around table number 8. Do I see a triangle? Yes, I do. We have an all-in and a call at table number 8. It's the players in seats 2 and 7. It's seat 2, Kim Wittendorf, against seat 7, Andras Vasco. Vasco, the at-risk player.
Come on, don't get in the shot.
But one time you
Come
can
on.
come and sit.
Yeah.
Okay, I can sit, please. Yes, yes, I'm here, yes. You cannot come.
You want to be on the camera?
No, I just want to...
Get your patch in.
Toby Stone will make his way to the table as soon as players concluded everywhere else, and then the cards will be flipped over. All in pre-flop. Toby's ready to go. Andras Vasco, the at-risk player, the one with the triangle in front of him.
Bad look like James Corden. Right corner.
Players run table number 8. We have an all-in
Okay.
call. We have Kim
Not
and
now.
Andras.
Sorry,
Andras
jeez.
is our all-in player. Can we see your cards, please? Kim?
All in with ace-king.
Shows 2 kings.
Against
Andras,
kings.
Our at-risk player shows ace, king of diamonds. So once again, 2 kings and ace, king of diamonds for our at-risk player. So, flop, please.
Did someone really just say I had 2 aces, so you'll be
Classic bit.
Flop is 6, 7, 7. There's 1 diamond on the flop. Turn card, please. Turn
Diamond.
queen, there's 1 more diamond. So there's 2 diamonds on the flop. Final card, please. Final card is a king.
Full house and a KO, and the bubble bursts.
Congratulations, everybody. You've just cashed in the EPT Cyprus. Well done, everybody. Congratulations.
So it is Andras Vasco, who is the last player to be eliminated outside of the money. He walks away as 199 players are guaranteed a slice of the $6.4 million prize pool, including Dania Abakarov, who has just 5,000 chips.
So this guy gets nothing.
0, zilch, nada, null.
And what does James Corden get?
The hatred of the internet.
Man, bubbling a tournament sucks.
But being rude to wait staff sucks more.
Everyone cheering when you leave the room. It's like me at every party.
Okay, so time for the post-bubble bust-out bonanza. Still have 80 minutes on the clock. Another 1 hour, 20 minutes to play today.
See how many people are going to go all in now.
And a lot of folks in chat mentioning a regular viewer cashed in this event. Lord Barry in the money.
He was raising King 5 on the bubble. I can't imagine what he is now.
A lot of chat pros talking about Ace King being a drawing hand.
Yeah.
Need to fold it on the bubble.
Oh, the bonanza.
Yeah.
Is beginning.
We have the opening raise from Oleg Ustinovic, and now the shove from Mario Tratu.
Count, please.
84,000.
84.
84.
Ustinovic vaults.
Thought it was a queen. It's queen.
She's going to definitely tell me off now. Second ace queen.
Good vibes on this feature. Good vibes.
Liar.
Decent vibes.
Some banter, as they say.
No, ace shot, ace shot.
I gotta get a pair of these glasses. They're too
No,
cool.
no.
Where'd you get these?
I don't know. It's my friend gifted me on my birthday.
It's like Jake Jarmel from Seinfeld.
Yeah, sick.
Happy birthday. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Happy late birthday, buddy.
Well, happy birthday, brother.
Thank you very much.
It's Oleg's birthday.
Nice.
Happy birthday to
you.
Happy birthday to you.
We do not own the rights to this. Talk over this.
Happy birthday to you. I'm asking for the cake now.
Where's our cake?
I wonder for his birthday if he's going to be cast in a Wes Anderson movie.
Merritt brings like this huge birthday cake, like with
Shirley,
the candles lit
Shirley
on
Merritt
everything.
has like 10 cakes on standby.
And then suddenly like 10 hostesses.
Oh my goodness.
appear.
You don't have to go all in every hand.
I
Just
know,
we got in the
I know,
money.
I know.
It's not mandatory.
I know.
Very large shove here from Tratow. Maybe not appreciating how many more chips he has after getting those shoves through. Over 25 big blinds in the middle with 2 nines.
8 does you. That is a monster.
The shove gets through.
Given a lot of information, too. I know it seems like all fun and games, but he's really establishing to the table what his range is with some of these shoves. Showed the ace-queen, said he had ace-king that hand before, which he did, and then showed the nines just there, so...
I'm assuming, Joe, that the viewers had something to say about Robert Kazan folding that ace-king pre-flop before the break.
Yes, it was mostly positive, but a few people saying that it was terrible.
Well, let me just tell you Kazan's story. He is in for just $27. He is an online qualifier who is an amateur player. He describes himself as an IT guy. That's a shock. He just loves watching and playing poker from time to time, and his best ever cash was 7,500 euros in a Romanian event. Has just 20K in live earnings, waiting for his first child to be born, and would love a deep run so he could buy a bigger house for his family. So how do you feel now, all you people who said nasty things about Kazan?
I mean, they knew that. I did read that before. I don't know if it's going to make a difference to some of them. Some of them are just jerks.
As long as he doesn't fold ace-king this time.
This time, yeah.
Bit of a loose call here with the ace-9 on the button.
Woo. Oh, is it?
What do I know?
You knew the 9 was coming. It's a given.
It's a given.
Domination, rotation.
Well, the good news is he's going to be home in time for his son to be born. Or daughter.
How about a call and the jack of hearts on the turn, and then Kazan doesn't bust? Sign off? I like that.
I mean, you could just call for a king.
Yeah, that feels greedy, though. Like, king's never going to come, right?
You were saying? Domination restoration in favor of Kazan, the qualifier. Kazan!
Domination, rotation, revocation.
You guys are all welcome, by the way.
Alakazam, says Jai Pai. That's right, it is the year of Romania.
20,000 the bet from Given.
Oliver's getting banned. Who says 9 on the river, please?
Go banned.
You're out of here. I guess he could still fold. Could be up against a set.
I think he's trying to work out how to get it in, right? Do I move all in now, or do I wait till the river?
Just makes it difficult being out of position. In position, it can be a pretty clear call, but
The Jack of Hearts. You called both cards, Griff.
I know everyone's gonna think that I had spoilers, but I really didn't.
I didn't think you had spoilers till you just brought it up. I believed you. So you drew extra attention to it. Now I wondered.
The Jack of Hearts is a little suspicious after the way I set up the king. I mean, come on, it could have been Jack of Diamonds. Like,
You were just too dumb to change the first card you said.
I actually just forgot the order they came in.
12.
You could have got it all.
Wow.
Man.
Missed opportunity for a full double up there, but Kazan still wins the pot.
Seems like Guvin isn't too Thor about it.
No, I think he's pretty thrilled to have not given the other 50,000.
200K, huh?
No, yeah.
No one?
No, for now.
Not for now.
You have a friend?
I have no friends at all.
No friend? Rich friend?
Not even a poor friend.
I mean, certainly there's at least people that owe Tonka money.
I need to win this. I'm probably more possibility.
Yeah. If you win this,
What?
much more chance.
Yeah. Maybe 5% or something like that.
So already we've seen 4 eliminations, sorry, since the bubble burst. So 4 players have cashed out already. Expect that number to keep dropping as the post-bubble bust-out bonanza.
Griffin, gonna throw something out to you from Philippe on YouTube. That smooth call on the turn was horrible, TBH. Agree or ban?
Both.
Oh. Classic Griffin. Give him a choice. He says both.
After the hand, yeah?
Well, this is the other qualifier at the table, Gerard Carbo, raising the button with 8-5 of hearts. The birthday boy's got trays.
You ever hire plumbers to come over to your house and instead of fixing your toilet, they just run over the place and yell, "It's Carbo time."
Ooh, I kind of like these 3 hands. You know, it's kind of an interesting little, you know, standoff.
It's a matchup.
Pardo might get weird with it though. No, don't get weird. Yeah, let's go.
So three-way to the flop.
Nice complete there from Neil Brennan.
Jack deuce deuce.
Boring.
Yeah. There's 31,000 in the pot and a lung.
Do we think that Tratu is going to last the day? I'm not talking about him surviving in the tournament. I'm talking about him surviving.
Yeah, it's going to be a close call.
By the way, we can confirm that Daniar Obakarov is still in, still nursing his last 5K.
How far to the ladder? 10?
I think too many. Unless he gets a double up, triple up.
Yeah, because he's going to be forced in. It's not even like he could fold for one chip and try to hang on another orbit.
Ooh. I really don't like the way Stinovich played those threes there. I feel like this is a very clear turn bet against both of these ranges, and to find a fold to a, what, 20% pot bet? No, no, no.
That is going to be a pot for Carbo. So we're at 195. The ladder is at 183, Joe.
It's a long way to go, but if he's been taking Spraggy's course, I think he can do it.
The Spraggy guide to securing a min plus cash.
I don't know how he crammed 700 pages out of that, but he did.
How many min plus cashes does Spraggy need to secure to offset his losses from that super high roller 4 years ago?
4 pass.
Now's your chance to redeem yourself in the eyes of Griffin Benger. Justinovich.
I've already forgiven him.
Got to cut him some slack, Griffin. This is his birthday.
Yeah, and with pythons like that,
It's the spectacles of destiny.
How do we like this? A 3-bet from the button with 7-6 suited, 24,000.
Well, we like it better than a call, right?
yeah. Hey, look at this. Insta pass. Oof.
Justinovich sounds like a made-up name from a Norm Macdonald joke.
After the bubble hand, you're not my friend anymore.
Like the
Moth joke.
Yeah, the moth joke, yeah.
His name was Gregor Justinovich.
Yeah, why? Americano and water. I gave you credit. But you and Lou.
Cappuccino for me, please.
You have a skiing?
Somebody call you earlier.
No. No. Water. It's fine. Yeah. Thank you.
Kim Doos or something like that. Kim
Kim
5, Kim Doos.
Kim 5.
Kim Doos.
Around 50, right?
Okay.
It's okay.
That or a skiing, yeah.
I'm not going to lie, I'm pretty invested in this house for my family narrative. That's some good lore you guys gave me.
It's hard not to be.
Yeah, that was some good lore. Good motivation.
He can build his new house right next to Rezvan Balea.
Yeah.
I just love the idea that all Romanian poker players live in the same street.
Got the same cul-de-sac, yeah.
Hi, Florian Duta.
Can you? I'm picking up Livia Ignew's mail. He's on vacation. Ooh, sorry. This one's addressed to Liviu Ignat. We're gonna have to send it back.
There's a certain point, like some things are a no-go.
Qualifier v qualifier. Carbo's 3-bet, flattered by Kazan.
It's Carbo time.
Oh, no, Kazan is not called yet. Sorry.
You squeeze banana. ICM is for poor people, we know that, right? You are rich. You can invite me for the trade 200K.
I was laughing because he was laughing.
What was that? I was sitting next to a friend from Nacho, and he was like having a shirt on. ICM is for poor people. It was like with him on printed on the shirt like as well. Like
Oh, a 4-bet with ace-jack off.
What? So
we know what we're all thinking, right? What do you do now when queen shove?
You fold.
So we went over the lore of Kazan, but one thing that I don't think that you and Griffin are privy to, James, is that when he came to the table, the floor person who walked him over announced it as his first ever EPT. So I was like, ooh. But then a few minutes later himself, he was like, hey, everyone, it's my first EPT, and I'm expecting a child very soon, and I really want to cash in this tournament. And I was like, no, stop, don't do it. And then what do you know? He opens, he gets 3-bet. He opens, he gets 3-bet. He gets 3-bet by King Deuce offsuit.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even think this is necessarily a bad 4-bet. It just happens to be, again, into the, top of Carbo's range here.
That guy's got queens, Griffin.
Now, I know, but listen, because of the information he gave as well, I think if Carbo was looking down at ace-8 of spades, might have done the same thing and folded to this 4-bet.
The Dankage says, lol, he's folding.
I mean, listen, he's almost certainly not folding, but it is also not out of the realm of possibility because of everything you just said. If you don't think that this particular person has a 4-bet fold range and they only have aces and kings here, because even ace-king would probably just shove over the 3-bet, not induce. Your things do spin. I mean, he kind of looks scared, I'm not going to lie.
He does not. I mean, his money'd be in already if he wasn't.
Oh, my God. He's actually going to...
There's the all-in.
Thank you. Finally. Whew.
And Kazan folds.
And let me punctuate this with a little classic. Whoops.
Oh, this is my favorite comment of the day. Hey, you guys. From Dave Couch on on Twitch.
Good one.
Come on, shove. 3-1 favorite.
I mean, what an idiot to even think about it being a 3-1 favorite.
Dude, you're 3-1 favorite. How can you not shove?
All you got to do, Carbo, is look at the percentages on the screen and use that information to your advantage.
One of these days. You'll
I would like to see if Dave Coot comment on other things.
I'm not going to lie, the patch that's kind of peeling off, but it kind of adds to his aesthetic of the Parker Talbot,
Well, you had it turned upside down, which a lot of times turning your stuff upside down is like an act of protest. So I don't know, maybe he's mad about the length of dinner break or something.
I think he's protesting the party being before day 2.
Yeah, right.
Number 1, you don't have to go. Number 2, you don't have to stay that late. Number 3, you don't have to drink that much.
Number 1, that party was absolutely banging. Number 2, you would only go if you literally had no clothes. And I forget what the third thing was. So
I skipped it, but I did tweet making it look like I went.
I did see that, yeah. Yeah. Still a company man.
Because I did have a tiny bit of FOMO when I saw what a rave it was, but then also I was like, I probably would have ruined my life.
Yeah.
Like, here's what happens to me at those parties. I'll walk around, have a bunch of drinks, spend 5 minutes trying to cheat on my girlfriend, and go, what am I doing? And then I go home, mad at myself.
Kazan.
The damage has been done. I'm too tired now. I don't feel like no more.
Sorry?
I said the damage has been done. I'm too tired now. That bubble got me.
Yeah, I could see you were falling asleep.
One of these days I'm going to get you at one of those parties.
I had those, like,
I just don't believe you could keep a secret.
No, I was crashing.
Yeah, I know them ones. That's what I said to you. I don't know how you could do it.
Usually I just keep going.
Yeah.
And then it's all right.
You have a sweet tooth as well?
Nah, no sweet tooth.
Just the wine.
Have we got him his water yet?
I mean, I won't say no to some sweets or dessert from time to time, but I don't have a sweet tooth. Yes. A little cappuccino? Sure. Yeah, sorry.
Pretty sure I can see some raspberry crumble in that beer.
To be fair, it's from 3 weeks ago.
I think it blends in.
Some water, please. Some water. Still.
It's funny, actually, at dinner tonight, I told myself I was just going to eat kind of light because I had a late lunch. And so I had a little bit of less dinner, but then I went over to the desserts, and I wanted to try everything, but I didn't want to have a lot, so I did bring like 4 or 5 desserts to my table from the buffet. And
that's why you got to eat with people so you can justify
people were
it.
staring, yeah.
So, you'll see that we've now ticked down to 190.
Mm-hmm.
Among the players recently eliminated, scoring them in cash, Ankit Ahuja, the Eureka main event champion.
Sure, Ahuja daddy.
Nils Padel, Alexandra Villemure, not among the players eliminated, Daniil Orbakirov. He's still in.
And could justifiably ladder at this point.
Stop. Summer time.
Yeah. Sama all in. Tratu reshoves.
There is, boss. There is.
So Tratu not at risk here. It's Sama who's at risk and behind.
If you want the ace to appear, you have to say the magic words. Tratu, Ferrata, Nikto.
Nah, you're blind. 48.
I am?
Tratu. Huafa.
Maybe I didn't say every single exact syllable, but basically I said it, yeah.
I watched that movie a few weeks ago.
Did you really?
Yeah.
You know the, let's see how this plays out. There's a jack, not an ace, but it does give Sama additional outs.
Yeah, a girlfriend of mine hadn't seen the Evil Dead movie, so we did a whole marathon. It's great. Sammer.
James is thinking of the original movie the line's from and not the one we're quoting.
So excited.
You're referencing Klaatu Barada Nikto from The Day the Earth Stood Still, right?
No, we're referencing Klaatu Barada Nikto from Army of Darkness, which is referencing The Day the Earth Stood Still.
Okay. Oh, Barry Greenstein makes an appearance.
The ace, boss! The ace!
Tratu, all the things he said.
Okay, there we go. There we go. Another tattoo reference.
Do you know the Star Wars reference to that line, Griffin?
Do you want to say it, and I'll see if or I should just know it?
No, you need to know it. I'll give you a clue. It's in Return of the Jedi.
Jabba. Like Jabba's speaking and says stuff
No,
like that?
but there is a
That's a
Jabba
good guess,
connection.
though.
Return of the Jedi.
Yeah.
You're
It's
close with
the guy
Jabba.
with the worm head.
Oh, the way he talks.
3 of the skiff guards are Klaatu, Barada, and Nikto, which is a George Lucas reference to The Day the Earth Stood Still.
You know, it always astounds me how nerdy you truly are.
Not nearly enough to have seen the Evil Dead trilogy, though.
No, well...
I have. I just think they're shit films.
Wow. You dropped the S-bomb, too.
You know,
I guess you can't be a film nerd from like the 80s and 90s and not have seen those movies, even if you're not a horror fan.
I am not a fan of Sam Raimi as a filmmaker. Never have been.
I think he is phenomenal sometimes, but sometimes he is absolute dog.
You know what the real twist of my marathon was that she preferred Army of Darkness.
Army of Darkness, I think, is the. I know Evil Dead 2 is everybody's favorite. I like Army of Darkness the best.
It's just once it leans into the
it's just so much more palatable than the other two. Like
Yeah.
the other two like don't make sense.
Yeah, exactly. No, I'm inclined to agree, but it's a bit blasphemous, I feel like, to some people.
I've been debating forcing my significant other to watch the Evil Dead trilogy also.
Just show her.
I think you can just do 2 in Army of Darkness.
That's what we did.
Okay, you skipped the first one? The first one's a tough watch.
Yeah. Which James brings 4 of on every trip. Whoa, okay.
Ace, ace, ace. As the dealer in Casino Royale would say, trip aces.
There was a minute where Sam Raimi was my favorite director.
Yeah?
When he did A Simple Plan, and I think it was The Gift also, right? Wasn't that him?
I don't think I've seen either of those movies.
Ace. Did you have it?
And I really like the first 2 Spider-Mans.
Yep.
Meh.
Speaking of 2 Spider-Man.
Yeah, when does that come out?
In the next few days, by the time...
Really? Oh, I'm not done with Starfield yet.
Like you're ever going to be done with Starfield. When was the last time you played it? Are you invested? Are you like into it now?
It's weird. I really enjoy playing it.
You only say that because
Let's see if the 7s get called.
It's the mind reader.
54. Oh, that sounds like King Queen. Oh, no.
Pocket 4s is the king queen of low pocket pairs of 2s through 4s. The new Iron Man was so underwhelming, but all my friends liked it. Did we miss a new Iron Man movie?
I don't know what that dude's talking about. Make a tight fold. Nah, he's coming in.
Good luck, guys.
Oh,
Aw.
I'm leading again. Hopefully I'll hold up this time.
Fair. You deserve one, buddy.
Yeah.
I thought there had 2 7s on the flop.
What?
Tratu guys are so likable. Everyone's rooting for him.
Did you say you folded a 7?
No.
Oh, come on, man. Honestly, man. I thought you folded a 7.
Because
not only you done me on an ace jack, you're telling me you folded a 7.
She put the 7s right in the middle of the table.
You
and
thought
so
your
far it
hand
goes to
was
flop.
part of the flop.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
I felt like, wow, 2 7s already in the flop.
My favourite number.
James, were you just really on Google looking if there was an Iron Man that we missed?
Yeah.
Wait, listen here, yeah?
I thought there might be an animated movie or some nerd stuff like that.
I mean, I have been ignoring Marvel for their last 7 projects. Maybe an Iron Man slipped in there.
What the fuck? Come on, put a 7.
Thank 7.
Put a 5.
Brick now.
Joe.
7s hold. Tratu doubles up.
One bit. Straight one bit.
That's what you're saying live on TV, but it's a reality.
To my heart.
So I like Starfield a lot.
Okay.
But I'm still burning through most of the dialogue. I'm just like, next. I'll read it very quickly in the subtitles. Next.
Oh, I like these chips.
And there's so much of it that I am not at all interested in. like mining for minerals and building relay stations on on one of the other 1,200 planets in the game. No thanks.
So-
I want to shoot stuff,
Yeah.
sell my booty.
Right.
That's about it.
So go keep doing that.
You're selling your booty.
Yeah, my swag.
I actually saw a little
Justice and
TikTok or YouTube video the last few days talking about how Starfield breaks the #1 like open world rule that games started using, where basically in sort of within 45 seconds of travel you need to be able like to interact with something, and in Starfield you could literally traverse for like 5 minutes of game time without touching anything.
And there's a lot of like
you should really use your fast travel in that game and just don't think of it as a space exploration.
there's a ton of you get assigned a task, you have to fly off to a planet to get it, and then come back immediately to the other planet, and it's like 7 cutscenes.
Yeah.
In between it.
No
That bit's a little annoying.
Have you
But
seen
the
the load
first-person
time stuff?
shooter aspect of it is
Yeah.
pretty fun.
You seen the load time stuff with the Spider-Man 2? It's just like instantaneous.
Is it really?
Yeah. When
Oh,
you
wow.
switch between Spider-Man, it's just like it like zooms to them through the city. It looks awesome.
Down to 180 players now, so we have had the first money jump. $9,275 is now the min cash.
So, did he sprag it or what? He did, right? We would have heard about it.
Oh, you bet 8, right? Yeah. Oh. I forgot that.
I am told that Obakarov did make the pay jump.
Hell yeah. Spraggy just sat bolt upright in bed.
We still need you to shout all in the call loud and clear. We need to keep track of the action.
So, love to write, mentioning being excited to see Killers of the Flower Moon, Flowers of the Killing Moon, which is it? Anyway, you know what I'm talking about.
The Scorsese movie.
I read something that Scorsese's original draft was over 200 pages long, and it took 4 hours to read it.
Wow.
Also, he hated the new Iron Man.
No, you didn't call it 4. You said that's my favorite, and that's my favorite number, and you said, "Oh, 4s, is it?" And he said 4s.
Is 4 your favorite number?
No,
that's yeah. That's what I said. I wasn't calling 4.
7, 7, 7.
Always coming
I feel like 180 is a good number to stop for the night.
We've still got 45 minutes on the clock. Still got half this level to play.
Shit, I'm still thinking about the sand. How should say? How long was it ago? Oh god, probably can't sleep because of that.
What did you do to the poor boy?
I won't tell.
What did you do to the poor boy?
That sounds really funny.
Very good an opening here with 9-7 of diamonds. Raises to 8,000. Just the big blind to get through. Harold Zammer. Defending his big blind with Queen Deuce of Hearts. Ace, 6, Deuce, all diamonds.
Ding, ding, ding, ding, ding.
You do a Cockney accent, don't you, Griffin? I'm going to give you a line.
Okay.
Flop the flush, governor.
Flop the flush, governor.
There you go.
That was pretty good, Griff.
Thanks. Emmer trying to hide that Adam's apple.
We got a little neck pulse. Got a little neck tail there.
And yeah, if you're going to call a hand like this from the big blind, sometimes you want to be able to maneuver and mix in some weird stuff like a check raise here. Of course, guys, we see that Govan has a flush, but when he has, you know, the queen jack of hearts and c-bets here, or the, you know, the king 10 of clubs, it's nice to play this as a check raise instead of a check call or a fold. So let's not be okay. We can be results oriented.
No, that's the only thing we keep track of in poker is results.
That's true.
There's no Hendon mob for played the best. So there's 43 minutes left on the level, but because we're on an hour delay, what does that add up to? Is it a whole hour that we have to wait?
An hour 43.
We will be done for the day in 43 minutes' time.
Oh,
we've talked a lot about mini EPT Cyprus and the fact that we're adding Power Path tickets to the prize pool of every single tournament. If you haven't come across Power Path yet, do recommend you check out the promotion. Remember, you get a 50-cent ticket every day you play a real money hand on Stars, and that will get you into the first step of the Power Path. Work your way through the steps to win one of those coveted Power Passes, bronze, silver, and gold. And remember, you have the power on how to spend those passes.
That's so sick. Really? You get on the first step?
If you play a real money hand, any day you play that, you're going to get a free 50-cent ticket to play the first step.
Is that just because of EPT Cyprus?
No.
That's all the time?
All the time.
That's so sick.
I'm in the wrong business. Must be power pathing.
Remember, if you're in the UK, you need to opt in to get that free ticket. And as I always remind people, it is not inconceivable. Yes, it's unlikely.
Inconceivable.
At that first step, it's a 50-cent spin and go.
Yeah. So you win one right away.
Most of the time, it's going to spin a ticket for the next step of the path. You
Right.
know that. But every now and then, it's going to spin a bronze, silver, or gold pass. It's not inconceivable that you could win a gold power pass for 50 cents.
It's been a while, and I don't want to put you on the spot, so if you can't answer this, I'll ask Nick tomorrow. But I saw Arlie post this clip of a guy beating him heads up in a spin and go and having the chance to win like $800 or something, and then spinning something again, and it came up $35.
I don't know what that is.
I'll ask Nick. Nick will know. We'll get to the bottom of it tomorrow.
Apologies for not watching everything that Arlie puts out there.
I'm an Arlie Shaban stan.
$7,000.
Spin and go max, says Tom.
Not related to Power Path.
Got it. Okay. Max!
Try to. You put that down. You put that down right now.
Finally makes the fold.
James, I know you're an Xbox guy, but the Spider-Man games are worth a PS5 alone. IMO.
I'm not buying another games console. I don't have time to play the games I have on the Xbox without buying a second games console to play more games.
Well, it's not your fault that you bought the wrong one.
You know why they call it an Xbox 360?
Why?
Because when you walk in, you see it, you turn around, you do a 360 and walk back out of the room.
That's a 180.
That's a 180, though, I think.
And that's the meme.
My joke stands.
That's the meme. That's the meme, is getting someone to say that's a 180. Got him.
I don't get it.
I just don't know why they called it an Xbox One when they could have called it an Xbox 720.
Come on, someone post the meme in the chat. Show it to him.
But I don't get it.
Mercstyle 15 with the new comment of the day. Everyone laughs so you don't get banned.
What about you?
That's why I'm laughing too.
No, I just water. I just discovered water. Yeah.
Isn't there a famous actor named Kazan?
We're not going to talk about Elia Kazan. We're going to...
That's a director.
Yeah, but that's what he's talking about.
I think I was talking about the guy from the Godfather movies. What was his name?
John Cazale.
Ah,
we
my mistake. Oh, now I got to look up this other guy. Can you spell that for me?
One check, three check.
Coffee was good. Coffee was good.
Okay.
Not bad.
More than nothing. Worse than nothing.
4, 5, 6.
I still think my favorite story about bad names for products comes from when Ford decided to employ a focus group to come up with names for its new car models. The focus group came up with 2 names. The first, the Ford Focus. The second, the Ford Car.
Really? Car?
But spelt K-A.
I think that the worst name of a product ever was the diet pill from the 1990s called AIDS.
No.
AIDS. AIDS.
Can you guys catch me up on this hand quickly? Did Troutdow call from the small blind? I don't think Talbot limped under the gun, right?
No, Talbot raised to 8,000. It was called by Trato and Kazan in the blind.
So Troutdow was tilted after losing that.
He's
1-6-73.
No. He has been on tilt ever since that hand against Juan Pardo. This guy's been on tilt for the better part of 5 hours.
Okay.
I also don't think he's on tilt. I think he's just a fun player.
Everyone knows what you mean when you say that, Joe.
Kind of like you want a fun date to the prom. Yes, fun, active, same.
Spewy?
Sure, I'll take Spewy.
Tell you what, he doesn't look like he wants to fold this straight draw. I didn't come all the way to Cyprus to fold 5 high to this fuzzy Canadian.
He's fuzzy and he's cuddly.
We've tried to stare at him and just put him on exactly King 9 of spades.
I'm going to say...
I want to see him shove. Wow, he calls.
I like calling here because that way when you miss, you have 5 high.
Just 60k back. Needs to hit a deuce, 4, 5. He does hit the 5.
Sorry, pair of 5s high.
I don't think Tonka's going to be happy when this goes to showdown.
No.
1.
It's not going to go to showdown.
Got there. When you have that many outs, it's hard not to get there.
I mean, should have just check called and got the extra 60k.
You almost got me to fold. Almost. Almost.
Oh, wow.
He almost laid down a monster.
7 more K, I'll fold.
Darn it.
You know Tonka's
Oh, I
watching
said
this
7.
right now on the
Oh, I
delay.
said the 7K. There's some trash sizing there from Tonka. Got what he deserved.
Tonka's gonna punish
You know what
himself
happens
with
when
charts for the next 4 hours now.
You know what happens when you size 7K not enough? You get what you deserve.
He's crunching all the numbers on that, and it turns out the solver does say 7K more.
Yeah.
Ah, the great slammer bets all of the pogs.
Why do you want to count? You've got ace-4.
Maybe he thinks he's got a suited ace.
Ooh, be careful
Oh,
of that
be
line there.
Careful. Forward motion.
It's really, you're really putting it out there, buddy. I gotta say, somehow putting. This is a little dicey. I'm not gonna lie. Where's the line to you, James?
I find this count out to be capricious and arbitrary.
Yes.
I think intent is clear, Griffin. The intent is he's counting his chips.
I'm glad you said that. That was in my head, too. But you still have to be careful.
Agreed.
Excuse me for wanting to build a little drama.
Very difficult for it to be dramatic when someone's tanking with ace-4.
Damn, I should have jammed.
Holy shit, my heart say, come on, maybe
See?
we start stacking chips.
Damn, I should have jammed.
See, I told
You do realize if you jam there, he can't fold nines because he's all in.
No, he doesn't. He
Low
doesn't
pair,
care.
yeah? Huh? What? Low pair, yeah?
To bring it back to earlier today, let him cook.
I want to see anyway.
You can see it later on in the stream.
You'll see it on TV.
Good answer.
I won't tell you until
PokerStars.tv.
Watch it for yourself.
Good answer, good answer.
Thank you very much.
I think it's a shit answer.
I was being polite.
Parker's still tilted about his trash sizing.
Folded to Kazan on the button. It's got the snowmans.
Nom nom.
You're Romania.
Starts the hand with around 16, 17 begs.
This is a happily get it in spot, no?
This is you can even induce here.
Gets a fold from
Maybe you get
Tonka in the small.
Ace-5 suit.
Ooh.
He's a Romaniac.
How much? 71, I guess. 71.
It's actually going to be too much, I think. If you were up against a reg here, you know, if this was Sam Grafton shoving the button, I think I would be inclined to call with King-Queen, but against this particular opponent, you don't think he's just blasting in with the King-Jack off and the, you know, Queen-10 suited.
So anyway, I start blasting.
Gavet Vora says, for how many years are we having the year of Romania? Just the 1 year. The year of Romania.
This year.
Yeah, it's always this year.
Weird.
Yeah, very strange. Can't Romania have 1 year? This year, whatever the year it is?
Doesn't seem like too much sense.
My wife is here. I'm going to kiss her.
Oh.
You lost.
Wow, okay. That's confidence.
What was that? He said he was going to kiss what?
His wife. He said, bad news, my wife is here. I'm going to kiss her. You lost.
Interesting.
Does he know it's big time loser behavior to love your wife?
Yeah. So lame.
No, show the wife. Come on.
Yeah, she needs to say hello. Seriously.
Under the gun open from Ustinovic, gets a fold from Tonka on the button.
I heard a kiss. Oh, he's got the glasses up and everything.
Am 2 ore blender. I-am făcut un forbet lui unul cu alți valeți și mi-a dat și șrab, nu știu ce avea. Mă duc să se închidă asta.
We have gone to the flop with Carbo defending his big blind and flopping a flush draw.
Hey, Carbo, where's Nara? Huh? Where's Nara? Yeah, you like that? You like a little bacon in your pasta? Hey, buddy? You like that one? Oh, boy.
Ustinovic was ahead before and is a huge favorite now.
Nara's on holiday with Hydrate. Oh, heartenized.
It's Carbo time.
They replaced the hole card camera with a joke hole.
Just for... And too high up in his range is Ustinovic turning that king. Gonna see the bad news. Wanted to see the 6-7.
Yeah. Instead sees the flush. Carbo adds to his stack, playing just shy of 90 big blinds, well above average. Average stack right now, around 240,000.
He flushed him with the joke hole.
Jason's loving the references. He says he's not part of the Carbo team.
I like that James doesn't even bother asking what we're referencing anymore.
No, because he knows now.
Oh, does he?
Yeah. He watched all 3 seasons on a plane. He had to get shushed by the flight attendant.
Oh, that's so sweet. James, that means so much to me.
Kevin folding the button.
James is handyman. He built the deck at Haunted House.
You know, as much as I want to go to Haunted House, I actually want to go to Aqua more.
I want to see me Haunted House more than Aqua.
Yeah.
This is blind v blind in an unraised pot.
Oh, nice.
Top 2 for Carbo.
Where's our empty seat? I have no idea. We have no seats.
Dennis says, you're not a part of this Carbo team. Fold. Slowly.
Another pot for qualifier Gerard Carbo. Playing 90 bigs.
No, give him a walk. Slowly.
Still at the 2K, 4K blind level. 25 minutes left on the day.
Look at Tonka. He looks forlorn.
Yeah.
Nearly made it, Parker. Not long to go now.
So proud of you. Just keep going.
Half the audience just woke up. Thinks they're late for work.
That was my put out recycling alarm. Unfortunately, it thinks it's time for me to take out the recycling, but I'm not
If
at
it's
home.
one chore he has at home, probably also.
Yeah. Once a week that goes off at this exact time, even if my phone is on silent. So I apologize. And honey, if you're watching at home, get whatever man is over there.
I can't remember when and where it was, but didn't we run through the list of all the stuff that Griffin's responsible for? And there's a frightening quantity of tasks that he is trusted with.
Yeah, because his girlfriend works for a living. And he is Griffin.
Yeah. No, I gotta do the dishes. I gotta make the beds. Recycling, garbage. Vacuuming. That's a big one. Because then, hopefully, not going to get himself into too much trouble again with the ace-jack.
Justinovich just ditches the sevens. No, thank ya.
Oh, Kazan, don't blast off with ace-jack again.
No. He's been reminded on the rail by his lovely Romanian wife.
Well, she literally came over and said, stop.
Overplaying ace-jack, yeah. No.
Four betting with ace-jack.
Yeah, we had a mic on her.
I feel like this person is similar to me in some ways, and once I got away with that ace-jack thing one time, that would be it for me.
But he didn't get away with it.
Oh, right.
So what would that mean for you?
Well, he didn't go bust with it.
James is holding up.
Don't do it.
His hands in front of his face. He doesn't want to watch. Oh!
He did not listen to his wife.
Just in case. 80, right?
This guy likes ace-jack.
All in the call.
Domination situation.
Rafael all-in.
The good news is he didn't keep his wife waiting too long.
Rafael all-in.
She showed up. He was like, be right with you, hun.
O duc sigur că e nevastă, băi.
I don't know about that.
Good luck, bro. Sorry for the bad bit. Sorry for the bad bit.
For the jack.
Yeah.
That guy's all chirpy all of a sudden.
The
Now that his
pants
rail is here.
come like that, by the way.
I shouldn't have said that. I love my wife. That's from Jason. She helped me when I was freaked out about ace-jack.
Well, the ace doesn't change anything. Kazan needs to see a jack.
A king and an 8?
I think he'd take a chop right now. Well, no chop possible.
No chop possible.
It has to be a jack, on the river.
Can I use my one time now?
Sure.
Okay, I'm using it. I'm using it, bro.
Ba-boom.
No jack.
Good luck, guys. Nice to meet you.
In for $27. And cashing out for significantly more than that.
It was a pleasure. Good luck with family.
Thank you so much.
$9,275, the payout.
You know, if this were me, I would immediately start screaming at the person who just showed up on the rail and brought me the bad luck.
Robert Kazan.
Classic race, ace, jack, ace, queen. Ace, jack, ace, queen.
Still smiling.
Dreams. Made, lived, and crushed here at the EPT.
Meanwhile, Gerard Carbo's had a phenomenal couple of orbits.
Yeah.
Second in chips at this table, more than 450K, more than 110 big blinds. Not too long now till the clock is paused and they draw for the last number of hands to play tonight. I'm going to ask the question again, and I mean it now about his tournament life rather than his actual life. Is Mario Truto going to make it to the end of the day? Oh, we started coughing again. The question could be taken either way.
I think he's a tough fella, and he's going to make it.
Zama with ace deuce in the big blind. Has 20 bigs. Defends.
Stinks.
Ace,
Something about it stinks.
Really stinks.
Is this going to be another pot that goes to Gerard Carbo? Of course, there is a decent chance of a chop in this situation.
Okay, I thought I was going crazy. And then it stopped, and then it came back again. I legit thought I was going crazy. I thought I was going crazy. Thank God it wasn't me.
Plenty of chop opportunities now. In fact, more than half the time, this hand will end
But is
in a
Stammer
chop.
going to be a chopportunist?
I think so. I think with ace deuce here, all of us are chopportunists.
Even a 9's a chop, right? We haven't sang. Did you guys get any chops in? It's been a no chop full day.
That's
coverage.
weird, actually.
James, do you remember chopping today?
No chops today.
Chop anything today?
Nope.
I feel like we average about 3 a day usually, so the fact that we have none.
I think you're confusing live and online.
I would say 2 live, 3 online.
Per day?
Yeah.
Crazy talk.
You know who would know? You know his opinion I would like to hear on it. Stat Trick.
Yeah.
I think chops live are not as common as you think they are.
John Delano watches every stream. I'd be interested to hear his opinion on how many live chops a day.
Probably has a spreadsheet to tell us. But we're not even going to see a river. Can we get a rabbit cam? How does that work? We have people for that, right?
We do not. Tom and Zakat say 2. I'll take 2. That's fine.
We're going to see a miracle walk.
I can't work out whether Stat Trick is actually analyzing some data to give you an accurate response or is just ignoring you right
He's
now.
probably just messing with
Playing
his girlfriend.
Minecraft.
His day's
Okay.
over. To be fair, we've been phoning it in for the last 45 minutes.
Yeah,
anyway.
he usually clocks out around minutes at 17.
Some of us are trying to focus.
Not with all these.
I think we're matching the energy of the players, to be honest.
Yeah.
There's only the 3 amigos from the start of the day.
Cirque du Soleil.
Wait, no, you sat down late too. You didn't start with us, did you?
What, over there?
Yeah.
Oh, they broke the table, then I sat down.
Then you joined.
James, Joe, question for both of you. Do you have designs to go to the Sphere in Las Vegas?
When there's a band playing there that I really want to see, like I think Muse will probably put on an incredible show there, and their act is so custom tailored to that place.
I
So
will.
yes,
I will spend thousands of dollars.
I will go see Muse there. Yeah.
But you're not going to go when we're there for the.
No, I don't think we'll have time.
That's the thing. I mean, obviously, you two are playing while we're there, and I would like to see you two live in that.
Wait, we're playing?
November 4th. Yeah, you two and me too. Yeah.
Jesus Christ! I just,
So
I'm
annoying.
going to switch both your mics off soon. I'm done. I'm
You
literally
don't have
done
the
with this
power
crap.
to do that.
Try me.
I have tickets for Nate Bargatze while we're there, and I don't think I'm gonna get to go see that I bought like a year ago.
Yeah, I think you two are only playing the first weekend, so that's going to be a hard one to try and make happen. But Kylie has her residency at the Venetian. I'll be very disappointed if I don't get to see Kylie while we're in town.
Oh wow. Okay. I'll go see Kylie Minogue with you.
Sorry, Kylie who?
You know, Kylie Minogue.
Oh, I thought he meant Kylie Jenner.
He might have been meaning Kylie Jenner. Actually, I'm not.
No, of course I'm talking about Kylie Minogue.
I thought it was Managua.
Yeah.
All right, so we got a deuce, 2, 3, 4. That's nothing.
King, 2, 3,
4. Okay, that's a draw at least with ace high. All right, do something funny, Tretu. There we go. On cue.
Creative. You can rely on them to do something creative.
Yeah, funny.
4,000. Yeah, okay, bud. Pay
Got called,
me
too.
my money.
Got looked
Nice
up.
bet. Oh, you thought I was going to fold, huh?
Look at Doggers.
Thought I was going to fold, but it was a McGovern.
So we are down to 159 players. Potentially a few more eliminations tonight. The survivors will bag and tag and come back for day 3. We will be live tomorrow. Hopefully at the advertised time of 12:30 Eastern European Summer Time, which is 11:30 Central European Summer Time. 5 more levels to play tomorrow.
You have to give us the rhythm.
5, raise, 8,000. One draw like 3 card hands or something.
How many hands are we feeling tonight? 3, 4, 5?
6 calls.
I'm not feeling great about it.
You think it's going to be 5, don't you?
I think it's going to be high.
Okay.
Okay, well, there's 3 numbers that could possibly be, or could it be 2?
No, it's 3, 4, or 5.
Okay, I'll take 3, you take 4. Joe, you got 5.
No, the way things have gone today, I'm with Joe. It's going to be the maximum number of hands, and each hand's going to take like 7 minutes to play out.
Okay, you guys both take 5. No, you guys can have 4 and 5. I'll take 3, and the losers pay for breakfast tomorrow.
Sure.
Adam Gray says it's always coming 5.
8 calls.
Ooh, we're going to get, don't want to jinx it, but we could get a 5-way pot with the way that Trottel just played just about anything from the small blind, and then Parker's going to be so committed.
Yeah, some multi-way action will be fun at the end of the day here.
Did you call that? He wants to play the 4-3. You sick man. I love it.
Squeeze, squeeze, squeeze. No,
He
he's
just
calling.
wants to call. And Parker must be real bad.
Yeah, did not play out of the big blind, so it's 4 ways to flop. Ace, King, 10. That is Broadway for Carbo.
Flopping Broadway at a 4-way pot. Fun. No one else even having a remote piece of the board. Not as fun.
This is why blockers aren't real. You unblock all the pairs and no one even has a 10. What a joke.
8 check. One check.
Oh. Oh, governor. And staying under repped is Carbo, not getting all panicky about wanting to get more money in. Doesn't think that his opponents are very strong here. Coming out with a raise here would just look so strong. And Govin, I think a lot of the time is going to think Carbo has something like a king-queen or a, you know, a 10-jack suited, your queen-10s and the like. And those hands might fold to a big bet on the river, so Carbo is giving Govin a chance. Pardo's really considering it now. Thinking maybe, I don't believe that just everything, oh my gosh, this is great. So because of everything I just said.
Yeah.
Pardo has now thought, okay, well, if I don't think Govin has it, and I think Carbo is capped, I can come out of the bushes here and put out 30,000. I've been real quiet. It's one of the last chances of the day, and makes it 36,000. a 4x squeeze into the stone cold nuts.
All right, main event dealers, finish your round and stop.
And look at Carbo.
For today.
Parker. Such awareness from Carbo here, just finding the call.
Just a call and a king on the river, pairing the board. This is where I convinced myself that Pardo was raising with a set, and now
Set of sevens.
Yeah,
filled
well,
up. Yeah,
that's what Pardo's really repping, but and I think it's hard for Carbo to really have a king in this spot because I don't think the king queens and the king jacks are going to call another 27,000 or whatever it was on top of the 9.
Yeah.
4, 5, what do you reckon?
So I think Pardo is going to put his opponent on, you know, something like ace jack, ace queen, something that would, you know, play it like this. Could also have pocket sevens himself, Carbo. So that's why Pardo is going for it and is going to rep that sevens full boat. And that's just going to be a quick call.
yeah, it's a little too small, right?
Yeah, I think maybe at this point, Pardo might be thinking, okay, when my opponent does have the 10 jack of diamonds or the queen 10 of diamonds, I don't want him to win with that at showdown, and he probably won't call even a third pot. But when he's loaded like this, I don't lose, you know, 80,000.
Bad boy. That's right.
Brilliantly played hand there by Carbo. Could have bet the flop, could have raised either one of those bets, but stayed in the cut and got max value. Really nice work.
Hello, sir. Welcome to the table.
New player coming in. It's EPT Reg Majid Ijal.
How much? 100.
They announced so many hands? Not yet, right?
Well, they said to finish the deal and then they would draw and announce, so we're waiting to find out from the tournament staff how many more hands will play tonight. The clock has been paused. Randomly selected, it will be 3, 4, or 5. We know what's coming. Here we go. Yep, it's 5. Told you.
5 alive.
I guess breakfast is on me.
Sorry, did we already cover this? When did they add Griffin's father-in-law to the table?
Have you met Griffin's father-in-law?
No, he's just
giving that vibe.
Looks like a father-in-law.
Yeah. I mean, without the mustache.
8,000.
How many cans?
5.
Your button, last button.
7 plus 8.
Carbo keeping the heater up, but he's going to have to contend with a 17 big blind ace king, the kind of stack size, especially under the gun, to cut off. You're not going to be able to call.
10, all in. 1 plus. 4 plus.
Zama with the jammer.
We saw this one from Carbo before, didn't we, with 2 4s? He called against 2 7s.
Yeah.
For fewer chips.
Just too much because also the range is so much tighter. Before it was just an open shove for a bit less chips, 54,000 at 4K. Hijack to big blind. But the range is going to be quite a bit stronger there.
I want to quickly address a question from Sten on YouTube about that hand between Juan Pardo and Gerard Carbo. We didn't see it, but when Carbo made the single chip call, Juan Pardo mucked his cards. Didn't even contest the pot. So at that point, as the last player with cards in front of him, Carbo automatically wins the pot and doesn't have to show the winning hand. So that was one, right? Oh yeah, there's a graphic that says 4 hands remaining. Thank you. Makes it a lot easier to keep track.
One raise 8,000.
Oh, Tratu. He's a tricksy player.
Good boy.
And tell you what, based on the way that Tratu reacted with that ace-4 suited when there was a raise and a shove, I don't think that there is any way Tratu folds this hand. Now, whether he plays it as a shove pre, probably more likely as just a call. But I will eat this can of soda if he folds pre.
I am really looking forward to him counting out his chips further and further into the table.
Makes the call, and we will see a flop. Ace, Queen, Jack it is. Top pair versus a set of jacks for Tonka. And how many of his 107,000 remaining chips do we see Mario Tratu lose here?
107,000.
Okay, that's a bold prediction from Mr. Stapleton.
Now that he's got the diamond draw.
97 left. I would expect probably something in the range of 25 or 30,000 here from Talbot to set up that river shove.
The double-fisted bet from Tonka, 28,000.
I mean, how does Parker do it? How does he just flop a set up against top pair? And a player that seems reluctant to fold in many other more marginal spots.
Letting it go this time, I think.
Hope you like the taste of aluminum minimum.
It's a nice bet. Big one.
Wow, is he going to sniff this out?
Telling me you got the ace as well. I half believe you. I think your kicker's bigger than mine. Yeah.
Oh, man, what a fold.
Which one?
What a fold.
Does
Who shows the jacks?
treat the audience and the table to the jacks.
Nice. Wrong read, actually.
What a needle. What a needle.
Bad read.
Mama, привет.
Big one. Could have got a lot worse. Eh? Maybe I should have folded your free bet, eh?
Yes.
Still got chips off me.
8 raises 8,000.
Oh.
Nice hand.
Aces for Malacca style. And Juan Pardo opening under the gun to 8K.
Big fold.
King, Queen suited. Vejlal.
A little late night ASMR here at PokerStars. We're just gonna lull you to sleep here with these pocket aces. 3 hands remaining.
Vejlal making an ill-timed 3-bet from the hijack, re-raising to 21,000. And Carbo with 9s in the small blind. Gets away from it. Big blind folds. Action back on Pardo. And Ejlal only has 87k left.
If the 5 comes,
He's only got 20 bigs behind.
5 apart, then you don't get paid. A 5 off.
Hard to trap here, I think, because you really think Ejlal probably has something good.
An ace comes, then you get paid.
But King Queen suited is not the kind of hand
Then I should never call that.
he's going to call the shove with. If you knew what it was, you'd just call the aces, but and he does it anyway, just in case.
This really is Malacca style.
Well, I doubt Ejlal will put another chip in this pot.
You ever heard of a continuation
Yeah,
bet?
might continue, James. You know,
Okay.
If you're gonna 3-bet, you gotta continue the story. You'd hate Ace Jack to just get a free turn card, right? But of course, Pardo doesn't have the Ace Jack.
If Griffin's father-in-law loses this pot, he's extending his time at the lake this year by an additional week.
Did I tell you my girlfriend caught the bouquet at the wedding on Sunday?
Oh, jeez.
Everyone made a scene. And Malacca style playing it perfectly. And if that king, queen, or a spade peels with exactly pot remaining, oh God, he looks so beautifully bored, doesn't he?
I'm loving the fact he's still wearing his VIP bracelet from last night's party.
Is he really?
Yeah.
Jeez.
He wants everyone to know he's a VIP.
Maybe he came straight from the party.
No, that was Tonka.
No king or queen.
Instead, the ace of spades.
Now picks up the flush draw.
You know what, though? That's a pretty bad card for our aggressor here because it might convince him to make a move on the river. You know, if Pardo has something like 2 9s or 10s, would, I think, very often fold to a bet here on the river. Pardo setting the trap. Just do it.
3 bets, 24,000.
Got him to do it, too. It's almost unfair.
Almost.
You should only get to decide the actions you make, not you and your opponent.
I kind of like this size. You know, it looks strong.
8 all in.
Damn, the VIP bracelet's black. It's so badass. Is that a matte black?
Dude, please don't waste our time.
He's just going to chase him away with the broom now.
It's just...
There we go.
Damn, I mean, Pardo made the absolute maximum there. That was masterclass stuff.
He's playing at the top of his game right now.
Except for the pocket 6 But hey, if you don't cross the line every once in a while, you're not trying hard enough. In the game of tournament poker.
As he said himself, gotta try.
Yeah.
Huh? You end under the gun. Fantastic. Yes, I hope I get a monster. I could go like that.
2 more hands to play.
Get back them chips I lost off you.
Ten, what? One, what? 3 bucks. 4 raises, 10,000.
That is a re-raise.
30,000.
Ace queen for Ustinovic.
Push your blues up.
Four betting is an option.
Yeah, Ustinovic does have the room here to make it something like 75 or 80K and still be able to fold to an all-in if his opponents do actually have better / are willing to shove. So I think this is a great spot for Ustinovic to pick up some chips. Does suck when you do just run into 2 kings and the like, but as we can see in these positions, especially the way that players fight for those last few hands before the end of the day, and there is
raise. When the crowd say bow, selector.
Pretty incredible how real these blockers are.
I was about to say thank you for your quick fold, Given, but I see you're going to make us wait.
I mean, the sizing is pretty small. Govan does have 30,000 out there. It's just 35,000 more to call. You are in position. The price is there. You know, you don't want to put in a 4th bet and 65,000 of your 300,000 in the middle with ace-jack offsuit, but I mean, it's a pretty good price. If your opponent does have kings, you can kind of justify peeling here. Oh, there's that too. There's that too.
Okay, I take it back. Govan makes a move and gets a fold from a better hand.
Now, if they had drawn 3 final hands, we wouldn't even got to see that. Huh?
That was hot stuff.
That's poker, baby, says Cool Runnings Poker.
Well, we got to see that hand, and guess what? We get to see one more hand.
Trust your instincts. Look at this beautiful moment there with the camera on.
Uno más mano.
That was really impressive stuff, and you can just see the stress. You know, that wasn't some reckless move from someone that didn't know what he was doing. That was brilliant.
It's a very disrespectful thing to do to someone on their birthday, though.
Yes, touche.
Tratu in, made it. Day 3, bag it. Ejlal made it. Day 3, bag it. Talbo.
4 raisins, 8,000.
Jury's out. Does have everyone covered. He made it. Oh, no, wait. Carbo's got him covered.
Carbo's folded. Tonka's safe.
Tonka, bag it. Day 3.
Kind of hard to get 3-betting with the ace-9 after you just 4-bet folded the ace-queen. Probably would have worked, but... And Sammer, the last line of defense.
You kind of have to, right? Yeah, kind of have to on that stack size.
Claro, el river malo. Pero bueno.
5,
3, 4, 5.
Trey deuce.
And hearts.
Yeah, this is all Tonka.
Tonka does like to go for those small bets, though, so I think Sammer is going to be given reason to continue with that gut shot.
I think he's exhausted. He's just going to pot it here.
I think he's just going to bet 4,000.
We're both pretty wrong.
Big, yep. Good for him. Good for him.
11K, the continuation bet from Tonka.
I did say half pot it, right?
And a reminder, this is the last hand of the day. Likely that all the players are watching at the feature table right now will bag and tag and return for day 3. Looks like plays finished in the rest of the room. 155 players remaining.
What would Sammartino do?
Probably get us to correct the spelling of his name.
Zama folds. Tonka wins the last hand of the day.
4.
Shows one.
Good enough.
Tonks but donks.
What about the show one, show all rule?
Dealer did show it to the whole table.
Get me to bed.
It's a pleasure. Or actually not, but you know what I mean.
Bring in the bags. Tonka very much looking forward to getting to bed.
Tonka should put 1 or 2 of his beard hairs in his bag just for, you know, DNA verification.
I wish you all nothing but the best of luck tomorrow.
So day 2 draws to a close. We have burst the bubble. We have played through the post-bubble bust-out bonanza, and it looks like 155 players will be returning for day 3 when we play another 5 levels of Hold'em.
We could wrap this up tomorrow. 155 players?
Keep telling yourself that.
55 hot dogs, 55.
And this is how things ended for the players at the feature table. Tomorrow the blinds will be 2K, 5K. Big stacks for players like Carbo and Tonka. Not so many chips for players like Harold Zama and Majid Ejlal. A reminder, we are into the money. Everyone's now guaranteed at least $9,275. When we get to the late stages of this tournament, you're looking at 6-figure scores for everyone at the FT. Apart from the winner, who gets a 7-figure score, more than $1 million. Total prize pool in this EPT Cyprus main event of $6.4 million.
And tomorrow, shot clocks.
Correct. The shot clock will be in play from the start of day. A reminder that we kick things off 12:30 local. That's 11:30 Central European summertime. Make sure you check out the PokerStars blog for updates and stories from the European Poker Tour. The guys doing great work, and of course you can follow the live updates as well via Poker News, including those all-important end-of-day chip counts for all remaining players. But we're going to be back for day 3. Make sure you join us. 12:30 Eastern European summertime, 11:30 Central European time. Day 3 of the EPT Cyprus main event. But for now, from Joe Stapleton, Griffin Benja, Nick Walsh, and me, James Hartigan, it's good night from Cyprus.